training camp is underway, and you can hear it all right here.
Again!
WKRK-FM and HD1 Cleveland Heights.
That's it!
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. An Odyssey Sports Station.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
When he got drafted, left tackle Spencer Fano was to be learning how to deal with a guy like Myles Garrett this summer, but now it's Jared Verse as he's matching up with him following the trade with the Rams and sent Garrett out west. And Fano says the former LA Ram has been a big help to him so far.
Oh, he's so good, man. He's just really good at helping coach me up. There'd be a lot of reps, because we didn't have anything like full speed before, so there'd be a lot of reps where I might have overset. He would let me know, and then kind of help me correct mistakes I made.
Browns back to practice this afternoon. Training camp continues. Coming up at 11:15, we will hear from GM Andrew Berry, some players during the 12 o'clock hour, and head coach Todd Monken, 12:50, all right here on 92.3 The Fan. Now, the Browns made it official when it came to Denzel Ward and his 2-year contract extension yesterday. We will see if today's the day the Browns do the same with Grant Delpit's contract extension. Reports coming out on Wednesday. The safety's got a 3-year extension for the Browns, $48 million, $35 million being guaranteed. Well, we could find out today if the Browns are really going to do a reunion with defensive end Jadeveon Clowney. Reports on Wednesday said the veteran was in Berea visiting with team officials. Clowney left on rather bad terms following the 2022 season, but with Myles Garrett now with the Rams, it seems fences are being mended. Clowney spent last season with Dallas and collected 8.5 sacks for the Cowboys. Guardians off today, back to work and back home tomorrow. Going to start a 3-game series against Arizona at Progressive Field. The Guardians coming off a series in Cincinnati where they took 2 of 3. Kyle Manzardo hitting a homer in each of the 2 wins. Guardians remain a game and a half behind the White Sox in the AL Central, but Chicago takes on the Yankees in the Windy City this afternoon. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
We're the only station in Cleveland where you can talk defending division champion Guardians at 6 a.m. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima on Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
I'm not going to call it Shedeur Sanders Day. But apparently Shedeur will be getting the reps with the ones, as the kids say out in Berea. Deshaun got the reps with the ones yesterday. Welcome to Baskin and Phelps. Jeff Phelps, Tom Withers in for Andy Baskin today. Good morning.
Good morning, Jeff. Did Keith tell you I'm a hold-in today? I just wanted to make that.
Hold-in?
Yeah, I'm going to let you know. So
you're not allowed to talk?
I'm a little limited. I'll pick and choose my spots.
You're not really
okay.
going to contribute much.
Unless, of course, I get a new contract by 11 o'clock, and then we can take it from there.
Maybe Keith will run down the hallway, shake your hand, and you can run into the game.
There. Go get him, kid.
That'll be great.
That was kind of a fun moment, though, yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah,
it was,
speaking of that, that's Grant Delpit hearing from Andrew Berry. Yeah, you're signed. Go to work. Grant's going to speak today. And we will hear from the new $35 million man coming up at, I think that's about right, isn't it? Coming up at noon. We have a big day. Andrew Berry is going to chat with everybody at 11:15.
State of the Browns.
You'll hear it right here on the Fan. Then Grant Delpit at noon. Perhaps other players after Grant. And Todd Monken. Supposed to go at 12:50. Yesterday went at 12:42. So what does that mean? Listen to the noon hour.
That's a coach that says,
and us.
I expect you guys to be here early, and I'm going to be early every day and set the tone, right?
Don't mind that, do you?
No, I love it. Let's just see if he's got a voice still today. That remains to be seen.
I can't wait to hear him today.
Yeah.
That guy yells like crazy, and it doesn't take long. So I wonder if his voice is going to hold up even the first week. That's going to be great. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to talk about yesterday and some of the things that happened. Jadeveon Clowney apparently is chatting with the Browns. Apparently might be a Cleveland Brown again.
Yeah.
That's coming up. And then Andrew Berry at 11:15, as we said. And Andrew's here and Kevin Stefanski isn't. What's that all mean? That's all coming up on the show. But yesterday, Todd Monken said we're gonna split reps with the ones for the most part with the quarterbacks. That means Shedeur. That means Deshaun. Tom, I actually like the way they did it yesterday. rather than split up a practice, give a guy a whole practice. Let Deshaun show what he can do. Shedeur goes in. The longer you do it, the more comfortable you get. And I just like the split.
Yeah, and Denzel Ward set the tone after getting his contract by picking off Deshaun Watson's first pass.
Which Todd Monken said, by the way, that was not a bad pass. He said, I was right behind Deshaun. I would have thrown it too.
Yeah, and I watched the replay of it, and obviously I'm already going against what I warned
people. Replays of practice, baby. Tom needs to get out.
This is what I warned people not to do yesterday, and I went ahead and did it. Only because I was driving home from here. All of a sudden, it was like breaking news: Deshaun Watson throws back-to-back picks. It felt like on that first one that things were in slow motion. It didn't seem like everybody was going, full speed. I don't want to put too much into one day. I think that's unfair to Deshaun. It's unfair to Shedeur. They're going to have good days. They're going to have bad days.
Sure.
They're going to make good throws. They're going to make bad throws. Good decisions, bad decisions.
And you never know exactly what they're trying to practice at the moment.
Oh, Jeff. Now
people don't.
Now you're preaching. This is my argument with like the Pro Football Focus numbers where they come out and they're grading players not knowing what the scheme was, what the call was, who made the mistake, all those kinds of things.
And what exactly you were expected to do on that play.
Right. Back to your point about Todd Monken. Yeah, I do like the way he set the tone with the quarterbacks yesterday. It was basically what we expected, Jeff, right? He came out and said, hey, nothing has really changed. Here's what I'm going to do. I think you'll hear today, when he's asked to assess the way the guys played yesterday before today's practice, he'll say, both guys look good. Deshaun had some good moments. Shedeur had some good moments.
Yep.
That's what he's supposed to do as a coach, right? He's got to prop these guys up. I think a lot of times fans get caught up in, how come the coach didn't come out and, rip the player or, condemn the pitcher for blowing the game or whatever. You don't do that. You don't want to.
You need him the next day.
Yeah, of course you do. And you're building a culture here as much as everything else.
Yep.
And so I do like the way that Monken is handling this to this point. I do think it's going to be interesting to keep an eye on Dillon Gabriel from this standpoint, that there's going to be an odd man out here at some point.
Yeah.
And depending on what the decision is made with the starting quarterback is going to then affect who the number 2 and 3 guys are going forward here for the rest of not only the preseason, but for the regular season. So I'm really interested to see how things develop with Dillon Gabriel. I'm not going to sit here
and he's paired with Deshaun Watson, it appears, because he was getting the number 1 reps when Deshaun was taking a rest at practice yesterday.
Right. Yeah. And by the way, I get a kick out of the two spotting now has become like the trendy
two spotting.
The phrase
two
du jour.
fields.
Yeah. So we'll see what today brings. I think we'll see Shedeur maybe be a little bit more in the spotlight, if you will, and then we'll break down practice tapes afterwards.
What'd you think of this? Starting on the offensive line yesterday, at left tackle, DeJuan Jones.
How about that?
And the thought is, apparently, every rookie's going to have to earn his spot. I love that.
I do too.
Nothing in we all know Spencer Fano is going to be a starter on the offensive line somewhere. You didn't draft him number 9 overall to have him sit back and watch.
Doesn't mean it has to be day one.
It doesn't mean it has to be day one. And it goes to what we talked about yesterday a little bit with DeJuan Jones. And George Warhop earlier talking about DeJuan and, thinking, hey, I want this guy to start.
Yeah.
All right, well, where?
Yeah.
That means it's wide open, Tom.
I totally agree. And never mind the fact, Jeff, that DeJuan now, who's got experience under his belt, oh, by the way, played at Ohio State, can show Spencer a couple things or two, right? He can watch.
You would think so.
Yeah, he can watch him and learn from him as well. So this is not a knock on your first round draft pick by any means.
And the same thing with the wide receivers. They were not with the number 1s yesterday.
Earn it. Yeah, and I think this is why Todd Monken.
I like that move. I really do.
This is why he's refreshing and why this staff is refreshing at this point. They're going to put the best players out there, right? This is the staff that wants to win games. These are competitive gentlemen. We talked about this yesterday, Jeff. They're going to put the best 5 out there, right, on the offensive line. Mm-hmm. They're going to put the best quarterback behind center. And I think people get caught up in they're going to play Watson because they owe him money and all. That's nonsense.
I agree with that.
They're going to try to win games. And by the way, you know how you build a culture here? By winning. And I think Todd Monken knows that better than anybody else. And so, yeah, it didn't surprise me to hear that DeJuan was out there. We talked about it yesterday. I like DeJuan Jones a lot. Knock on wood, the guy can stay healthy because I think he can help this football team.
Wouldn't we like to see what he could do if he can? If he
100%.
can stay healthy. And Monken saying afterwards, our guys are going to have to earn their spots. That's great. But he also said the rookie wide receivers look good. He was really pleased. And that's terrific. It builds depth. It builds accountability. Hey, we're not just going to give you the job. You got to show us something. But they'll be out there sooner rather than later.
Yeah.
That's all part of this.
Yeah. We're just getting started here, Jeff. As you know, and we talked about it yesterday, and we saw it around the league, right? Things change in a nanosecond in the NFL, especially in summer training camps.
Yeah.
I mean, guys are walking, a couple guys yesterday walked back with trainers into the medical facility. The line moves quickly. Yeah. Things change real fast. And so nothing is set in stone, especially not on, where are we, July 29th? Nothing is set in stone today. So, tomorrow will be an entirely different conversation based on what happens today at today's practice, and that's fine. And the other thing too, Jeff, and if I don't want to go on a tangent here, but I just want to say this: I think a lot of fans here are so caught up in this quarterback competition. It's not a controversy yet.
Not yet.
Some people may say so, but I think Browns fans should really reflect on what's positive and what good is happening out there, and the fact that as you just talked about, Jeff, this young rookie group, right? A new rookie group building off of that sensational rookie group that we saw last year. Mm-hmm. This is a team that's in the midst, and this is what Andrew Berry's going to talk about today. This is the team that's in the midst of a rebuild, another rebuild.
They don't want to say that, Tom.
I know.
But it is.
It is.
How is it not?
Of course it is. Every move that they've made is reflective of a rebuild.
Look at all the young talent all around, especially on the offense. And don't tell me it's not a rebuild.
Well, and then look at the signings of Denzel Ward and Grant Delpit over the last 2 days. Mm-hmm. Those are signs of a rebuild as well, just in terms of you want to have your core guys in place to help build around them. You're trying to build a culture here. You're trying to build back your roster. You're trying to get out from some of the bad decisions that were made over the last 4 years. So, I think fans should focus on, hey, would a great outcome be if Deshaun Watson became the comeback player of the year? That'd be a great outcome. Would a great outcome be if Shedeur Sanders showed that he could be a franchise quarterback? My God, yes, sure. Right? And I think the trouble is that it's probably going to fall somewhere in between on both of those fronts. So we'll see. But I think people should be excited about this. I know people get caught up in the same old Browns and worrying about wins and what have you. It's the start of something fresh, and I think that's positive and an optimistic
One
viewpoint.
thing Todd Monken said yesterday that stuck with me, and then I think he backed it up by the way they structured practice yesterday with the young guys not being with the starters, where he said, just pay attention to who's with the ones,
right.
And that will give you it's real common sense, but pay attention who's with the ones, and that might give you a real good idea who the starters are.
Right.
And I think that's good because it doesn't seem to me, Tom, like he's going to mess around with this. Hey, you look better, you're going to be starting, blah, 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 blah. The other aspect of that to me that I think people need to understand, they might be rebuilding. But Todd Monken is 60. That's not old, but it is also, it's like the second oldest ever head coach to get his first NFL head coaching chance. I think second or third oldest. That doesn't happen very often. They can be rebuilding like crazy. If he comes out and wins 4 or 5 games, he's not going to be a coach when he is 62 years old.
100%.
And so he has to win.
Jeff, it was one of the first things that came out of his mouth yesterday was, this is a dream come true.
Tom.
Right?
Yes.
At 60. He waited that long for this opportunity.
And finally got it. Remember when he got hired, how giddy his family was for him and
absolutely.
everything? And he's not going to sit back and say, it's better for the development of the franchise if blah, blah, blah. He's got to win games. I mean, they can say, no, we're developing, we're coming. He has to win games. And he knows that.
And he's got a locker room full of guys that want to win games. You heard Denzel Ward say it yesterday.
Absolutely.
I don't want to hear about this tanking, right? I'm with the Browns. I'm here to win. We want to win games. So And that's part of a culture building as well. And to your point, I mean, Todd Monken's been around successful programs, right? Whether it's at Georgia or Baltimore or elsewhere. And he's waited his entire life for this opportunity. I've said this before, Jeff, and we've talked about it. I think the rub then becomes, the front office, Andrew Berry and company pushing back with whatever their agenda is and whatever their game plan is going forward to what Todd Monken wants to get done in the moment. So I think as the season progresses, that becomes more of a thing, depending on what you're looking to do in 2027 with the quarterback class and other matters.
We'll get into this in just a little bit, but I think that something that shows that is completely the case. Kevin's not here anymore. Andrew Berry is. I think it was really safe to assume that they were a package deal because they started in the same season.
Right.
And the fact that they were split shows that the Haslams are thinking one way about how the team is being put together and another way about how that same group is being coached.
Yeah.
Which to me shows, okay, Todd, you're not with Andrew Berry. You and your staff are on your own here. You take it and make it work.
That's fair. I think that's a good way to look at it, Jeff. I do think in some ways they were a package deal, but obviously things changed.
Package came apart.
Right, the package did.
Yeah.
It came apart at the seams, and there was a real need, I think, and this is not a knock on Kevin Stefanski, who I will not defend, but I was privy to some information to know that he did about the best that he could, given what he was handed, right?
Yeah.
I still think he's a really good coach. I think he'll do a nice job in Atlanta. Oh, by the way, he's already got some things going on down there that he's
brought in Cooper Rush and then cut Trevor Siemian.
Yeah, and he's got Bijan and a hold in like I'm in. So
like you are right now.
Yeah. So
temperamental you.
Yeah. So it's going to be fascinating to see what this 60-year-old coach does with a real young team, but one that's got some real promise.
Does the gentleman who's putting this team together think it needs some veteran leadership? Maybe, based on what we saw yesterday. Jadeveon Clowney could be a Brown. Number to join us, 216-474-0092. We'll talk about Clowney and his situation with the Browns. Andrew Berry, 11:15. You'll hear him right here on The Fan.
Hey, everybody. Anthony Lima here. So excited to share my brand new partnership.
They're still a game and a half behind the White Sox in the AL Central, but they could get some help today. Chicago takes on the Yankees this afternoon. Want to catch highlights from the Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite 923 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
$11:15, Andrew Berry's press conference. He'll talk about signing a couple of defensive backs to big money. Good to own an NFL team. There you go. That $50 million guaranteed. That's great.
Don't spend it all at once.
Cost of doing business. Andrew Berry at 11:15. Todd Monken coming up, noon hour. And Grant Delpit right around noon as well. I'm Jeff Phelps. Tom Withers is in for Andy today.
Howdy.
Dan Mennigan sitting behind the glass. 216-474-0092 is the number to join us. And Meredith Kane will answer your calls, and she'll be doing 2020s later on. Word popped yesterday during the show. Jadeveon Clowney talking to the Browns. The Browns talking to Jadeveon Clowney. That's the same Jadeveon who was here and left in a huff.
And then some.
Left in a huff and had some things happen. Wasn't there, if I recall correctly, Tom, didn't want to go into a game as well?
Yeah.
There was part of that, and then talking about preferential treatment for certain people who may now be Los Angeles Rams and things of that sort. And then he went on and did some other things. He was with Todd Monken in Baltimore for a year.
Mm-hmm.
So he's familiar with, Todd and some of the defensive coaches.
Mm-hmm.
So when I heard it, I thought, you know what? I like it. Because I've thought all along, if there's one spot on the entire team where I would add another body or two, it's the defensive line and defensive end in particular. So we'll see if that happens.
I did not have Jadeveon Clowney returning to the Browns on my training camp bingo card.
No, I'm
Let
sure
me put
you
it that way.
No.
Yeah, quite a development. Very Browns-like. Oh, by the way, just one of these stories that are just, you kind of say, okay, I guess it makes sense because it is the Browns. Let's just call his departure here a couple years ago acrimonious, I think would be the best way to describe it.
Okay.
Let's not forget, too, Jeff, that he had two pretty good seasons here. He had one really good season here and then a disappointing season, which then led to him, basically taking it out on Myles Garrett. Kind of bemoaned the defensive strategy and felt like he was not being utilized the way he should have been. He was a disgruntled player, and he talked to Mary Kay Cabot in that final week of the season and unloaded. And I can remember it was a Friday afternoon, and I saw Mary Kay having an engaging conversation with him, and I was like, okay, something's coming down from Clowney today because first of all, he hardly ever talks to anybody. He would, he'd go to the podium occasionally with us, but it was rare for him to really have kind of an interview with anyone. So, listen, he can still play. I didn't quite realize until looking up his stats yesterday that he had 8.5 sacks last year, led the Cowboys. The guy can still play at a high level. So, in the conversation,
high enough anyway, Tom.
High enough, yeah. Conversations I had this morning is that, they'd like to sign him. He's got some other suitors. I think he's going to probably visit a couple of other teams. I know Houston is still in the mix. I think Seattle is still in the mix. I don't know how many of the contending teams per se, now those are contending teams obviously, have a spot for him. But the Browns, to your point, Jeff, clearly seem to have a need for some more depth at that position in particular.
Well, we like it. I like Alex, right?
I do too.
And they signed Alex to a contract. Isaiah McGuire, I think, is a good young player who's on his way to doing bigger and better things.
Saw more from him last year, yep.
And then you have Jared Verse. Behind those three players, you have Julian Okwara, who's a former Detroit Lion, was in Detroit for a few years, went to Notre Dame, was in Arizona last year. Brown signed him, brought him in for depth. And you have Logan Fano, Spencer's brother, who was undrafted. Everybody else at those positions, just a guy who's hoping to make the team.
Right.
There's nobody, and that doesn't mean they can't become good NFL players because they certainly can. I mean, you see those guys all around the league. But right now, you have 4 guys at defensive end who you think, okay, yep, those guys are going to make the team. Then you have a bunch of question marks, and you need somebody to step up. And if you can fill one of those question marks with a guy who's been very productive in the NFL, I think that's a good thing. So stay tuned on that. But, as injuries build up and everything else, and we saw one in Cincinnati yesterday to Stewart, their second-year defensive end, maybe the Bengals call him. Who knows? The one thing about Clowney, Tom, that I like a lot, and I've mentioned this about other positions on the team. Alex Wright, though he's been around the league a little while now with the team, he's still a young guy. Jared Verse, though very productive, still third-year player. Isaiah McGuire, young guy. I don't mind the idea of dropping a veteran into a position that's manned by young guys.
No, it's a great idea.
And not just because, hi, guys, follow me. I'm the leader here. And not to coach. You have a position coach. But to actually be able to take a real body of knowledge that he's acquired as a player and put it to use on the football field to help your team. I've mentioned a Jadeveon Clowney type of signing at wide receiver. I love the additions at wide receiver. 3 of your top 4 wide receivers are first or second year guys. Well, another veteran, a guy who can help on the field.
No question.
That might not be a bad idea.
I think you saw it with Malik Collins last year. I think you saw it when, help me out, Davlin Tomlinson was here a few years ago, right? You bring in that veteran guy for the young guys.
Shelby Harris,
veteran guy for young guys to kind of to mimic, to mirror what they do. Now, Jadeveon Clowney is not going to be a mentor per se. He's a little bit of a goofball in terms of his off the field demeanor and what have you, but he's not a bad guy. Guys like him. They gravitate toward him because they know that he's a former number 1 overall pick. I mean, he's a freak of an athlete. He's one of those guys. We talked about it a little bit yesterday. He's one of those guys, when you watch these guys do their drills, you're like, oh my God, how'd you like to try to block that on a down-to-down basis? So I like your point, Jeff. I like the idea that this is
running back too is another position I think that with
could use a little bit, yeah. And
you have 3 second-year running backs.
And hey, where are we? July 29th, July 30th. Potential for that to still happen is very real. But I like that idea, Jeff. I think he would be a nice addition from that standpoint. Back to what happened on his messy departure here a few years ago. Remember, Stefanski sent him home on that Friday, suspended him for the season finale against Pittsburgh. I asked today if fences needed to be mended, and I don't think that's really an issue, only because we have a new coaching staff here. Myles Garrett is no longer here, and that was Clowney's big beef, was that he felt like he was not being used because the team was favoring Myles Garrett,
trying to help him get sacks.
That doesn't exist anymore.
Well, if Clowney's point was actually on target, the guy who was coordinating all that's not here either.
Yeah, and
so there's the guys, the 2 guys who seemingly could have been the issue here for him aren't here.
Yeah, and
Jim Schwartz, Myles Garrett.
Right, and you know what? And I guess it was a selfish thing for him to do, Clowney, right? But he also pointed out things that a lot of people were afraid to say about Myles, and maybe sometimes a little bit of selfishness on his part, right? So, listen, I think it would be an interesting move. I think it would help this team in many ways. I like your idea of adding a veteran to that group. That can only help them.
It is a young group. There's no question about that. Here's the quote that Clowney gave Mary Kay Cabot back then. You're all trying to get somebody into the Hall of Fame when all that matters is winning. Everybody got here for a reason, and we can all make plays.
Yeah, true. I mean, there was some jealousy there, obviously, right?
I'm sure there was. Which kind of strikes me as odd, to be honest. You hear about the camaraderie.
From his standpoint, you mean?
Yeah, camaraderie in position groups. There's always professional competition, professional jealousy in the same position group. Maybe I'm a little naive on it, Tom.
Nah, you got two alpha males here. This is
you had 2 guys who were number 1 overall picks at defensive end.
Exactly. I'll give you your NBA equivalent. This is the Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum situation, right? You got 2 guys that are kind of fighting for
To be the man.
control of the
Yeah.
team, if you will. And I think there were probably some things that Miles did that rubbed Jadeveon the wrong way, and vice versa. So again, he's the perfect guy to add to this defense in terms of what you want to get done, which is what you did last year, which is to be an aggressive style defense in the Jim Schwartz mold. Right now under Rudenberger, you want to be able to attack the quarterback, and that's what Jadeveon Clowney has done his entire career.
And they have the people who you think can do that, but well, what if something happened to Alex Wright?
Right.
And Alex has had some injuries over
Yeah.
time. To me, they're one contributor short at defensive end because guys get dinged up.
I would agree with that.
And can Logan Fano step up as an undrafted guy and make the team? Sure, let's hope so. I hope they find guys. And
Yeah.
there are other veterans out there. Joey Bosa is sitting out there waiting for some team either to call him or for him to retire.
Right.
And Clowney might be in the same situation, and he wants to make a preemptive strike and maybe come to a place that he'd be comfortable with as long as some situations, Miles Schwartz, maybe have changed.
And he's still the kind of player, Jeff, that you've got to account for him in every down, right?
Yeah.
You've got to make sure that you've got to, you may have to chip him. You're going to have to put a tackle on him. You may have to slide a guard over to block him. And you know what? Guess what? That opens things up on the other side, which is what we saw with Myles Garrett here, right? Which is just what you would hope we would see with Verse here. So, yeah, I'm really intrigued by it.
The guy who would obviously ultimately make the choice to bring him in is having a press conference at 11:15. That's Andrew Berry. He's still here. The coach that he was arm in arm with for 6 seasons is not here. Is that okay? Is that all right? Because the Haslams obviously made a choice here and chose one guy over the other, at least maybe seeing more potential and seeing more promise moving forward. Tom and I will talk about that. Withers is in for Baskin. I'm Jeff Phelps. We're on The Fan.
When there's news that affects
Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite 923 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
"35 minutes from now, Andrew Berry, Browns president of football operations." I think that's the official title, isn't it?
Is it?
I think it is.
Chief-
President of football, whatever.
Chief Poobah.
The guy who runs it. There.
The man in charge.
Andrew Berry at 11:15. That's Tom Withers. He's in for Andy today. I'm Jeff Phelps. 216-474-0092 is the number to join us. I'll just set the record again. In the offseason, before they made a move with Kevin Stefanski, I said I would keep Kevin and I would keep Andrew Berry.
Okay.
And I said, and
You're all about consistency and continuity,
well, I
aren't
was,
you, Jeff
and
Phelps?
I saw the draft, and I saw some young guys, and
Hey.
I knew it didn't go real well for Kevin on the field, and we saw it.
I got you.
But I thought, okay, I think he's shown enough in the past that they can move forward together, and I think Andrew Berry has had some lousy drafts, and I don't think last year's, the 2025, was lousy. And I thought he got saddled with a bad deal when it came to a quarterback situation. And I thought, all right, I can see why you would keep him.
Yeah.
But I would have kept them together. Instead, they split them up. Okay. Why they split them up? Maybe, working relationship. I know Baskin and I, can't stand each other after 15 years together. Andy, that was a joke. I get
Hey,
it.
don't put me in the middle of your squabbles with Andy Baskin, all right? I don't need that.
I get it. But I do think it was interesting that the Browns retained Andrew Berry and moved on from Kevin, because Andrew was just as responsible for 3 wins and 5 win seasons as Kevin Stefanski was. Now, Kevin coached it, but Andrew put it together, and they were both saddled with Deshaun Watson.
Good word. I was just thinking of saddled.
And that's why I look at it and I still think, Tom, why Kevin and not Andrew?
Yeah.
Or why keep Andrew and not Kevin?
I think I'm going to hit a couple of those points that you just made. Number one, that 2025 draft was an absolute A+, right?
Yeah, it worked.
Really strong. And
the 2 quarterbacks is still
that was a head scratcher. I know, but when you're in the situation the Browns are in, you got to swing for the fences once in a while, and that was obviously a big swing, and could still work out, Jeff.
It could.
We don't know.
Yep, it could.
Right?
The two running backs, to me, it's still 2 running backs in the same draft. I think, okay, except I like both guys.
I do too, a lot, and I think they're different enough that they balance each other well, right? And we'll see there.
And he made up for what I thought were deficiencies in that 2025 draft this year.
Right.
By drafting 3 offensive linemen and 2 wide receivers. So it's a package there to me.
Which has been a blind spot for him.
Sure.
The wide receiving situation, right? For years here. So back to the draft, the 2025 draft, A+, right? I think people forget, and I had heard for so many years there, but the guy can't draft. Well, I got news for you. If you don't have a first-round draft pick for 3 years, it's really tough to look good in a draft, right?
That's true.
You got to get it right with the number 44 pick and then beyond. That's a tough thing to do, right? So,
guys often do that. That's how good teams are built.
Yeah,
but
that's real hit and miss, though, too.
But
Jeff.
having first-round picks, it sets up everything.
Yeah,
because you can move in the draft. You can bounce around. He has shown a great ability to bounce around, pick up extra draft picks, make things work, and he was certainly tied up in that situation by not having the picks that he had to give to Houston in the Deshaun deal.
Yeah, and I think the Haslam's retaining him, to your point earlier, was more of an admission, not of an admission of guilt, but an admission of we really put this guy in a bad spot with Deshaun Watson, and we still believe in him. We know his football acumen. We've seen enough good moves over the last year. We seem to be trending in the right direction. We're finally ascending here with a young group of players. So I think they felt like, let's hang on to him. you got to have some continuity, right? We talked about,
Well, you would think so.
and God, Jeff, we talked for 10 years here about how this ownership group would not let anything grow, right? So they had finally learned those lessons that they can't continue to be changing things every 2 to 3 years. So they felt like they at least had to hold on to that part of the building. They needed a new voice in the locker room. Kevin, obviously,
I get
it had
that.
kind of come to an end, right?
I get that.
So that's why I do think they were a strong partnership, because I do think there was a good working collaborative situation there in Berea between football operations and the coaching staff. I do. In fact, I know these guys worked really well in unison. I think it was really hard for Andrew to see Kevin go, and I think there was probably some feelings of guilt that Andrew had about it, that he should have done a better job for Kevin.
So.
Because you know what? Saddled is the right word. Kevin Stefanski was saddled with some pretty bad players for a while there as well.
And if by chance Kevin wanted Kenny Pickett, if he wanted Joe Flacco, what do we think Kevin felt like last year by the time he gets early into the season and neither one of those quarterbacks is here anymore?
Right. Well, and from what we understand is that he did want Dylan Gabriel, and then that did happen. And again, and we've talked about this before, we'll see where that goes. It is still a head scratcher that why would you take two quarterbacks, especially in the 5th round? Why would you take a quarterback then that is going to become kind of a lightning rod, if you will, and no knock on Shedeur, and I hope he does well and what have you. But
if you're Andrew Berry, do you feel Kevin was the guy who really wanted Dylan Gabriel? By the way,
I think it was a collaborative, but I think Kevin pushed it over the finish line, if you will.
And I buy collaborative as well, because if you're a general manager, you're not going to let your coach pick the players,
right?
Especially at a position like quarterback.
No doubt.
You better be on board. Otherwise, why are you there?
Right.
So though Kevin may have liked Dylan Gabriel and wanted him in there, that's great. But Andrew Berry ultimately is the man who's responsible for making that pick.
Right. No doubt. But I do know that they got along well. I know they're still friends.
Uncle Kevin. To Andrew's kids, remember?
Absolutely, yeah.
That one was almost like a tearjerker.
Yeah. And I like Andrew a lot, and I think he's really
smart.
Super smart guy, like ridiculously smart guy.
And clearly knows his football. It just, the whole organization was just so hamstrung by everything that went into getting Deshaun. And it wasn't, it was threefold. You gave up draft picks like crazy. You just tied up cash like crazy. And then you didn't get productivity.
And he's still out there competing for the starting job.
And he's still there.
What does that tell you, right? Yeah. So that shows you how one decision like that can put a franchise back for a decade if you don't get it right.
Yeah.
And they didn't get it right for now. We're 90% down that road. So we'll see. Yeah, I'm interested to hear what Andrew has to say today. Obviously, he will reflect on the positive news of the last couple of days, which is the extensions for both Denzel Ward and Grant Delpit, which I think is huge for the culture here. Great for this defense. Good community guys, good locker room guys, on and on and on. Really good players. And then I'm sure he's going to be peppered with questions about the quarterback situation, which, knowing Andrew Berry, he will defer to the coaching staff and he'll say, that's a Todd question, and I can already hear some of these answers in my head as we prepare to hear from him.
Everybody's favorite press conference where you ask questions and I barely answer them.
Yeah, that's it. And then you can hear Todd afterwards when he gets peppered.
Yeah,
with,
that's an Andrew question.
Yeah, and he'll say, "Andrew said that, huh? Okay, great." And then later, quit telling him to ask me stuff.
Yeah. Anything about Clowney today to Monken will be an Andrew question. Yeah, so he'll be asked about Clowney, I'm sure. And this young group of players that you and I have talked about, Jeff, I think Berry has done a nice job in kind of replenishing what were some very empty cupboards here for several years, right? I think, with that rookie class last year and with this group of guys this year, obviously to you and I, headed by this young group of wide receivers that we really like, which is something he really needed to address.
I try, Dan won't believe this. I try not to think about the past, and I try not to think about revisionist history.
We're
You
good.
okay with that, Dan?
Sure, Jeff. You never look toward old drafts and bring up people who could have been here at any point in a game where no one wins.
By the way, we do revisionist history as well as anybody in Cleveland.
Thank you very much.
That's what we do well.
I think about this. Last year's draft, though I don't think it was perfect, I thought Andrew Berry did a nice job. We haven't seen any of the guys in the 2026 draft play yet, but I like what he did.
Yeah.
And
in terms of addressing needs,
yes,
and what, I got you.
And for instance, getting an offensive lineman with your first pick, and then picking up 2 wide receivers, I thought, and they were all guys that you didn't reach for. I mean, they were all guys who were expected to go in that range, and you address need with talent. You didn't just address need. I mean, the guys were there. It's made me think, okay, this looks like it could be a second straight draft that Andrew Berry nails. Here's the part you're not going to like, Dan. It's this. Where could this team be if he didn't have to make the deal for Deshaun Watson, both with draft picks and finances? And he had been able to just have his drafts the way he wanted to do it.
You'd have your franchise quarterback.
Well, you would certainly think so, wouldn't you?
I would think so.
Maybe.
Well, it could be Baker if you it could be, or you'd have drafted somebody else.
I mean, of course, we would all love to live in the land of hypotheticals where Andrew Berry then looks at the draft board and takes Justin Herbert or, whomever you want to point to at that given time that makes all of this stuff work. Like, it's really easy to play that game now with revisionist history.
Well, I know, but we're happy with what the guy's done in the last 2 drafts after thinking he really couldn't draft very well.
As I pointed out, you can't draft well when you don't have top picks.
When you don't have great picks, it's really tough.
But let's say they swung and took Anthony Richardson instead.
Well, maybe Anthony Richardson would have worked out better with a different coaching staff.
Again, we're down the hypothetical rabbit hole here where we could do anything.
Quit bashing my guy Anthony Richardson.
What if my Powerball ticket had one number different?
Thanks, Dan. I get that, Dan. It just makes, and that's another reason why, as Tom and I have been talking about, maybe that's one reason Andrew Berry's here still, and Kevin Stefanski isn't. Let's be fair. Kevin had, and I have defended, I will always defend Kevin. He didn't do a great job the last 2 years. Well, neither did Andrew Berry, in providing him with the talent. So, but that's moot at this point. Oftentimes in the NFL, if an NFL coach gets 4 or 5 years, 6 years, and it's not going the way it's supposed to go, coaches get canned and they move on.
Yeah.
And it's not as if Kevin wasn't highly thought of because he had a job in about 3 days. So good for Kevin. I hope that works. I will always wonder, though, man, if they didn't do that, where could this thing be? And where would Andrew's reputation be, Tom?
I hear you. Hey, back to the present for a second.
Do we have to?
You got to also look at what Berry had to do this offseason in terms of rebuilding this offensive line that you and I have talked about, right?
Look at the moves. Tons of them.
And look what he did last year in revamping that defensive line, right? I mean, he's understanding as well that it is in the trenches in the NFL, right?
Yeah.
He also this offseason traded the best player in the NFL, arguably. So, I mean, he's shown, that he's not afraid to make bold moves, right? Despite being handcuffed with the Deshaun Watson situation over the last couple of years, he's still made, major moves. He's gone out and made big, the Mari Cooper trade was a pretty big trade. The Jerry Jeudy trade was a pretty big trade in terms of what their needs were at the time. So I like the fact that he's shown a willingness to do whatever it takes, despite having,
He's not been afraid to be bold.
No, he hasn't. And I think that says a lot about him. But he's also been strategic as well. I mean, there's been some big gaps that we've talked about, right? Whether it was a wide receiver or, he didn't do a great job of replenishing the offensive line, over the last couple when we knew.
But maybe the injuries just completely dumped on him. I mean, some injury history.
Yeah,
but boy, they all landed at the same time last year.
They did, and it was an aging group, right?
Yeah.
So you could see it coming, and so well, let's see what he has to say today. But in fairness to Andrew, it's hard to really evaluate him because of that 3-year gap there where.
Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Wake up with the latest news from training camp and around the NFL. The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan.
Andrew Berry going to speak in Berea, and he has a couple of contract extensions to talk about. Grant Delpit getting one of them. That was yesterday. And Denzel Ward getting one of them. Congratulations to both. Andrew will be joining us at 11:15, joining everybody, press conference. And press conferences here on 92.3 The Fan, brought to us by Expert Renovations, expertrenovations.llc.com. I'm Jeff Phelps. Tom Withers is in for Andy today. Dan Mennigan behind the glass. Meredith doing 2020s and taking your phone calls, 216-474-0092. I threw out the question. You confident in Andrew Berry to run this, what clearly is a rebuild? And I think the last two drafts, even though we haven't seen this year's draft on the field yet, I think they should give you some confidence. And, Tom, quick look at things. Joe Bitonio's not here anymore. Okay, Wyatt Teller's not here anymore. Every player, unless I've missed something, on the offense, acquired by Andrew Berry. Every player. And on defense, if I'm not mistaken, every player other than Denzel Ward acquired by Andrew Berry.
So his hands all over this one, doesn't he?
This is his team. You know, I mean, on the offensive line before, you took a look and there's Joel Bitonio. Well, Joel was here. Andrew inherited him.
Gotcha,
Same thing with Wyatt Teller. Same thing with Myles Garrett. But this one's Andrew's team. And
so now we can really judge him, right? This
is his team.
Yeah.
Some of the key guys on previous teams weren't brought in by him, and they were good players and team leaders. So this one has his fingerprints all over it.
Also his scouts and player personnel,
absolutely,
people, what have you. Again, I do think they have a good collaborative effort out there in Berea, knowing some of the people that I've spoken to over the years, and how welcoming Andrew is to information. Like he's a great communicator.
Guy went to Harvard. Those guys seem to love info.
Yeah, and he also he's willing to listen. He wants to get input on players and decisions and what have you. So to your point though, Jeff, this is his team, and I do think that it is trending.
And it's his coach.
And it's his coach, and it's trending in the right direction. I think it's we've had junctures like this though, haven't we, over the last 25 years, where we've paused and said, okay, I think the Browns have finally got it figured out, and then something would knock them off the track. So you got to hope now with not only his experience, but the experience of this ownership group, which has gone through just about every possible turn you could over the last 15 years, that they finally got it right. Still got to get the quarterback situation ironed out, Jeff, and that is the biggest one. And then this year, I don't know if that's going to happen or not. But as we talked about yesterday, things seem to be pointing towards that 2027 draft to begin with. The good thing is that you've got plenty of assets going forward. Should this not work out this year, you've got at least a fallback plan or two.
One thing when I look at this team, and we're hoping for better things. 3 wins, 5 wins. That's not going to get her done. This offense in particular, Tom, if you pencil in who you think are going to be the starters, only one of those guys has been here more than 1 year.
How about that?
See that, and that to me is going to be really tough for Todd Monken to pull off, because it's really tough to put together a whole new team and have the cohesion, have the knowledge of where your guys are and how you play together. I think it'll be a real challenge. I mean, new guys this year who you think are going to play a lot: Denzel Boston, Concepcion, Spencer Fano, Zion Johnson first year, Elton Jenkins first year, Titus Howard first year here. second-year guys, Judkins, Shador, if Shador ends up being the quarterback, Harold Fannin, Tevin Jenkins. The only guy who's been here more than last year is Jerry Jeudy, who you think is going to be a starter on the offense. That's tough.
He's the old guy in the room now,
Isn't
right?
that weird?
Yeah, it is.
But that's tough. That's tough to pull off.
I'm going to say fresh legs, Jeff. Young and
I like that.
Young and restless. Like they're willing to go. So yeah, it is going to be a lot on this staff, I think, to try to get, to your point, to get the cohesion working quickly. And there's no time to spare. So he's got his work cut out for him. I think he must love the idea, though, as a coach, Jeff, to have young players that you can mold into what you want them to be.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, I think that's exciting from a coach's standpoint, that you've got guys that, you know, you can shape them into what you need for the program that you want to run.
And Tom, there are enough guys there that if you're Todd Monken, I would think you're pretty excited about the potential of what you just talked about. Hey, I can take this and do this with this guy.
Right.
You know, I've got Fannin. I can use him this way. That could be really good. I had Derrick Henry. I have Quinshon Judkins. I'm not saying they're the same guy, but because they're not. But Quinshon, a bruising type of running back, you know, who might need to change his style a little bit, as we talked about yesterday, and just stay healthy. You know, Todd didn't have, I don't think, the wide receiver talent in Baltimore that he has here, but he had Lamar Jackson, who could make receivers look pretty darn good.
And some really good tight ends.
Yep.
And one of the best running backs that we've seen in the last 10 years. So, yeah, I think it's going to be interesting, Jeff, when he gets to the point where either it's going to go well or it's not. And that's where you get into, hey, he's going to go next door and knock on Andrew Berry's door and say, hey, I can't do it with these young guys. You got to bring me in, you know, a veteran wide receiver, another veteran wide receiver, what have you. If it gets to that point, I'm just being hypothetical here, but
which is why
that can happen.
In our earlier conversation about Clowney, he backs up completely what I've thought about wide receiver. Go get a veteran, add it to that group. And just see how it goes, even through training camp, Tom. If you get at the end of training camp and the young guys look good and the veteran didn't look good, that's okay. Move on.
Yeah.
I mean, we all know guys, you know, rosters change unbelievably at the end of training camp. And there are going to be so many guys who are going to get cut loose. Maybe then they find somebody. Or maybe somebody Todd has liked.
I was just going to say that he's been around enough. There's probably some guys that the Ravens have let go over the last couple of years that have intrigued Monken, and he may want to give them a second chance here. You know, fresh start somewhere new.
Knows what they could bring to his program. I get it. It's such a I won't say a completely blank slate, because we have a lot of guys that are really young, but we've seen something from them that we like.
Yeah.
But wait, hey, let's redo the whole offensive line while completely overhauling the wide receiver group. And we now have just one tight end. We got to go get more of them. And we have two running backs, one of whom played half a season and the other one didn't get enough carries. And we don't know who the quarterback is.
Yeah,
that's a lot.
You know, and after we talked about it yesterday, Jeff, we spent a lot of time in the offensive line early yesterday. The more I thought about it, the more worried I got, just from the standpoint, but because they haven't played together, because there is no cohesion there, because they have,
and that's the unit where you have to have that.
You better, especially with, you know, if you're trying to develop a quarterback, you better have good guys around him, which is something Todd Monken went out of his way to say very early yesterday as well. So that group worries me more than any other. Now,
and it's part of my problem, guys, with the amount that we're praising Andrew Berry, because he's frankly either flopped or neglected this offensive line for a period of time.
Yeah, it has been a blind spot, along with wide receiver.
As much as we all want to shake his hand and say, well done on a lot of things, this offensive line being 5 new guys, that's a concern.
Yeah.
Well, there's no question that's true. I'll play devil's advocate here.
You do it well.
I think horns just came out of his head.
Yeah,
I
thanks.
saw that,
Thanks
Dan.
a lot. Appreciate that.
I'm sorry.
He tried, but Zach Zinter hasn't hit.
No.
You know, I mean, if you draft an offensive lineman in the top 3 rounds, chances are that guy plays, you know, not maybe as a rookie, but within the first 2 years, that guy's contributing to you.
Well, people said DeJuan Jones was a reach, and listen, I think he's been pretty good other than the injuries, and I know that's a big part of it, but
it's that, And Dan, you know how I think he's neglected the wide receiver spot. Especially when other teams in the league are drafting wide receivers in the first round and really putting draft capital into those guys. And I know he didn't have first round picks. So there you go with that. But it just, I think it's a lot to ask for this to all come together as quickly as it's going to need to come together on the offensive side of the ball to improve a dismal unit, even with a different approach with Todd Monken and Travis Spitzer as offensive coordinator.
I mean, all three of us know it well, though, guys. Tried gets you fired. Success gets you contract extensions. So as much as you want to sit there and say, well, he's tried to invest in the offensive line, that's lovely. I tried to learn Spanish. I still got a D. Like, that's just the reality of the situation. You try whatever the hell you want. Success is a different level.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to watch how quickly or how long this takes to happen, Jeff. And I think it's, then we get back to the quarterback situation, and you're trying to evaluate a quarterback, the most important position that there is in sports, arguably. And if you don't have good players around him, then how do you even give that a look? Which is why, last year, as much as I saw good and positive things out of Shedeur Sanders, how could I really evaluate him? How could I really evaluate Dillon Gabriel when he's playing behind that patchwork, broken down offensive line? All due respect to all those guys, minimal wide receivers, no running backs other than when Judkins came in there. I mean, it was a mess. It was really hard to watch. Mm-hmm. So yeah, there's a lot of question marks, and it all begins with that front five.
It has to come together quickly. I wonder. I wonder if yesterday with DeWand at left tackle to start things out with the starting group was that. I wonder how much of it was okay. All the rookies aren't going to be with the starters on day one. And I'm assuming most of it was that, Tom, as opposed to, hey, we really think this guy can start for us somewhere on this offensive line.
There's a lot of ways to look at that. There's a way to look at it that, we don't want to necessarily throw the rookie in there right away because he's not ready, or
and we don't want to make the veterans mad.
Exactly. Or, DeWand really, it was a tough break for him last year. He's worked really hard. We want to, build some more positivity and some confidence back in him, make him understand that he's a big part of this team, whether he's the starter or at right tackle or left tackle or the swing guy or what have you. I think they wanted to at least get him feeling good about, his comeback and where he is with this team. So I think that may have had something to do with it as well.
The other aspect of this that, again.
All right, gentlemen, we now go live to Berea for Browns general manager Andrew Berry. Press conference is brought to you by Expert Renovations, expertrenovations.llc.com.
Excited to start the 2026 training camp. We can't wait to get ramped up and going. Part of the reason we're really excited is because we expect this to be a very competitive camp from top to bottom on the roster. Obviously, over the last 2 off seasons, we made some difficult decisions in order to set up the franchise for sustained success. But we're really excited about the young core that we have in place on both sides of the ball, and are looking forward to see them grow and develop over the next several weeks. I also want to just mention, Todd and his staff, they did a fantastic job running a great offseason program. And we're all looking forward to seeing their vision come to life on the grass here as we begin training camp. Last thing, before I open it up for questions, I wanted to just take a few moments to acknowledge Chris Powell and Scotty Springer. They've had a fantastic Cleveland Browns career. Chris was our longest tenured employee. Scotty was our third longest tenured employee. And between them, they have 5 decades of experience overseeing and running, the grounds crew. Those two individuals, they embody everything that you want from an employee: servant leadership, excellence in their role, and ultimate humility. They did not have glamour positions, in the organization, but all they did was excel and treat people with kindness and decency throughout. So it's bittersweet for us because while we're happy to celebrate such long and excellent careers, we're really, really sad to see both those two go. So with that, I'll open up for questions.
Can you maybe first address getting Denzel and Grant both wrapped up long term. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, really excited. Those guys are, they're core members of our team. I was joking with Peter. I was like, okay, well, Denzel's 29 and Grant, he's 27, soon to turn 28, and they're the elder statesmen, of the team. But really excited to have those guys. They're what we want in the organization. They embody being Cleveland Browns, and happy to have them for the long haul.
How do you think they fit with the plan as you have gotten younger over the last few years to have kind of a couple of those older guys still hanging around for a while?
Well, I'll tell you what. If old is your mid and late 20s, then I'm in tough shape here, Scott. So, but listen, they're excellent players, still playing at a high level at their respective positions. Really excited them as contributing members for the team.
And how important is it then for guys like them and some of the other veterans on this team, when you have such a young core, a lot of those veterans that were here last year aren't here this year. How much do you expect to lean on them as you guys kind of try to shape up the culture of this current iteration of the Browns?
Yeah, look, I think that, core veterans, let me back up. I don't think it's just for any veteran, just having veterans just have veterans, but when you have Denzel and Grant, who are top-level players and top-level people, they end up being kind of like tent poles, within your organization and within your roster. So it's a luxury and incredibly valuable to have, when you construct the team. And also, both those guys are homegrown. So.
How much does extending both of those guys, who, I think third contracts for both of them with this organization, kind of maybe relax anyone that might have gotten a little nervous after the Miles trade, and seeing that just the organization showing commitment to guys that have really stepped up for the organization?
I'll be honest, Daryl, that really didn't have any consideration into it. Like, there are very few players in the NFL that get to third contracts. Now, maybe it's greater now that you're seeing more second contracts be 3-year terms as opposed to 5-year terms, but I think since we've been here in 2020, the third contract guys have been really Joel, Miles, and then really these two, and it's an incredible accomplishment when you can get to that point. But you've got to be obviously the right type of player and right type of person.
Andrew, just what about the timing too, and getting those done? You avoid any potential hold-ins, and just especially knowing, like you said, they're the elder statesmen, and you guys have a new coordinator and all that.
Yeah, so I'd say a couple things. Like, we're always very proactive with our players too. Candidly, we don't do hold-ins here, so our guys know that, but we're really happy to get those guys done, the business taken care of before camp. So quite honestly, I'm not sitting up here answering those questions from you all, and they can just get going and focus on playing football as opposed to what's happening with their deal.
Andrew, when guys have their contract is up, but it's in place, but there's no guaranteed money. Does that then create a chance to open dialogue to do things?
Honestly, Terry,
I'm talking about big time.
No, it's actually probably. It's probably less about the lack of, guaranteed money, because to some degree, once we get to this point, it's for a veteran, it's in essence guaranteed anyway. So for ours, we've usually taken the policy that, we will talk about any deal, 1 or 2 years early. That doesn't mean that we'll complete any deal 1 or 2 years early, and both those individuals fell into that category.
Andrew Clowney came and left yesterday. Mm-hmm. Do you feel your need for a rotational end trumps age? He's 33. He doesn't seem to fit with the youth movement.
Yeah, Tony, I think you can't look at the roster construction in a vacuum. Certainly, we've had a bit of a youth movement here, but that doesn't necessarily mean every transaction is going to be a 24-year-old player or something along those lines. Other things that come into play are certainly the role and fit. Financial costs, and then how it fits in let's say the broader construction of either the position group or the side of the ball.
So where do things stand with you and Clowney?
Really good visit. Things that we still have to work through. Hopeful that we can add him to the team, but it's still in the balance.
He doesn't seem like a guy that wants to toil through training camp. Would that be?
I think that's an inaccurate perspective on him. I think he would tell you if he was standing up here, his most productive years are when he has a good hearty camp. I think that comment is quite honestly unfair.
Andrew, as you go into a season where you guys are one of, or maybe the youngest teams in the league, how do you kind of judge the success of this year, just beyond the simplicity of wins and losses?
So you know what's funny, Dan? I didn't know you would ask the question, but I was like, I need a better response because I keep getting asked this question this spring. I keep saying that young doesn't necessarily. The implication is like young does not necessarily equal bad. Like I was looking up, out of the 7 teams that were the youngest last year, it included Green Bay, who's always young. It included Philadelphia, who won their division. It included Seattle, who won the Super Bowl, and included Baltimore. So like I don't think that like that has to be like a cop out for expectation or performance, so to speak. But as we think about it, like our goal going into the season is we want to be a tough and competitive team that develops and plays its best football towards the end. We want to control and focus on the things that we can control, because so many things go into factor in terms of like what happens over the course of the year. If we can focus on the narrow set of things that are within our control, how we prepare every day, how we organize, things of that nature, then we believe that we're going to be happy with what the end of the year looks like.
Andrew, with at past quarterback competitions with this organization, there always seemed to be like a caveat that came with them. A piece of the roster might have been incomplete or whatever it was. When you look at this current quarterback competition and you look at the young skill guys that you have brought in here, you kind of feel like this might be one of the more fair, balanced, equitable quarterback competitions that you guys have been able to have in a training camp for a long time?
I don't know that I could. It's a good question, Daryl. I don't know that I could comment on that. I guess part of it is, truth be told, we haven't even seen the team in pads yet. So it's a projection in terms of what we have. We're excited about it, but none of us really truly know. I guess the second thing I would say is quarterback's a tough position to play in the NFL. No roster is perfect. So I understand what you're getting at. I don't know that it would be fair of me to characterize as like, okay, this is a more fair competition than others in the past.
Andrew, it's a similar situation as last year where you have a crowded quarterback with 4 guys, some young quarterbacks. Are you approaching it with a similar mindset as last year where you're open to taking 4 guys on the 53-man roster, but you're always open to, potentially...
Yeah, I mean, I am. I think you've heard me say it's the most valuable position, and look, they've got to earn it. It's not just a situation where guys are on scholarship in terms of a roster spot. So we'll see. I don't think that you can necessarily be prescriptive at the beginning of camp, because things are going to surprise you in both directions. Injuries are going to pop up. Opportunities that you don't foresee on July 31st, may show up on August 31st. So we try and maintain as much flexibility as possible.
Do you think it's important to have the quarterback starter name for the joint practice?
I think it's important to have the starting quarterback name before week 1.
Do you think, Andrew, are you convinced now, after, even though you haven't seen them in pads, that your offensive line is going to be better than what you had last year?
We'll feel really good about the players, the guys that we brought in that group as a whole. I think you hit the nail on the head, though, Jeff, the fact that we haven't seen them in pads. So TBD.
Andrew, with Jadeveon again. Was there any hesitation given how his last kind of tenure here ended?
Yeah, I'd say 2 things to that, Scott. I think number 1, reconciliation is possible in life, right? And I don't subscribe to the notion of defining people by their worst or best moment. But in this case, a moment of weakness, he made a mistake. It's something you talk through. We've maintained a good relationship with JD since 2022. And I think the second thing is we had him for 2 years, and it was certainly a lot more positives than negatives, despite how it ended. So we do feel comfortable bringing him back into the organization if it's the right fit on both sides.
Andrew, he's won 8 games in the last 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
So, what can the fans look forward to? That's a tough line.
Yeah, listen, I think it goes back to what I said earlier, Terry. We're really excited about this core. We've got a group of young players that we've invested in, that we anticipate growing and developing over the course of the year, with the veteran infrastructure. And we're looking forward to seeing this team on the grass. I feel really good about the staff, the coaching staff that we have in place. Certainly see their vision for how they want to play the roster, and we've got to go out and go do it.
Andrew, you said Jared was the reason why you were the biostring was palpable for you, to do. What have you seen out of him since he's been here? How have you seen him sort of, accept the challenge that's ahead of him, and just how is he sort of acclimated?
Well, I think probably the only thing, let me back up. As a player, we know how effective and how disruptive he is. You really haven't seen that as much just because we haven't been in pads. I think anything that you're really trying to say there is probably probably unfair. I think the guy, rare work ethic, nonstop motor, outstanding teammate, very passionate about football, and he has an energy that is very infectious, for that entire group. That D-line room, they are super, super tight right now. It's been pretty cool to see them come together this offseason.
Andrew, I know sacks aren't everything, but can you give an example of a player who never had double-digit sacks in college and then went on to be a double-digit sack guy?
Danielle Hunter.
Is it uncommon, or?
I don't know that off the top of my head. You just asked me for an example.
Andrew,
Yep.
in lieu of the sort of question about the young roster and what success looks like, I guess for the rookie class specifically, what are you kind of hoping to see, learn about that group here at training camp for the season?
When rookies come in, we expect them to compete, and we expect them to be productive players on the roster. That all being said, not naive to the fact that last year's class was pretty unique in terms of how quickly and how effectively they hit the ground running. But that being said, it's it's a job. We're in professional football now, and do I think that our players when they're in year one are going to be as great as they are in year 3, year 5, whatever? No. But we expect them to be positive contributors to the team this year.
Andrew, when it comes to the quarterback situation, I hear this from people all the time. If Todd Monken feels that you guys have 2 quality starters on the roster right now, why not go with the young guy who might have a chance to be your quarterback of the future?
Yeah, I wouldn't rule anything out in terms of the whole quarterback of the future discussion. Ultimately, we're going to play the player who is the most productive, on the field. I know Scott's over here saying that 27 is old, but I think Deshaun's only 30. Deshaun's only 30. So there's no need to make any decisions about the future right now, and we'll let it play out and figure it out as we go.
Andrew, it's obviously a results business, and everyone's looking at the results of a given play, whether it's in practice or in games, specifically to the quarterback. So, how do you, beyond just a completed pass, how do you, evaluate a quarterback's performance independent of the result?
That's a good question, Dara. I think context matters, right? What are we trying to do? Okay, we're in a scripted period in practice. Are we in 3rd and long where there's a different measure of success than we're doing, 2nd and short situations? Why was the play successful? Did we complete the pass, but it was the wrong progression and we got lucky? Or did we, throw an interception because the receiver, broke off his route, or there was a lack of protection? And then a big part of it is getting with the coaching staff, understanding the intent of, what we're trying to accomplish with that group. It could be hey, we want them to be more aggressive in this set of periods because we're in the lab, so to speak. Or hey, these are more realistic game situations. This is a kind of really great as you go, because we're simulating a true game. So I know I threw a lot of stuff out you right there, but it's probably you take those in sections and then you evaluate it with the full context.
Andrew, knowing that Denzel and Grant are actually old, I'm trying to push back past that for a second.
Yeah.
And I know it's been asked a couple times, but could you say more and explain more? When you traded Miles, it seemed like it could have been a fork in the road. Totally embrace or jump into a youth movement, and you didn't take that route here with these contracts. So why not?
I think the big thing, I guess maybe going back to the Miles decision, Nate, is, I mentioned that wasn't plan A going into the offseason. I would categorize that as, hey, this was a unique opportunity that we didn't necessarily anticipate doing or anticipate being available to us. So making that trade didn't fundamentally alter our approach to team building from that time forward. Denzel and Grant, they're in the primes of their career. They're high-level players. They're high-level people. Those are the types that we want to continually make investments in.
You mentioned Todd at the beginning. How have you seen him kind of handle and embrace his first chance to be an NFL head coach?
Yeah, Todd's awesome. I think Todd, the best way to describe him is he is old school discipline with new school relationships and football. And how many of you watch Landman? Any of you watch Landman here? Okay, so Todd, to me, he's like Billy Bob Thornton's character, Tommy Norris in Landman, where here's a guy who's highly intelligent, great critical thinking skills, great street savvy, rare problem solver, but he can also relate to the 21-year-old on the oil rig, the head of the drug cartel, or the billionaire financier in the office. That is Todd Monken, and that's like an incredible skill to have as a head coach.
How important is the development of the depth on the end? Obviously, Jared Verse,
Mhm.
you guys were looking for a big production out of him, Alex Wright, to step up in that role, but the guys that will come in a rotation, how important is it to identify kind of those pieces that you have out here?
Yeah, I think quite honestly, between Jared, Alex, and Isaiah, we're really happy with that top three. And then I think as we go beyond that, like there's a great opportunity for a number of players in that room to really step up and fill the void. I think back to, it might have been 2 years ago, we claimed Cam Thomas off of the waivers, and he really grew before signing the contract in Atlanta this offseason. He really grew into a really productive, what we would call Bravo unit defensive end for us. So I think there are a number of younger players or less experienced players that there will be really good competition for that spot. But it's important because, we wave our D-line, they're like hockey lines, right? Where it's like you're go, 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 go. Okay, the next shift is in. That depth is incredibly important.
Have you ever had a moment like yesterday where you had to walk out and tell somebody, hey, your contract signed, and then they go put their helmet on? What was that like for you to sort of
The other situation we had that was similar to that was Nick Chubb a couple years ago. And what happens in those the rare situations where that happens are you're like at the 1 inch line and you're trying to like hammer out language or some like minor like detail, and you and the agent, you look at each other and you're like, okay, what we don't want to have happen is this guy's on the practice field and we're at the half-inch line and they have some fluke injury, and then you and I are both looking at, well, like, we can't do the deal, and then your client's going to ask you, okay, well, why wasn't the deal done before I hit the field? So we've had like 2 of those situations, but those are really the only situations when that type of thing happens.
What were those other situations?
Chubb. We were Chubb when we were finalizing his deal. I guess it was 22, 21, something along those lines. His case, we just had him do individual because we don't want any type of crazy accident where then you can't do anything.
How do you feel about the cornerback situation after your 2 starters?
Good. I think Miles obviously played really good at nickel for us. We signed Damari was it last week. And I think we have some good competition. But like any position group, Tony, if we have an opportunity to upgrade or add talent, we'll look to do that.
Andrew, just going back to the.
Go ahead.
Going back to center for a second.
Sure.
What are you looking to see out of Brassford, and how much would that maybe upgrade the offensive line if you could switch Jenkins back to tackle?
I think the first thing that we're looking at for Parker, which he's done a nice job in the spring, is to have command of everything, mentally, because there's a very high cognitive load at the center position in this offense. The second thing with him, which you see, is his ability to play at the second level is excellent. When we get the pads on, it's how does he acclimate to the relative, let's say, lack of size relative to the position? How does he transition and kind of figure out the tools and tricks that allow him to be successful, in the NFL. And look, that could come in 2 weeks. It could come in 2 years. We don't know that, but we're excited about his progress so far.
Andrew, when you look out there and you see DeJuan Jones at left tackle with the first team on day one, and now we know that Spencer's going to be rotating in with him. What is sort of the philosophy there, and how do you think that's going to shake out?
Honestly, that's probably a better question for Todd to speak to, because he'll obviously make the lineup decisions. I think it's good work for both players. Both have had a good spring. Spencer's acclimated quickly. I think you've all seen DeJuan's new svelte, physique, that type of thing, and he's done a really great job with that. But how that plays out over the course of the next several weeks and who plays where, fortunately we have a whole training camp to decide that.
Andrew, I know you guys scout quarterbacks, every year it's just part of the scouting process, but Jimmy kind of acknowledged that you guys are going to keep an eye on this quarterback class. I know every year we say this is the class, but given, the number of prospects, top prospects that might be available, does the process change for you guys in terms of just the scouting department and how you're going to go about it this fall?
No, it doesn't, Daniel, and I think actually, you may not have been here when I've said this before. We really treat each year for the scouting process like we're scouting an expansion team because.
I've heard that.
Oh, okay. So like your needs today aren't the same as your needs tomorrow, and you just don't know how the prospects will kind of like ebb and flow over the course of the season. So we have that mindset. So like, if you get surprised either way, you're not playing catch up once you get to the spring.
Andrew, we didn't see Joe Royer out there. Is he back soon?
Yeah. So Joe. I think we've all had situations maybe in our lives and careers where we're maybe dealing with a personal matter that takes precedent over our job, or in Joe's case, football. Out of respect to him and his privacy, I'm not going to go into the details, other than to say that he has our full support. We're really happy that he's focused on kind of resolving this matter. I don't have a definite timeline in terms of when he's going to be back, but when he does return, which will hopefully be sooner rather than later, we'll get him ramped up quickly and reintegrated into everything.
Do you expect Malik Collins to be cleared at some point in training camp?
I am going to let Todd answer that question.
He said he hopes.
Okay, I hope so too.
Anything else?
All right, thank you guys.
It was Andrew Berry. And Andrew covered a lot of things that Tom and I are going to discuss in a second. And don't forget, Billy Bob Thornton as Tommy Norris in Landman's press conference is coming up in the noon hour and be right around 12:50. Can't wait till somebody drops that one on Todd Monken.
Yeah, Billy Bob plays Todd Monken in the biopic, right? I know.
It's going to be great. We thought draft day was fun, didn't we? He's Tom Withers. I'm Jeff Phelps. We're on The Fan. You heard Andrew Berry. What did you think? I'll tell you what we thought next.
The preseason storylines from Berea go beyond the quarterback competition. Rely on 92.3 The Fan's training camp coverage, powered by Expert Renovation.
in gravy. Get the $4.99 Country Fried Steak Wednesdays for a limited time only at KFC.
Prices and participation may vary while supplies last. Not available on third-party ordering platforms. Tax, tip, and fees extra.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
That was Andrew Berry, Todd Monken on the way. Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. Tom Withers in for Andy today. 216-474-0092 is the number to join us. If you're looking for great big nuggets of information, you're not going to get them out of that press conference.
Yeah, go to McDonald's. I was telling you guys off the air, my job when I had one, my job when I had one was to try to extract news from a situation like that. And
my job when I had one.
There's really not much news coming out of Andrew Berry today.
Quasi-retirement. I'm Mr. Associated Press Emeritus.
He covered
all the... I'm jealous, Tom.
I hear you. He covered all the ground. There just wasn't much to come out of it.
One serious nugget about Jadeveon Clowney.
Go ahead. Yeah.
We're hopeful we can add him to the team.
And that reconciliation is possible in life.
Yes.
I like that line as well.
Said he liked him here for 2 years and things. And I did love this. We gotta use this. Jeff Shadell asked him about Jadeveon and training camp, and Andrew didn't take that question very well. And he said, when he's had a hearty camp.
Yeah. I'm sure JD has used that line very often.
I've never heard anyone say,
Andrew, as long as I have a hearty camp, I'll get you 10 sacks.
I'd like a hearty training camp, please.
Just going to say, I've heard hearty used to describe a meal. I've never heard it used to describe exercise.
I did think it was interesting that he characterized Clowney's departure as a moment of weakness. I thought that was a little bit interesting.
Yeah.
But then, reiterated they've had a good relationship with him. They did have him for 2 years. They understand who Clowney is, Jeff. We talked about that before. And, as you brought up earlier, I think he would be a nice addition to this group. I think he would give them something. Good God, he gives that defense something else.
And then he explained kind of what we were talking about earlier. You look at the defensive end position, and I thought it was a little light, leading into this camp.
Yeah.
And then he said it's like lines in hockey. One group out, one group in.
Absolutely.
And you rotate those defensive linemen and keep them fresh.
Well, and let's not forget, they begin the year with back-to-back games in that Florida heat.
Mm-hmm.
So they are going to need some fresh legs down there. It's going to be toasty. I like to hear, once again, he raved about Verse and his rare work ethic, and how connected this D-line room seems to be already, which is a very positive thing. In terms of the quarterbacks, really wouldn't go there. Kind of, punted the ball over to Coach Monken and
used his line from yesterday.
Yeah.
We need to have a starting quarterback named by week 1.
Correct. And then also said he wouldn't rule anything out. So I think everything's on the table there, and we'll see where today takes us. I got a kick out of the Billy Bob Thornton reference to
boy, he went on that one, didn't he?
Tommy Norris and Landman.
He'd been waiting for that one.
By the way, and I consider myself a little bit of a TV series aficionado. I've not watched Landman.
No?
And I've heard really good things about it, so I'll have to check it out.
Billy Bob's fun.
I liked how he described Monken's personality, though, as old school discipline combined with new school relationships. And, a guy that understands that, he's been around the block a few times, right? He gets it. He understands that, the 40-year-old and the 20-year-old, and he can he can work in both worlds. And I think that's real important. That's not a knock on Stefanski either. I think he's the same kind of guy, but a different kind of personality.
Sure.
And oh, by the way,
everybody has one.
Exactly. And now this is Todd in a new role too. So we'll have to see how long he can maintain that kind of a persona with his players.
Are we going to call Todd Billy Bob like crazy? Somebody's going to do something there. That'll be fun. We'll see what that's
going to have to be the first question out of the gate here today.
Oh,
it would be mine. I'll tell you that.
Todd will crack up, and that'll be fun. But I did like, as you mentioned, Tom, the explanation that Andrew went into about the way he's able to deal with people. And let's be honest, if you don't adapt, you're not going to continue in that profession.
Yeah, exactly right.
And so he has, and he's been able to do it. I've heard him speak in press conferences. We've seen him on the field and things like that. He looks like the type of coach you would like to play for.
I totally agree.
And there's nothing wrong with being coached. There's nothing wrong with a guy, getting on you a little bit if you're not doing something the right way. You kind of want to hear it, don't you?
You do. And that's something that over the years, Jeff, that I heard, and I'm sure you did as well, in your time covering the teams around town. The true professionals want to be pushed. They want to get the best out of their own abilities. And sometimes it takes a swat in the butt to get you there. Yeah. And I think it is the good coaches are the ones that figure out, how to maximize guys and their potential. And so, listen, Todd has not had a game yet. So everything is still in that honeymoon phase, but gotta like everything I've heard about him so far.
This is a bigger picture. This is about any profession, any person, anything like that. But in pro sports, I think it gets magnified. And it's this. Though these guys are the absolute elite at what they do, it doesn't necessarily mean they're self-motivators. And that's where coaching comes in. So many guys are driven, and you don't have to worry about them at all. But some guys
There's
aren't.
A handful that, yeah.
And those are the guys that you have to get to, and they have to buy into what you're doing because they might not be self-motivated enough to get to where they need to get to.
And that's where your position coaches really come into play.
Sure.
That's where those relationships are really formed and fortified. Are when you're working with a guy not only on the field but in the classroom and behind the scenes, and you really get to know, to your point, who they are and what makes them go and what makes them tick and how do I get the most out of him, and do I have to be tough on him today, and do I have to build up his confidence tomorrow, whatever the case may be. So that's the beauty of coaching, right? Is kind of figuring out what you have to work with and trying to get the most out of it.
We've certainly had a bit of a youth movement.
Mm-hmm.
All right, good. Thank you. We've all seen it. It's kind of the first time that maybe he's put that into words, and it's like, hey, look, we have a young team here. We know it. And now it's up to us to make that team mature a little bit.
And he quickly pointed out, too, that he's done some research to look at some of the young teams last year and how they did. And, oh, by the way, rattled off that a few of the younger teams were the Green Bay Packers, the Philadelphia Eagles, the Seattle Seahawks, and the Baltimore Ravens.
How'd that work in Seattle?
Yeah, pretty well. So it doesn't mean that, and I think he's trying to just remind people that this is a young team. It's going to make mistakes, but it's a young team and it's going to get better as it goes on. He was talking about how the expectations this year should be that they're going to they're going to try to put a competent team on the field. Obviously, they hope to be more than that, but they hope that it grows as the season grows and that they're playing their best football at the end. You could say that for any team, but it's even more important for a young team and one that's had a great rookie class and now another rookie class that you hope can continue that momentum.
Tom, I think it's fair to say everybody in pro sports would rather have a really talented young team than an old team that's hanging on to its talent.
We've seen both.
Yeah, and old teams that are hanging on to its talent can still get it done.
Yeah.
But that young, talented team just gets a fan base just really pumped up. Ultimately, the key word is talented.
Right.
And, if you have a young team and you don't have very good talent, well, who cares? You've got a young team that you're going to have to scrap anyway. If you have an old team with no talent, you're not employed anymore. You've been fired as a general manager.
Right.
You don't hang on to jobs if that's what you've put together.
Right.
But in this situation, I'm thinking it looks like, at least early on, it looks like a group of young players who have some talent. And now it's up to the team to bring them along and coach them up and see what you have.
Exactly, Jeff. And he doesn't want to use youth as an excuse, while it could be, right? And I mean,
it is a reality.
It is a reality.
Yeah.
And there will be times where, youth can be excused for whatever mistakes are going to be made. It's just, inexperience or lack of experience. So, yeah, this is going to be an interesting ride all year, Jeff. I think we're going to see, much like other young teams we've seen, we're going to see some great moments, and we're going to see some that are just going to drive you bananas. And I just hope Coach Monken and his staff can kind of endure those. And I think the good thing from that standpoint is that, as Andrew pointed out, the old school discipline, the new school relationships, Todd has seen enough to know that there's going to be ups and downs here. So buckle up.
As you just said,
Billy Bob.
Thank you. The young team that'll drive you bananas and everything. And immediately in my head, it just popped. And that's why you have to have a quarterback who knows what he's doing.
Always helps.
It always comes back to that, Tom.
Yeah.
It always comes back to that. Todd Monken is going to speak in the noon hour. Also coming up in the noon hour, we're expected to hear from Browns players, maybe one who just picked up a new contract and had to go back on the practice field, even though he was standing on the sideline yesterday until Andrew Berry gave him the heads up. We'll see about that. It's all coming up in the noon hour. And we have a Guardians team that scored runs yesterday. How about that? Can we just stop there? That's good enough. But no, it's not. They got to win as well. And the trade deadline's coming up. What's it all mean for the Guardians? It's Baskin and Phelps right here on The Fan. Tom Withers in for Andy.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience store for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. New York Giants wide receiver Malik Neighbors seen in practice on Wednesday, and it is a giant deal for the New York Football Giants. We think Neighbors is on track to play coming up Week 1 Sunday Night Football against the Cowboys, and you can make a case for the Giants to exceed expectations this year, but they need Neighbors. I'm Nick Costos.
Drip Drop is a doctor-developed, proven fast hydration that helps your body and mind work better. Trusted by firefighters, medical professionals, and over 90% of top college and pro sports teams. Drip Drop is engineered to hydrate faster and more effectively than water alone, with 3 times the electrolytes of leading sports drinks. Stock up now at dripdrop.com and use promo code RADIO20 for 20% off your first order. That's dripdrop.com, promo code RADIO20 for 20% off your first order. Head to dripdrop.com now and use promo code RADIO20.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Mr. Hero's been a local staple for over 60 years, serving up the legendary Roman burger and hot buttered cheesesteak. 2 tastes you can't get anywhere else. So, when hunger hits, don't overthink it. Think Mr. Hero.
I crave the hero.
Peter & Company Jewelers know every day is a day to celebrate birthdays, anniversaries, weddings, babies, and of course, engagements. The family at Peter & Company Jewelers has the experience and the know-how to find the perfect gift of permanence for any special day. From $50 to $50,000, whatever your budget, Peter & Company Jewelers delivers a personalized experience that treats every single guest like a member of the family. See for yourself by following them on Facebook, where you can take advantage of the specials every Tuesday with Tammy, and online at peterjewelers.com. Since 1987, Peter & Company Jewelers is where Cleveland gets engaged.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.
today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Get to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel to see daily Browns training camp breakdowns with Darryl Ryder and Coach Lance Reisland.
Yep, they've doubled down now. Todd Monken and then today Andrew Berry, both saying the same thing. We'll have our starting quarterback named by week 1. That's a way to set the bar. I'm hoping they don't wait till...
Is that the exhibition season, or are we waiting until the Tampa Bay game?
I'm hoping they don't wait till week 3.
Yeah, I think they're both...
You're going to have direct snaps to Quinshawn all game long? Why'd you draft wide receivers if you're going to do that?
I mean, at one point we screamed for them to do that with Josh Cribbs.
Yeah. Both of them are so afraid of being pinned down to any kind of a time frame here, and I get it. But
it's such a hot button topic.
It is.
I get it. And the minute that they say... The minute they say, yes, we would like to have our quarterback named before the first preseason game, well, then if they don't, well, what's wrong?
Right.
Who's not performing well?
Exactly.
Are they both so good that you can't decide?
So say nothing.
Say nothing and like it. And that's exactly what they're doing. Coming up here at 12:50, but yesterday he went early, so stay with us. Todd Monken's going to speak.
Billy Bob Monken.
You know he's going to have to comment on that. And we're also going to hear from a couple of the Browns in particular. Grant Delpit expected to speak. He picked up the big contract extension, and also expected to hear from Jared Verse, who is the Browns' new defensive end. He'll slide right into that Myles Garrett spot. So they are expected to speak in Berea. We will hear them coming up on The Fan here in this hour. And press conferences are brought to us on The Fan by Expert Renovations, expertrenovations.llc.com. Tom Withers is in for Andy today. I'm Jeff Phelps. Dan and Meredith are making sure that everything goes as smoothly as humanly possible. We're going to get back to the Browns. Guardians have the trade deadline coming up on Monday, Tom.
Yes, sir.
It's getting here quicker than you think, even though it's later than usual. And this team we've talked about, I don't think it's worthy of an investment of big-time prospects. That doesn't mean I don't think it's worthy of investment.
No, they should sign Jadeveon Clowney. There's no question.
Well, he's available, and he is looking for work.
He can hit. I've seen him hit.
ESPN put out a piece, Jeff Passan, local guy. Jeff does a great job as their national baseball guy. And he put out a piece, needs for every team and the right fit. And I was happy to see that he mentioned a name that I threw out, 2, 3, 4 weeks ago.
What do you got?
Helio Ramos of the San Francisco Giants.
Okay.
Who's been dinged up this year, but is a power hitter with a sneaky good bat. And he wouldn't cost you a ton, I wouldn't think. And they've also just recently talked trade with the San Francisco Giants because Patrick Bailey is now a catcher here in Cleveland. So that's the type of move. If I could get Ramos in here and not give up one of my top prospects, I would do it. I think that would be outstanding. There's one thought that I do have and we talked about trading the top prospects. And Dan and I talked about this before the show today. It's a thing that Dan and I have talked about for some time. They had so many middle infield prospects for so long.
Still do.
And you can't play them all.
Mm-mm.
And, like, for instance, we heard about Juan Brito. We got him, hey, we got Juan Brito from Colorado. We, gave up Nolan Jones, but yet we're bringing in another middle infield prospect. And Juan Brito just hasn't materialized.
Okay.
And now you have Angel Henao, who's your top middle infield prospect, but you do have a second baseman and a shortstop. And unless you move one of those guys position-wise, yeah. And I mentioned to Dan, the 3 guys who just got promoted from Lake County to Double-A give you a little bit of doubling of positions because the Schubert kid plays first base and he's a left-handed hitter. Well, so is Ralphie Velasquez in AAA. And Schubert's actually a year older. And then you have Henao. Well, Dean Curley just got promoted. He's a 6'4" shortstop, can also play third base. So you get two guys there. Maybe they're very different types of players, but they both play shortstop.
So are you saying you're going to package these guys together and,
I don't
go
know.
out and get a bat? Like what is your hope? What do you want?
My thought is this.
Go ahead.
Yep, hang on.
Gentlemen,
Sorry.
we now go live to Berea for Browns defensive end, Jared Verse.
Jared, how does it feel to be in orange and brown for the first time and be here in Browns camp instead of a Rams camp?
No, it's good. It's good. I mean, I like it out here. I like it a lot. Ohio. That's where I grew up and everything like that. I think I look good in brown and orange. So I think I'm doing my thing with the colors and stuff. But no, it's good to be back around teammates and everything like that. You get that month and a half off to digest everything, and you come back and you're just ready to work.
Do you already feel like part of the team after going through spring as little as you did?
Yeah, no, I felt like part of the team the first day here. The guys were understanding of the circumstances. They gave me a little bit of time to, remorse and everything like that. But I feel like I'm a brother. I feel like I've been with these dudes all year, all OTAs.
Did you during the offseason, did you try to find a way to connect with some guys like Alex or Isaiah or guys in the room?
Yeah, no, I got some training with a couple of the guys. Me and Q had ended up going to a wedding together. I got to see A-Wright and a couple of the other guys while I was on a little vacation. I got to spend some good time with everybody.
I know you haven't been teammates long with Denzel Ward and Grant Delpit, but just seeing them get those extensions, how excited were you for not only them, but what it says about the defense and the level you guys are trying to compete at?
Yeah, no doubt. But, you can tell they're very humble. They get in the locker room, everybody, they get paid. You know how guys are, oh, yeah, you got paid. They real humble and everything like that, try to downplay them. That's big money, and I'm very happy for them and their families. They're able to, rejoice and all that. But they came back the next day just ready to work. It wasn't anything about the money or anything like that. They're ready to move on.
Does this feel different than your first two camps with the 49ers?
Oh, Rams. But no, you good. You good. No, it don't feel no different. At the end of the day, football is just football. You just work. Obviously it's a different area, different, vibe, different playbook, and I'm ready for all of it.
Jared, sacks aren't everything. We all know that. But what do you think the next evolution of your sack game brings you to?
It's just finishing. When you look at the numbers and everything like that, and I'm never a big stat guy, big number guy, but to be translucent with it, to talk about the statistics of it all, I'm one of the highest pressure rates, but pressures don't mean anything if you can't finish. Getting to the quarterback means nothing if you can't finish. Yeah, it throws him off a little bit and messes with his head, but, sacks is what puts him back a little bit, and that's just, finishing is just my biggest part.
How many times would you like to finish this year?
100, 1,000. I want to finish as many times as possible. As many times as I get back there, I want to finish.
Jared, the Browns are hopeful that they can sign Jadeveon Clowney. So I was just wondering, what are your thoughts on that, and how do you guys think? How do you think that you two guys would pair together?
Yeah, Clowney's obviously one of the best rushers I've ever, watched. Watching his film from college and everything like that. That's one of the biggest reasons I even ever played DN. So having that dude in the room would be, monumental for me. But I will say, having that vet presence is probably even bigger than just, my personal honor of him. Having that vet presence, someone that's been around the game, someone that can teach you things like that. That's why I went to the Sack Summit, to be around, Von Miller, Max Crosby, all these, high-end rushers, because you can learn so much from them.
Did you get a chance to talk to him when he was here yesterday visiting?
No, I didn't even get to see him. I heard about word of mouth.
When you talk about finishing, what do you think is that next step for you? How do you go about finishing?
I think it's just, working on grip strength and everything like that. You can get your hands on them, you can throw them around and everything like that. But with the game, the way it's evolving, quarterbacks are getting stronger. They'll be able to move a little bit faster, everything like that. So if you get your hands on them, you might not get another chance to do that. You just got to handle it right then and there.
Jared, obviously you're focusing on getting acclimated yourself, but as training camp wraps up and what you've seen so far from the guys around you, what do you like about maybe the depth of the pieces on the defensive line, especially on the ends?
Yeah, I feel very confident that if I go out of the game, somebody can come up right behind me and handle that. It's not something I've always been used to. Sometimes I got to go into the game, I got to go 7, 8, 9, 10 plays, get off a play, and then go back in. And having those people behind you that you can trust to go in and help hold things down for a play or two while I get my little breath out, maybe 3, and then let me come back in and just dominate. Having that, that second string, that little bit of depth that's monumental.
Jared, there's been a lot said about just your ability, your willingness to come in immediately in the spring and start being a vocal leader, not really, almost like you've been here for years. Where did you maybe develop that over the course of your career? Why is that something that you kind of felt comfortable doing as soon as you got here?
Yeah, that's just honestly from my dad. My dad's always been a vocal person. He's always, if something's wrong, if something's not the way that he would like it up to his standards, he's going to voice it. And that's something I've just carried with my whole life. From when I was in college, high school, everything like that, just going all the way up to the league. That's something I did with the Rams, and I got in trouble with it a couple times at the Rams, being too vocal, but that's just something, that's the way I am. I just want I hold everybody to a high standard because I hold myself to a high standard.
Is that what other teammates did
They said you were being too vocal, or coaching staff?
Nah, it was Sean.
At the SAC Summit that you mentioned, do you learn how to develop different moves?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we watched a bunch of different players' tapes and everything like that. When my tape came up, Vaughn and Max and Cam Jordan, they were quick to, announce, hey, your power, the best power in the league. They were like, you can walk anybody back. Once you work a move off that, you'll be unstoppable. You'll go from 7, 8, 9 sacks to 20s, going into those higher numbers. And he was like, that's just what it takes. And we were not only just talking about it when we got onto the field. They was able to tell me, hey, try this. Vaughn took me aside for a good 10, 15, 20 minutes. It was really giving me that vet presence of like, hey, here's what you got to do. Try this move. Try this move. It doesn't work for me, but this might work for you. Or this works really well for me. Try this.
When and where was that?
It was in Vegas on July. It was before the wedding, so I think it was July 10th.
So that's your kind of theme for this camp, personally, to develop more moves?
Yeah, I think right now is the time to try out things and, figure out what works for you. Obviously, I tried so many things during the offseason, on bags and on air, but trying it against, Fanu, against these actual, legit tackles that can actually really work. And, they're trying to get better also, and they're trying to see these new moves too. It will help me figure out what I can add to the game.
Hey, do you think it would be unfair if fans compare you to Myles Garrett?
I mean, I think it's a bottom line, don't compare me to anyone. I'm not Myles, I'm not this guy, I'm not that guy, I'm Jared. I'm going to put a whole standard to what DN should be like, and that's going to put me against like what DN should be like. Don't put me against a specific player. I'm going to raise the standard of any defensive player, period.
So do you think that's one thing that Jadeveon could help you with if he signs here with your array of pass rush moves?
100%. I mean, obviously we're signing him, to help on the field, to help, the team develop as a whole. But I think me personally, selfishly, I think it would be very, helpful to have that vet presence around me.
Do you need to prove in?
Go ahead, Scott.
Do you need to prove in training camp that you've got those counter moves before you try them in the game, or is that something you already feel like get to week one, you can go try those counters to your power?
I mean, you got to try it every day. You can't just pull anything out in game, because if you pull something out in game and you look dumb, you're going to be all over social media looking stupid. Nah, you got to try that in practice, and that goes for anything in life. You got to practice it 100 times, 1,000 times, so you can't get it wrong. You can't just try it one time practice, it works, and try it in game, because when you go up against these Trent Williams, these Deion Dawkins, these real legit tackles, they're going to mess you up doing that.
Jared, just along the lines of trying out all these moves, I guess when people talk about you as a pass rusher, they obviously bring up your power first, but is there any part of your game that you either think is underrated or like you think you really have room to grow in terms of how you're getting to quarterbacks?
Yeah, I mean, I don't care about too much what people think about my game, like if it's underrated, overrated, anything like that. I have a lot of things I want to grow. I mean, if you ask me about anything, I want to grow my power even more. Like, I just want to become better at every aspect of the game constantly, whether it's the run, whether it's speed moves, counter moves, going inside, going outside, anything. I just want to become better.
Jared, do you feel like you're going to be someone on this defensive line and on this defense in general that kind of brings guys together? Anytime I saw video clips of you, like even in LA, you're just kind of really, just gregarious and a guy's guy with your teammates. What impact do you think you can have on this defense in that way?
I just want to elevate everyone around me. Obviously, I want to be the best player I can possibly be, get all the sacks, get the defensive player of the year, go to the Super Bowl, win the Super Bowl. I obviously don't want to win all of that. The biggest thing I care about is just what's happening today, and that's just to make my teammates better out there in any aspect I possibly can.
Jared, Coach Monken mentioned the possibility of starters maybe playing some of the preseason games, which obviously never happened when you were under Sean. Just as far as trying out those new moves and maybe during the joint workouts against the Bills, how beneficial is it getting that work?
Yeah, I mean, especially, when you talk about the Bills, I'm very excited just because Deion's someone I'm very, I love to go up against, somebody I love to work against. I'm very excited for that, to try out some moves against, a different type of tackle. Obviously they're going to learn my habits out here very quickly after a couple of weeks of going up against each other every day. That's just how it naturally goes. But when you go up against somebody you see maybe once a year, because I've only seen them 2 years ago, it's going to be a lot different. So I'm excited, whether we play in the preseason, whether we don't, I'm just ready to work.
Jared, we were just talking to Andrew Berry, and he said that Todd Monken is a good mix of old school discipline but new school relationships in terms of the way that he connects with you guys. I know it's early days for you, early days for Todd, but what is it about his coaching style that you think is going to be a good fit here?
Yeah, no, he definitely got that old school vibe, like that real nitty gritty. Hey, let's get to work. Let's not play around, everything like that. Off the field, he's the nicest dude. He's conversation, everything like that. On the field, you kind of like lean away from him, like you kind of like, all right, cool, I got you, coach. But now that's just, I think it's very good to have a coach like that. Someone that can, differentiate, fun and real work.
Jared, as we were walking in here, we saw that Deion Sanders is here, and to see if she go to practice and everything like that. So just with his obviously larger than life reputation as a defender in the NFL, are you excited to meet him and maybe talk to him a little bit today?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, he's one of the best to ever do it. As a Florida State guy, I've always watched him. I always idolized him. Watching, going around the facility, you see his picture on every other wall. Like, it's crazy. But I'm just ready to, talk to him, get to dissect his brain a little bit about the game. Obviously, we play different positions, but you can still take a lot away from him.
Thank you.
Yeah, have a good one.
It's Jared Verse, Browns defensive end. I'm going to go ahead and say I think he leads the team in speed of speech.
Yeah. At one point, I looked at it. I was like, "Did they speed him up?" I mean, he's quick.
You better pay attention when that guy's speaking.
He's quick off the edge, isn't he? Woo.
I wrote fast talker.
He also,
I also wrote down. You're gonna go ahead. You're gonna say the same thing.
He looked good in brown and orange.
Yeah, was that
something I've never said?
Who looks good in brown and orange? That's right. Anybody playing for the Cleveland Browns said a lot of things.
Yeah.
That left me just thinking this guy's all business.
He really
is. And what you see is what you get.
Yeah.
There doesn't seem to be a whole lot of BS with this guy.
Football is just football. I liked a lot of what I heard. He admits he's not a finished product. Talked about.
Well, he's only been two years in the league.
But he knows he needs to work, and he knows he's got to. It matters what he does on the field.
More Browns coming up. We're going to hear from Grant Delpit. Expected to hear from the man who just signed a contract, and Todd Monken coming up in this hour right here on The Fan.
the Guardians have moved back within a game and a half of the White Sox in the AL Central. They have the opportunity to close the gap even more today, even though they're not playing. The White Sox will be facing off with the Yankees this afternoon for a matinee rubber match. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
We now go live to Berea for Browns safety, Grant Delpit.
Rewarded so handsomely for your efforts.
Yes, I think that, first of all, that the trust that the Browns organization has in me, teammates, coaches, it says a lot to make it to this third contract and to be locked in for the long haul. The city of Cleveland behind me, it's an amazing feeling. So, I can't really put it into words, but it's just such a blessing to have that, and I'll definitely take advantage of it.
You got drafted yesterday. We saw you yesterday. Kind of a spectator during practice. He comes up, he gives you the news with a hug. You get to practice. What was that kind of moment like when you finally got the news?
Yeah, I think y'all knew it was kind of going on, and they were working on it. So I knew it could probably happen at any moment, but AB came jogging on the field and told me it was done, and that if I wanted to practice, they'll honor my deal, and since I haven't signed yet, so can't say enough good things about AB too. Getting it done, and my team going back and forth and getting it done. So yeah, so he said I could practice, and I said, all right, get my helmet, let's go.
Great. Were there any questions, just for you personally, after Myles Garrett got traded, because I think there were externally about what direction everyone was going in, but did you ever waver on whether you thought you would be here or whether you wanted to be here, and if not, why not?
Yeah, listen, Myles is a generational player. It hurts to lose him. I won't downplay that at all. So, of course, trying to figure out what exactly the organization was trying to do in that move, but it's not up to me. We got V8, he's an amazing player. We got a new defense coordinator. Everything going pretty smooth right now. So, like I said, we're gonna miss Myles. Great, generational player. But we can control what we can control, and can't do much about that except move on.
So what is the next step for this defense?
Well, Jeff, the next step for the defense would probably just be, I think that this exotic defense that Rudy has, it's a lot of communication, it's a lot of disguise, it's a lot of, confusion for the offense. So once we square away what we can square away, limit the mistakes on our side, I think it's going to make the offense so much better. So I think we just got to iron sharpen iron mentality and be the best we can be in this camp.
Great. Going back to
every year it seems you expect more of yourself.
Yeah.
Are you still in that mindset, and what's more left for you to get?
Yeah, I think that everything's about winning, right? So no matter how good you do, how bad you do, it doesn't matter if we win 3 games this season, you know what I'm saying? So I think that I have so much more left in the tank. The guys feel the same way. We worked so hard in this offseason, training camp, and we haven't got the results the past couple years. So, I'm never satisfied with losing. It's nothing to get used to, and it's sickening. It's like a disease, it spreads. So let's get the medicine, right?
Grant, going back to, how long you've been in the, this organization, as you've kind of grown in it off the field, how much have you sort of tried to grab more and more, of becoming kind of a leader in the locker room, whether it's by example, whether it's vocal, and how have you seen that how have you seen yourself grow in that responsibility?
No, I think it happens naturally over the years, but you got to accept that, I am that guy. Anything you do is under a microscope. People is going to follow you. People are going to do what you do. So do it the right way. And, it's not like you just wake up one day and do that. It's from playing time. It's from experience, plays you make, and relationship with the guys. So, I've accepted that role and taken the defense, on my hands. And I know a couple of other guys have done the same thing. So it's time to go.
It's Grant Delpit, Brown safety. Congratulations, Grant. You're a rich man. And as Andrew Berry said, third contracts with the same team don't come along too often. And Grant Delpit just got one, Tom Withers, and that's really cool.
A lot to be said there.
It's really cool.
As he was talking about that moment where AB came out and told him about that, can you imagine that feeling? Hey, $35 million just dropped into your
checking account.
You all right? Can you go practice? Yeah, okay. I can.
We'll honor your contract.
I can handle that.
By the way, would there be any hesitation?
No.
It's not signed, but we'll honor your contract if you want to go practice.
And at the same time,
okay.
At the same time, I'm checking the Dow to see how my retirement funds are hanging in there.
You all right today? After yesterday?
I'm all right.
All right, good.
Yeah, it was. I like to hear the exotic defense. I thought that stood out to me a little bit.
I hate the word exotic.
You do? Why?
To describe a defense.
Well, it just tells you though that they're going to have some surprises.
There's going to be some different things. I know.
They're going to try to create some chaos. Yeah. I'm okay with that.
The fact that he mentioned it's just that word in particular. Really, exotic.
And losing is like a disease. It's contagious.
As contagious as bubonic plague. Get back here.
I did also appreciate that he did not downplay the loss of number 95.
That was really...
Talking about Miles as a generational player. It was very honest.
And then he said, trying to figure out what the organization's trying to do there.
Yeah.
I mean, that's honest.
And back to V8, Mr. Verse for a second.
Which, by the way, is going to be... That's cool, isn't it?
Good nickname. Yeah, I like it. He talked a little bit. He mentioned the word remorse when he first... upon his arrival here, and how it took him a little bit of time to kind of get over the fact that he was going to be in Cleveland and not Los Angeles. But it seems like he's embracing his new environment, right? He seems to be excited about the potential here, the coaching staff. Good things to say about, like how he talked about how he has to kind of lean away from Todd Monken a little bit, knowing that's an old school coach who's going to be demanding of him. And
coach, yeah.
And like you had mentioned earlier, I also like the fact that I think he was listening to the show early on, Jeff Phelps, because he talked about how helpful it would be to have a veteran like Jadeveon Clowney join him in that defensive line room. So that was good to hear as well. He's a young guy who's got, obviously already shown that can be a great player in this league, but knows that there's another level that he can get to and wants to get there, and that's exciting.
I agree with that completely. I think that's fun. Verse is going to be... I'm still surprised the Rams put him in the deal, Tom.
Yeah.
And...
Well, there would be no deal if that wasn't possible.
I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it. And I think Myles Garrett is tremendous. I understand the deal completely. If you look at the Browns' time frame, are the Browns going to be a Super Bowl contender this year? No. We'll just go ahead and say it. No. Might they be next year? Maybe. But if they bring in a young quarterback, is a rookie quarterback going to win you a Super Bowl?
Right. Then
unlikely.
Time frame changes.
So you're like 3 years down the road.
Probably.
Well, Myles will be 33.
Yeah.
Jared Verse will still be 25.
Right.
6. You're getting picks. I understand the trade completely. And the fact that you got back a Pro Bowl defensive end for a great defensive end, who's to say Verse can't become one of the best defensive ends in the NFL? He's already in the top 15. So I'm anxious to see him, and I love his attitude.
And inevitably, people are going to compare him to Myles Garrett.
Of course they will.
And I loved what he said, which was, don't compare me to anyone.
Yep.
I'm Jarrett. Like, he's going to do his own thing. Yep. And he's, he knows that there's going to be a high standard for him to play to on a week-to-week basis, and he seems to be embracing that. That's a good thing.
And a different style of a defensive end. Myles did a lot of stuff designed to get to the quarterback. And I won't say avoid contact because it's football. You can't do that. But a lot of speed stuff, a lot of beat a guy around beat the tackle around the end. Jared Verse, from everything you've watched, from everything you read, from everything you hear, power. His game is based on power.
Yeah.
And, Tom, he probably has to develop some of that stuff that Myles had.
Some of the stuff that Clowney has.
That he can learn well. Clowney is
absolutely.
Maybe if they bring in Clowney.
I think unfortunately and sadly, Jeff, I think we're going to all appreciate Myles Garrett a little bit more now that he's gone. I think once once we
Hard
see
to
that.
believe he wasn't appreciated,
No,
but
he wa-
I think there was some of that.
He was, but
But no, I agree with you.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not going to see another guy like that in this town for a very, very, very long time.
Best defensive player in team history.
Yeah.
That says it all.
I think that's absolutely true. One thing about what Verse said about the remorse, but he said, "Hey, I'm from Ohio. I'm embracing this. I feel comfortable here. I look good in brown and orange and everything else." I remember hearing years ago, and it was not a member of the Browns. I'll just say that. There was a member of one of our pro sports teams who told someone who told me, "I can't wait to get out of here. I can't stand it. I'm leaving as soon as I get the chance. I am done. I am gone. I am out of here." And as soon as they offered him a nice long-term contract, he signed up and was a great member of our Cleveland community for a long time.
There you go. See? All it takes
is being wanted. And in pro sports, being wanted means you're getting paid.
Getting paid.
You're getting
Yeah.
paid.
Yeah. And I like the fact that he said that, while they were joking around about it, the way Denzel and Grant, showed humility in the fact that they did get paid over the last couple of days, but then they went right out and worked. And
And everybody in the locker room, you got paid.
Yeah, absolutely. But I like the way I liked how Andrew Berry described them as tent poles. These are foundational pieces of this rebuild / core going forward.
And when you get drafted by, in this case, an NFL team, what does the team want you to do? It wants you to buy in. It wants you to be part of the organization. It wants you to love it. It wants you to help it. It wants you to love the community. Jared Verse did in Los Angeles. So
Yeah.
I understand wait a minute, man. Now you trade me after 2 years? I understand needing a little time, but it sure sounds like he's ready to be a Cleveland
And they
Brown.
also want you to be around long enough to get a third contract. And both Grant Delpit and Denzel Ward both just did that.
And congratulations to them. It means
the Ohio Cup. The team has the day off today. They'll be back at home to kick off a weekend series with the Diamondbacks at Progressive Field tomorrow night. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Todd's awesome. I think Todd, the best way to describe him is he is old school discipline with new school relationships and football. And Todd, to me, he's like Billy Bob Thornton's character, Tommy Norris in Landman, where here's a guy who's highly intelligent, great critical thinking skills, great street savvy, rare problem solver, but he can also relate to the 21-year-old on the oil rig, the head of the drug cartel, or the billionaire financier in the office. That is Todd Monken, and that's like an incredible skill to have as a head coach.
Yeah, it's a lot of different people to relate to, isn't it? At a lot of different levels. That was Andrew Berry earlier today talking about his first-year head coach, Todd Monken, who we're going to hear from momentarily here. And when we do, press conferences on The Fan are brought to us by Expert Renovations, expertrenovationllc.com. I'm Jeff Phelps, Tom Withers in for Andy today. And this football talk on The Fan's brought to us by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. You heard what Andrew Berry had to say. You heard Jared Verse say, man, off the field, love coach. He's fun. You can talk about all kinds of things on the field. He's kind of tough. Okay, coach, gotcha. Tom, that's great.
Yeah, it is. And I'm glad that Andrew described him as a character in Landman and not Sling Blade. As far as Billy Bob.
Oh, that's true.
Todd Monken is a throwback coach, and we talked about that earlier, Jeff. He's a 60-year-old coach who's done it all, right? And he's had success pretty much everywhere he's been, and he's been waiting for this moment. And, it doesn't surprise me to hear that he is blending well with his players. That's what a first-year coach has to do immediately, is to make those relationships as quickly as possible, but also show that he's in charge, that this is his team, and putting his stamp on the team. And he's not going to fool around. I mean, Todd is, and I appreciated this about him when he was here as the offensive coordinator in 19, was that he was no nonsense then. We would have him on Fridays as a media group. And he was a little rough around the edges, to be quite honest. But
even though he had some college head coaching experience and had to play that role.
Yeah, but he was candid with us. Pulled no punches, and it was a refreshing kind of break, to be honest with you, from what we had there for a long time.
As we know, Todd is 60 years old. David Culley is the oldest man to make his head coaching debut in the NFL. He did it at the age of 65 with the Houston Texans back in 2021. If you remember, the legendary coach of the Oklahoma Sooners, Bud Wilkinson, coached the St. Louis Cardinals in 1978, made his NFL debut when he was 62.
Wow.
Rod Rust with the Patriots at 62 in 1990. Vic Fangio, Broncos recently, 2019, was 61. And Bruce Arians, who I threw that comparison out when they hired Todd Monken. Maybe they've hired their Bruce Arians, 60, long-time offensive coach in the NFL, former head coach for a very short period of time at Temple.
Right.
Just as Todd was a short-time, coach at Mississippi State. And maybe you find that guy like Arians.
Well, and it bucks the trend that we've seen across the league over the last few years, right? With, beginning with Sean McVay and all these 30-somethings.
Gentlemen, we now go
right?
live to Berea for Browns head coach Todd Monken.
Talking with Deion, is that the first time you've met with him?
Oh yeah.
Since you've
that was really cool. I mean, that was a Deion Sanders. You kidding me? Forget that it's Shadour's dad. I mean, first of all, he did an unbelievable job with Shadour. Great kid, and obviously an elite football player, hell baseball player. And then as a coach, I mean, wow, everything that he's achieved, that was awesome. Yeah. Was there anything more? I interrupted you before you finished it.
No.
I just said it was awesome, but I mean,
anything more you want to say about the meeting and how it went?
Oh, it was fine. I mean, we just started telling stories, and then we really didn't get almost any football. We got into NIL and Jackson State and Colorado, and you know, how we almost drafted him in Baltimore and that crazy scenario, and what a great job Shadeur's done this since I've been here in terms of his development. And so it was good. It was part coach, part father, which is what it should be.
Did you expect Shedeur and some of your other players to have a little extra spring in their step today with prime time watching practice?
Well, I don't know. You'll have to ask those guys if they do.
Todd, is the idea of a team scrimmage on your agenda at all?
Is it? What is the hat?
That's offing for you this summer? Game-like condition, dividing your team and
No.
simulated game?
No. I mean, every day we have something simulated. There'll be days that we simulate other parts of it, but we're going to use the preseason, and we're going to do a little situational stuff with the Bills. But you're always doing situational football. If that answers your question, we won't have anything particular where we would divide up teams and run a mock game or something. We won't do that.
So when you're talking to Deion, are you looking for? Did you ask for any insight on Shedeur, like what gets the best out of him, or any kind of?
He gave me a little bit of insight. But we were up against it. Andrew Berry was next, so I had to give him up to Andrew. So there was some back and forth as to being around Shedeur in terms of how he processes personality-wise, and I think competitive-wise. He got into it at the end, in terms of what makes him tick that he's been around, which was good. It was all good. But we've seen that. Most of what he said, we've been able to see. Now, we haven't gotten to games yet. That's a lot different animal. But at this point, what he talked about, I would have said, no, that's how I've seen it.
You talk about talking as a coach. I mean, when you can talk to somebody from that perspective, how much more does that sort of unlock? You're not just talking to them as a father. You're talking to them as a coach. How much can that sort of, unlock more out of the conversation?
I think it
connect more, maybe.
I do think it can give you some insight. I don't care what player that is. Just happens to be his dad and a coach, but you're always gaining insight from anybody you draft, from the school they were at previously. How they learn, how they compete, everything about their personality, because you can see their skill set. Drilling down to anybody's personality, I think is how they're wired is a lot harder, because again, you can turn on the tape and see a skill set. Can they run? Can they not? Can they jump? Right? Physically imposing, but finding out how they're really wired, like any of us, when things are good and when things are bad. I think that's the magic in it.
Obviously, he's the dad and the coach now, but what's the first thing that pops in your mind when you think about his playing days?
The guy played baseball at a high level. Forget being an elite corner. I mean, forget that. I mean, it's hard to be elite at one thing, right? I mean, wow. I mean, and then to be elite at multiple things. You're hopeful that you can be elite at one thing and then be elite in your personal life, right? And the things that matter. Being a great father, husband, you got your life in order, right? Religiously and what you believe in. That you hope you can be elite at. But to be all that is impressive.
Did you prioritize meeting with Deion, like in terms of like Shadeur's growth and getting the most out of him?
Prioritize?
Prioritize meeting with him, seeing how Shedeur ticks in terms of.
Sure, some of that was true, but I'm open to whoever wants to come see me within reason. He just decided he was going to come today. Shedeur reached out for him to come to practice, and so the timing worked out great.
Todd, we talked to Andrew about this and a couple of players. Jadeveon Clowney, when he was with the Ravens, what do you recall about him?
Well, first of all, let's just talk about him as a player. He can still get to the quarterback, which is an important part of winning football games, is disrupting the quarterback, as we all know. Okay, so let's start with that. I love his personality. I mean, he's got a contagious smile. I mean, he's fun to be around. I'm a big fan. I was only around him, again, in 23, and I was on the opposite side of the ball. But I was on bus 2 with him, which is a small thing, but every away game, we're on the same bus. So I get a little bit of feel of his personality and how he was with his teammates, which is critically important. But I'm a big fan.
Todd, yesterday, just watching, the rookies and Spencer and especially the receivers working a lot with I know you talked about it a little bit yesterday on the radio, but just can you talk about the philosophy of making them earn it, so to speak? And I know in the spring you talked about that fine line of easing them in versus kind of throwing them into the fire.
Sure. Well, first of all, let's talk quarterback. They're going to switch. Fano will switch today. And when we're together collectively, they're running with the ones. The wideouts will. But you have to make a decision when you two spot, someone's got to go with the twos. However you do it to get the same amount of reps. So we basically divide up the groups. The reason we also like, if we're going to rotate the quarterbacks, and we're going to rotate the left tackle, it makes sense to me with the receivers to stay. So every other day they get work with the other quarterback. If we moved them together, it in my mind doesn't give us the ability to really see what we want to see in terms of development. So there is no exact right or wrong answer. We want them to get reps and continue to develop and build their confidence also at the same time. I think it's important it would have been the same way whoever's here, but I think it's important for multiple players to go against Jared Verse. I think it's important for the linemen to go against multiple defensive linemen, or the young wideouts to go against some of the best corners in the NFL and have days where they don't go against those guys. I think that's important for their development to have days of confidence building.
Todd, you obviously locked in the cornerback situation with Denzel and then Tyson Campbell, but guys like Damari Mathis, Nate Evans, Michael Coates have been making plays from the spring. What have you seen from some of those younger guys that are trying to do as much as they can early to make a name for themselves and carve out a spot on this team?
Well, we're certainly looking for that third corner, and that's why Damari's here and had a pick yesterday. And those young guys did a great job of competing in the spring along with the other guys, and time will tell. I mean, that's why we're out there. That's why we'll get a chance to practice with the Bills and play the preseason games. Michael made a nice pick yesterday playing the ball, so both those guys did a nice job.
Todd, this is your first training camp, obviously, as a head coach. As you sort of plan out how you want to build your team, how you want to handle practice, go through all those things, is that just something like you had a vision in your head all along of how you would do it if you were head coach, or is there different people along the way that you kind of pull ideas from?
It's all the above. It's all the above. I mean, I've been around it since my dad was a coach and my uncles were coaches. My whole family's in coaching. So from when you're a kid, you see, right? And when you've played, you've seen it done different ways. You pull from everywhere. There's things that we'll pull from what we did at Grand Valley State years ago with Tom Beck. We'll pull from when I first started coaching. So you're pulling from everywhere, and you pull from your staff, right? So you haven't been everywhere. So guys on your staff, hey, how'd you guys do this? How was your call sheet? Show me your call sheet. Show me your practice plan, the number of reps you get. And then you just put it together and you go. It's not rocket science. You got to get the reps in. You build your systems, right? You got to develop your players the best you can as coaches. We're in the development business. I mean, that's what we're paid to do, is develop our players and to aspire to be the best coaches they've ever had. And if we're not doing that, I don't know who the hell we are. That was part of my message to the guys. I remember some of it. But it was that basically we ought to aspire to be the best coaches they've ever had. And they ought to understand that we're going to be, we're going to treat them the right way, but we're going to confront anything that gets in the way of winning football. It's what we're supposed to do. And that's just the way it is.
Todd, what were your thoughts yesterday on Deshaun throwing back-to-back picks in that one 11-on-11?
Thought it sucked. That's no fun. I mean, for him or us. I mean, on offense. First of all, the naked, that was a great play by Denzel Ward. I was standing right behind it, and I thought it was an elite throw. Deshaun moving to his left. He out-leveraged the backer to get it there. Now, we drifted a little on the over route, but Denzel with his speed. I talked about yesterday. Who asked me about Denzel yesterday? Can't be late with throws because of his tracking speed. Now, I was more down the field, but that showed up on that play, okay? That was the first one. The second one, we ran a play action, and really some leakage up front, which can happen without pads on. So Deshaun had to slide, and we were just late on the in cut in the overlap corner. So really, neither one, in my mind, was really a bonehead decision. It really wasn't. It was unfortunate. Still a turnover. It's the way it is. But I saw the one as a great play by Denzel, who is a great player. And then I saw the other, which was unfortunate. We slid, and a really good learning opportunity in my mind. Because, again, you're going to learn a hell of a lot more when you fail. right? And right now, that's the time. The time is now to be checking plays on the perimeter, to be quarterback controlled, and take opportunities down the field, and then bring that back as we move forward.
Todd, we were talking to Andrew about your coaching style. He described it as a good mix of old school discipline but new school relationships, and he referenced you to Billy Bob Thornton's character in Landman, which I'm not
That's
sure
what PBJ said.
if you've seen that show before or not. But has your coaching style evolved over time? Does it depend on guy per guy? Certain guys, you could get in your face, be more disciplined with other guys not, or are you just kind of the same throughout? How have you seen that evolve?
You're always going to change, and at the end of the day, it's never been hard for me to confront anything that gets in the way of winning. Where I've gotten better is being less confrontational. And I just think being around John Harbaugh helped me with that. Because Kirby confronts everything that gets in the way of winning football. I wouldn't say there's confrontation involved, which is fine. Sometimes you have to go to that level. I've just gotten so much better at that. And I think I've done a better job of communicating with the players and involving them to see a different side of you. But they have to understand, man, when we go to that field out there, it's on. It's a freaking job. It's about winning. Okay, we get out here, maybe we can have food trucks and jack around and have a hell of a time, but not there, not in the meetings, not when you come in here. That's a job. That's the way it is. And I think Rick Pitino said it best. I've never had a problem with someone who works hard and loves football. I've never had a problem with someone like that, ever. Ever. And I'm not saying that I'm perfect, because I'm human. I fall short. But one thing I've always tried to do is own it and fight like hell to fix it. And I've lived by that for a long time. And I am human, and I'm not always going to say the right thing and go about it the right way, but I'm going to fight like hell to fix it.
Todd, yesterday we talked about Denzel's extension, and then Grant gets his yesterday. How important is it to have two guys that are a little bit older with such a young roster to kind of help you get where you're trying to get?
Well, they're homegrown guys. I was here before when Denzel was here, and then with Grant, really good players, very deserving of the extensions. And we're in the business of having good football players. That's just the way it is. Those guys are still really good players playing at a high level. And like I said, yesterday, the money isn't for what they've done, it's what we anticipate. We still anticipate them playing at a very, very high level, or you don't give them extensions. Older players that you don't believe in, they go on one-year contracts year after year. Guys you really believe at that are still playing at a high level, they get multi-year deals, and we anticipate they'll still continue to play at an elite level.
Todd, one of the things that's been said about Jared since he got here is how quickly he was just ready and willing to be a leader and speak up and all those things. How unique is that? Have you ever seen a player before get traded or join a team and immediately kind of interject himself into being sort of a local guy on the roster?
Guys that are wired like him. Guys that are wired like him. It doesn't take long for guys to listen, because they're all about work. Here's a guy that started off at Albany, right? Just look at his family background, how he's wired, mom and dad, all about work, pretty damn serious. He has a fun side to him, but it's usually pretty serious around me, at least I've seen so far. But guys that come and work and are serious about their job and have developed themselves from that to Florida State to Rookie of the Year, Defensive Rookie of the Year, then Pro Bowl, damn, it's impressive. As he has skill. He has that, but he's a self-made player, man. He's a relentless guy. So it's pretty easy the way he carries himself for guys to listen.
Good?
All right, thank you.
It's Todd Monken, head coach here at Cleveland Browns. And press conferences on the Fan brought to us by Expert Renovations, expertrenovations.llc.com. Going to talk about what Todd had to say. A couple of very interesting things. And Deion Sanders at camp today. Todd talked to him. What's that mean for anybody? We'll be reading all about it. You can be sure we heard a lot of questions there.
that they're not playing. The White Sox will be facing off with the Yankees this afternoon for a matinee rubber match. You can get all the latest Browns news pushed straight to your phone by following the Browns playlist in 92.3 The Fan in the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's Sports Desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Lots of stuff out of Berea today. We heard from Jared Verse. We heard from Grant Delpit. We just heard from Todd Monken, head coach of the Browns. I said earlier, Mississippi State. Todd coached at Southern Miss. I got my Mississippi's confused.
I knew what you meant.
Yeah, so that's just want to be factual on that one. And so Monken at the age of 60, loving every bit of this, getting his chance, dream job, everything else. And Tom Withers, he had some things to say today that I think were interesting. I love the fact, in 2 days in a row, he hammered this home because you have 2 contract extensions. And I don't think people realize this as much as they should. We're paying the guys for what's ahead. We're not paying them for what they've done. And, people think, oh, he was phenomenal, he should be rewarded. That's not the way pro sports really works. And it's certainly, I think maybe more than baseball and basketball, certainly the NFL doesn't work that way. If they think that they've gotten all out of you that they can get, you're not getting that multi-year contract.
Yeah, or you're gone.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, earning that third contract is a big deal. And it's a big deal for the team and what they're trying to do for the future. To your point, Jeff, it's not, it's a reward for what you've done, but it's also, hey, we need you to still be that guy here for the next 2 or 3 years or whatever they gave to Mr. Ward and Mr. Delpit. So, yeah, interesting day at camp. If I was out there writing today, there's one story, and that's that Deion Sanders is at camp and met with the Browns coach, which is kind of a parent-teacher conference in some ways.
Except the parent called the conference.
Yeah, well, that there's another part of it. So
teacher didn't say, Mr. Sanders, I need to speak with you.
I like that Coach Monken was genuinely taken aback by meeting Deion Sanders.
He was fanboy,
and I get it because he's a sports fan, and I think any of us who grew up, watching Deion excel both on the football and baseball fields have an appreciation for who he is. Aside from being the dad of one of the quarterbacks that's competing for the starting job here with the Browns. So I quickly looked up Deion's stats, by the way. 53 career interceptions in the NFL and 39 homers as a Major League Baseball player. People forget that he played a decade of playing both sports. That's incredible in today's day and age.
I think there are many football players who, had they concentrated on baseball,
no question,
could have played Major League Baseball, because football players are just freakish athletes.
Yeah.
Basketball players, probably not so much, just because of their build,
right?
But I think you can see, although certainly some basketball players, had they concentrated on baseball, could have done the same thing.
Right.
I don't know if a ton of baseball players could have crossed over to either sport.
Right.
But I think football is the natural one there. But the minute you don't pay attention to a sport, Tom, you probably lose your ability to play it. And that's why Deion was so fascinating, because man, he kind of brought baseball in a little later.
No question.
And had always played it, but here it comes. He was really pretty good.
Unlike Michael, who ended up, picking it up very deep into his NBA career.
And was never great, but, Michael was okay as a minor league player.
Well, Terry Francona will tell you if Michael had stuck with it a little bit longer,
he could have been a major league player.
No question about it.
Which goes back to our point there.
Yeah, so I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall in Berea today for this meeting, and I thought it was interesting that Coach Monken said that, the meeting with Deion went quickly because they spent most of the time telling stories. So I think there was probably, I'm trying to look inside this a little bit. They're both probably a little uneasy about when do we get to the point where this pivots from
here's what you do with my son.
Exactly. So how's Junior doing in school?
Well, Why did you reprimand Junior?
Yeah, so I thought some of the questions that a few of my former colleagues asked were on point. I was trying to get some insight into what they did talk about, and Todd said that it was partly a coaching meeting and partly, or he was part coach and he was part father, and I did like also too that Todd said a lot of what Deion said about his son we've already seen on the field. And so that, reaffirms maybe a little bit of what you don't know about a kid. And you're hearing it from his dad as well.
At this point of Shadour's career, do you think being Deion Sanders' son helps him? Or do you think it hurts him?
In whose eyes?
That's another question.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's what I mean.
I wonder if it helps him in it certainly helps him in the eyes of fans who like him.
No question.
And
in many ways, it's the reason why fans like him.
Without
right?
question.
Yeah.
And the whole, they're a reality TV show.
Yeah.
That's what that is. If you didn't like Deion, you're probably not going to like Shador. But Deion had
which is almost unfair for Shador, right?
Without question, sure.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, by all means.
Yeah.
Deion had freaky athleticism, which Shador doesn't have.
No.
Doesn't mean that Shador is not a good athlete, but he doesn't have his dad's freaky athleticism.
I heard that from actually some people with the Browns last year. They were like, he did not get dad's twitchiness.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
Yeah, you would, but he's done it. He's got enough to be in the NFL.
No question.
And that's a big thing. I wonder if Monken can actually get something from Deion, and with two longtime football guys there, I'm sure Deion could tell him something that could help him coach Shador.
No doubt. And I'm sure that's what part of this meeting was about from Deion's standpoint,
and
Jeff.
I'll bet you there's more meeting to come.
I would think so, too.
As long as he's here in town.
Yeah, why not? And I know some people will look at this as, oh, God, a distraction. And like you said, the Kardashians come to Berea kind of vibe, right? I mean, in some ways it is. And that's hey, listen, this is what they signed up for when they drafted him, right? You knew this was going to be part of it. But I think it's in fairness to all parties, I think it's a wholesome thing, right? I mean, this is a dad who cares about his son. He wants to see him. It worked out timing-wise. It is what it is kind of deal.
Yeah, Deion's a little busy, too.
Yeah.
He's running a football program.
Got a lot going on, yeah. But, I thought it was obviously it's the story of the day. And, we can talk about also, what he said about the quarterbacks as well. But this is what everybody had talked about, was whether or not this meeting was going to happen, and it happened.
And coincidence, maybe. It happens on the day where Deion switches fields, or excuse me, Shador switches fields. Deion will be there. Yeah. Deion's going to watch practice.
Oh, of course.
So he'll be watching his son work with the ones and be out there along with Spencer Fano, who switches. I thought the way Todd laid that out, I like it.
Yeah, his reasoning for doing it. And
we're switching the quarterbacks.
The wide receivers back on the other side, yeah.
And the receivers are staying on the same field so that all the receivers get to work with all of the quarterbacks.
Makes sense.
Makes perfect sense.
Yeah. Especially early in camp, too.
Yeah, they're not just winging this stuff, Tom.
No.
It's been planned out. There's a method to the madness.
Yeah.
And that makes perfect sense. And then, so now we've seen the template. Now we go to what Todd said yesterday. Pay attention to who's out there. And when we see a guy out there who wasn't there before, oh, wait a minute. This was supposed to, okay, got this. Maybe this guy's moving up.
Yeah.
And we'll see that as camp goes on. I also like this. How blunt can it be? And I had mentioned what Todd had said yesterday, and he said it in his press conference. He said, I was standing behind Deshaun when he threw that ball. That was just a great play by Denzel Ward. And he said, those weren't bonehead plays.
Yeah. What do you think of those 2 interceptions? It sucked. He's it's refreshingly,
he's quite candid.
The candid. The candor is great. And again, we're still in the honeymoon phase here, so we'll see how long this lasts. He was asked about Jadeveon Clowney. He said he's a big fan, which didn't surprise me. Rode bus 2 with him with the Ravens to get a little bit.
Too.
Yeah, find out a little bit more about his personality. But
how would Todd remember what bus he rode with Clowney years ago with the Ravens? We were on bus 2.
Because he was probably the bus 2 monitor supervisor, right?
Probably was.
Yeah, keep an eye on all those guys on bus 2. So, hey, that's a big part of it, though, too, I think, in terms of Clowney, right?
It wasn't just the Browns.
Head
There's a
coach has some
recommendation
background
from the
with
head
him.
coach.
Absolutely, yeah. So,
and he loves his personality.
Yeah.
So that means, we can put him in that room. That'll work out just great. We like him.
Right.
And Jared Verse already said, boy, wouldn't that be fun? So at this point, won't it be disappointing if they don't bring him in?
Yeah, and listen, it's a two-way street too, Jeff, in any negotiation, right? I mean, if he end up getting a better deal with,
because he's in the mercenary role now.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's working on one-year deals.
He's a hired gun.
Yep.
Absolutely. He's the big bat.
Yep.
So, it was good to hear that take from him. I knew he wouldn't have anything to say bad about Jadeveon, but the fact that he gave him a stamp of endorsement gives the team the go-ahead to sign him if they can.
I also like the fact that he did a little self-reflecting on himself as a head coach, and that John Harbaugh helped him with being less confrontational.
Yeah.
In other words, players don't seem to like it when I just scream at them.
Right.
Let's just be honest. That's what that is.
Tone it down a little bit.
Coach them up.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I've always...
People listen when you speak. They don't listen when you yell.
So true. I also like that. I always admired John Harbaugh from the touch that he had with players.
Yeah.
Frankly, the touch that he had with media members.
With every aspect of his organization.
It always seemed to carry himself the right way. So I also like to, in your point about self-reflection, Monken made a point of it to say that he's going to own it and fight like hell to fix it. Whatever his foibles or whatever his failings are. So that too is refreshing and candid.
That's everything that's going on in Berea. Anything else that happens, you're going to hear about it all day long right here on 92.3 The Fan, so stick with us all day long. We were talking a little Guardians before we went out to Berea, and I want to get back into that here real quick because the trade deadline.
for a matinee rubber match. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Lots of stuff today. If you missed any moment in our show, you can use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app. It's powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Tom Withers is in for Andy today. I'm Jeff Phelps, Dan Mennigan behind the glass. Meredith taking the phone calls and doing the 2020s today. Anything happens in Berea, we'll have it for you right here on The Fan. Nick and Jonathan warming up. They'll be doing the same thing all afternoon. Jake Volnick tonight as well. Guardians have the trade deadline coming up, and that's on Monday. All of Major League Baseball has the trade deadline coming up. We talked a little Guardians earlier, Tom, and then we had to cut off our conversation when we went out to Berea. Guys popped up to the media area. The point I was going to make right when we were cut off was this. It looks like, and we know how the Guardians organization loves its prospects. I'm good with that. I get it. And I don't want to trade any of the top prospects. However, you're getting to a point now. We have these three guys who just got called up to AA Akron who were drafted in the 2025 draft. Nolan Schubert, one of those guys. He's been good so far. Dean Curley, another one. And Aaron Walton, who's an outfielder. And I bring up those names for this reason. Ahead of them, in the pecking order, you would think, in AAA, Ralphie Velasquez is ahead of Schubert. They're both left-handed hitting first baseman. Dean Curley's a shortstop, also plays some third. And Helenau is a shortstop who also plays some second and third. And he's in AAA right now. And Aaron Walton has just moved up. But ahead of him in the outfield, you have Alfonso Rosario and Jason Churio, maybe Cooper Ingle. Sounds to me like our organization has an abundance of guys that they might like, and they need to figure out if they're going to include anybody in these trades. Which one do you like the best? And trade the others. I mean, you might have some good prospects who you trade who become good major leaguers, but if you like somebody else ahead of them, Tom,
yeah,
opportunity to improve your ball club.
Jeff Phelps, you have my blessing to move as many of them as you want.
You're ready, huh?
I'm at that point. Yeah.
That's Dan Mennigan who hit that button.
I'm really at the point with this Guardians team that it's time to do something substantial, right? I think it's like we get to this point. It seems like we've gotten to this point the last 4 or 5 years, and I'm sure some people would say the last 14 to 15 years, where you get to the trade deadline and it's like, let's make a move. Let's do something here. Now,
yeah.
You can make the argument with me, and this changes on a day-to-day basis with this team. You know, can they score 4 runs in a game?
Did yesterday, baby.
They did yesterday. A week ago, they hit 7 home runs in one game, and then we proceeded to see them get shut out.
And before yesterday, shut out in 3 out of 4 games.
3 out of 4 games. Yeah, so it's been like that, and which is why it's been, so perplexing and so difficult to kind of gauge who they are and what they can be this year, right? And I think you could probably say the same thing for about a half dozen other teams in the American League, right?
Yeah.
They all seem to kind of be in the same boat. Now, a couple of them are kind of falling to the wayside, especially in the the AL Central, right? Detroit's kind of fallen back a little bit. Minnesota's still kind of hanging around. They're in the same area that the Guardians are. And then you look in the AL East, the Orioles and the Blue Jays, I think are going to be sellers. So it gets down to, Jeff, and I agree with you in terms of like these prospects. You've got to make a determination on a couple of these guys and decide, okay, are they part of our future, or can we get something to help us in the here and now? I think that's the way the Guardians should approach this trading deadline coming up. I'm sure there's phone conversations happening, 100 times an hour over these last couple of days and figuring out, what they can and can't do. My feeling is they should take a big swing. I think this is a year where they are still enough in the hunt that the American League is still wide open enough make a big move.
What's a big move?
I don't know. It's a great question. Like, you need a bat, obviously. You might need 2.
Might need 3.
We've also talked about there's a different way to do this, too, that I know Dan Manigan is in favor of, which is to go out and get a Mason Miller type or Mason Miller himself and just change the construction of this bullpen and win the way you did in 2016, which is to shorten the game and just throw pitching and pitching and pitching at a team and hope you hit enough to get by.
Which looks like Jose's starting to
coming into his own.
finding a little bit. Yeah. And Angel Martinez, I think, is going to figure it out. I just, if they can figure out who they like, because it appears, if you're going to trade prospects, it appears you have a couple of first basemen. It appears you have a couple of middle infielders. The first basemen both play a little bit of outfield. They might have to just make the decision now. Which guy do we think is going to be the best major leaguer? And we're going to either hang on to him or if you think it's really close, Tom, because and think about the shortstops. Well, they're not going to play here right now. You wouldn't think. You have Rocchio, and he's doing a great job.
God, no.
So
and listen, let's go back to
and Hanau's not going to play second base as long as Bazana's there, and you're not going to move him this year to an outfield spot, if ever.
Yeah.
So I mean, there might be some duplication of skills that this team could benefit from at the trade deadline.
Well, and let's remember, too, that a year ago at this time, Jeff, Stephen Kwan was the name that was getting the most phone calls to this team.
Yeah.
And I'm certain that that's probably happening again.
He's had a great July.
He's had a great July. You could argue that he's been their best hitter over the last month, right?
I think he has been.
He and Chase DeLauder have been the two that have kind of, I can't say carried this offense because nobody's carrying this offense, but they've been the two that you could really count on a game-to-game basis. So I wonder if that's still a major conversation that's happening with Chris Antonetti and the rest of the front office, is that, Stephen Kwan is a guy that can probably get you something good in return, and something good in return that could help you this year.
But if
I have a hard time letting him go.
If he's hitting for you now,
yeah,
and he's one of the few guys who is, that
tough to part with him.
Well, kind of. Yeah, I think that's really true.
Unless you can get a good, you can also make an argument. You could make a surplus for surplus trade with somebody and get back a competent, if not the same kind of outfielder for him. Maybe one that hits with a little bit more power, which is clearly what this team still needs.
And maybe one that you don't mind investing in more long-term than Steven,
Correct.
Or that you don't have to invest in for a while.
Listen, I'd hate to see him go, but I'm just saying he's the kind of guy, though, that is going to get you some names. Mr. Manigan, who do you got on board?
And I would think at the deadline, some team could love a guy like Stephen Kwan, the way he's playing now.
Can I interest you in a slightly used Dalton Varsho? Center fielder for the Blue Jays, can hit some home runs for you. Stick him out there. He's only on a rental, though. He's a 1-year guy.
And see, this is the type of thing I don't want to give up, nothing against Dalton, that I don't want to give up a top prospect for.
Well, you could lump in there as well a less used Tyler Rogers, who has been awesome for the Blue Jays this year.
It's funny
if you want a reliever out of the pen.
It's funny that you mentioned the Blue Jays, because the name that I was thinking of, Dan, was George Springer.
That'd be a good one.
I know he's
how old is George?
Probably
35 now.
He's probably got a bigger.
35.
He's got probably a bigger. But that's the kind of guy, though, that I think it gets you. Brings you back value. Brings you back some thump.
Yeah.
Brings you some experience.
Yeah.
That's the kind of guy. I'm not saying that's the guy. I've heard Lane Thomas's name bandied about here
Well,
once
that one
again.
too. 36 for George Springer.
Okay.
George is 36 now. That's a. Lane
Those
Thomas,
are the kind of names. I'm not saying
I
specifically.
Get it. I get it. And it wouldn't surprise me, Tom.
Go ahead.
We mentioned David Fry the other day. David has options left for whatever that's worth. I don't know if they would just send him down or if they would say, "Hey, David, here's what we're thinking," or whatever. I wouldn't be surprised if they're able to pull something off. If we don't see some movement with some of the guys on the roster. And they do a little juggling, and not just we traded you and we're bringing in this guy.
Yeah.
But okay, is David Fry going to help you down the stretch? Is Gabe Arias going to really help you down the stretch? Is my guy Rhys Hoskins going to really help you down the stretch. He's hitting like 175 or something.
No, and no, Jeff. All due respect.
Which is why maybe, okay, this guy's hot in the minors. Can we maybe get lucky again? Or can we bring in somebody else who we can pick up on the cheap or whatever? You know,
Yeah.
If you're going to pick up guys for prospects, you're going to have to create a roster spot. And I think we just created a couple of them right there. It's Tom, it's bad when everybody in Major League Baseball says, well, right-handed hitting is a commodity that we don't have enough of. You got to go get some right-handed hitting. They have two right-handed hitters who aren't hitting.
Let me throw one.
It's Reese and it's David Fry.
So I agree. Now let's look at what you can move. And you've got some good arms in that bullpen. And you might have a surplus in that bullpen right now, too, especially when you consider. I mean, listen, I would hate to part with any of them, right? However, if you're going to make a big move, and I guarantee you that Cade Smith is drawing phone calls because you know the contenders are looking at a guy like that, right? They did last year. They will again.
Wow.
Would you ever part with a guy like that?
I'd be hard-pressed to trade him.
If he could get you a couple of...
If he could get me a... Wow, Tom.
There's a thought to moving a guy like that only because he can get you...
This organization doesn't do that stuff unless there's somebody waiting right there to take that gig. Is that guy Daniel Espino?
That's a great point. Which is what they had when...
Clase...
There were phone calls for Clase, but they knew Cade was the fallback. Right.
So who could that guy be? Could it be Franco Alaman? He looked great the other day. What, do you have 6 batters and 5 strikeouts on the first 5 guys?
Love that kid.
He looks really good.
Espino.
It could be Daniel. Is Andrew Walters ready to go? I mean, they drafted,
I'm just throwing this out there.
him to be a closer.
This is what they're juggling this
week. I would not do that, Tom Withers.
Okay.
This team.
But what does it help?
If they're not going to hit?
I know. But how does it help to have a great closer when you can't score runs? What's the purpose?
Oh,
I mean, it's kind of the only way you win.
It means you better not allow 3 in the 9th.
Let me get.
I mean, 3 years of club control for Cade Smith still.
Tom,
I got you. I'm throwing a hypothetical out there.
I know you weren't.
I'm not
trading Cade
I'm not
Smith,
professing at all.
But it's a thought.
I love the thought exercise.
So the thought. All right. Here's my other thought exercise on Mason Miller, just because I know that gets Dan excited. What does it take? What does it take to get a guy like that? I mean, you're going to have to package together.
Now,
two or three of your top guys. Yeah.
2 to 3 to your top 10 guys is probably what's going to get it done for that. I mean, you're gonna have to make an investment because unlike the Andrew Miller situation, I think Andrew Miller only had 2 years left. Again, I'm doing this off the top of my head. If I have this wrong, I apologize.
Right.
I think he only had 2 years left on that current contract. Mason Miller, you've got 3, so technically you'd have him for 4 postseason runs. I have a feeling it would take 3 guys in your top 10, and I think even then the Padres would go, you know what, let's go to the offseason.
Yeah.
So that more people want to hop in on this.
And it kind of goes against the Guardians' track record, doesn't it, in terms of those kinds of moves? I mean, they're not going to.
Yeah.
That's too much.
As much as, it would intrigue the hell out of me and maybe solve some of your problem because, my word, you got more catchers than you know what to play. You can't play 5 catchers.
But see, that's the but you can move a catcher, maybe get a bat, and not have anything outrageously disruptive.
But I could take one of those catchers, and I could take some of those shortstop, second baseman, middle infield guys, and I could package that together and bring in something to solve a need.
See, and clean
the logjam.
There's going to be a couple of small. I think they'll make at least a couple of small moves if they don't do anything major. And I think Bo Naylor is the kind of guy that's going to be on the move.
Cooper Ingle. You didn't pick up Patrick Bailey for a playoff run this year, so he's going to be your starting catcher for a while. And the way that Austin Hedges is hitting, they're going to bring him back.
I'm going to guarantee you that there's phone calls going on for Austin Hedges.
There should be.
Yeah, there should be.
Yeah, there should be.
The way he's hit
and
what he brings to a team, I mean, that would be an awful move in my mind for where the Guardians are right now, just from a, vibe in the clubhouse kind of standpoint. That would be not big.
But let me throw this out.
Yep.
If you could get something,
we're wheeling and dealing here, by the way, aren't we? Go.
I love this stuff. If you could get something that you think really helps you for Austin Hedges, who's on a short-term deal, and you really like Cooper Ingle, and you know that his offensive numbers are through the roof when he catches and not when he does anything else, Do you bite that bullet? I mean, you did it once. You let Austin leave. Do you bite that bullet, and your catchers are then Cooper Ingle and Patrick Bailey?
Okay. I hate to see Hedgie go, and
I would too.
And I think Vogt and his
he's
staff
hitting
would.
now.
Yeah, and he's hitting now.
I mean,
which makes him attractive,
right? He's a quasi coach who actually is playing well.
I mean, didn't the Rangers trade for him when he was with the Pirates, right? And he wasn't exactly And then he went down and won a World Series with the Rangers.
And if you listen to anybody in that area, they'll tell you he showed up and the vibes shifted.
There you go.
He's a tremendous teammate.
yesterday with a win over the Reds, securing the series win and the Ohio Cup. The team has the day off today. They'll be back at home to kick off a weekend series with the Diamondbacks at Progressive Field tomorrow night. Want to catch highlights from the Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite the Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now, of course, you can find us on YouTube. It includes the Ken Carman Show, Anthony Lima, the guys in the morning from 6 to 10, Andy and me, 10 to 2, afternoon guys, Nick and Jonathan, 2 to 7. It's each and every weekday on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. You can subscribe to that channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan live and on demand now. That includes Daryl Ryder and Lance Reisland. Their daily Browns training camp recaps. They're on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page as well. And Daryl and Lance break down everything there is to go with the storylines and practice and all the daily quarterback competition updates, because we're going to have them all during training camp. So all that on our YouTube channel. I'm Jeff Phelps. Tom Withers is in for Andy today.
Anybody throw a pick yet?
If they did, it wasn't a bonehead play.
Okay.
Or maybe it was.
It's a better start than yesterday.
Wonder if Deion's nervous with Dad standing there. Or if he's just like, all right, this feels better. Because he's always had Dad around until last year.
I think it's got to help.
I would think it does.
Yeah. I think it's got to help. I think, and it kind of gets it out of the way, if you will, right? I mean, we've been thinking that this was going to happen for a long time. And like I said before, it finally did today. And so, yeah, I think, listen, I can see why people would be like, oh, God, it's a distraction. It's a circus, what have you. Like, again, I'm going to embrace the wholesomeness of it and, kind of swallow hard and say, okay, it is what it is. And Deion's at practice. It's going to be interesting to see if he talks to the media.
Yeah. Because
also,
he'll be asked.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure that's already been the requests have already been flying out there. I promise you that.
The one thing I just had a terrible thought. The only thing I hope is this: after practice, Dad talking to son, Shedeur, these guys, they've put you in a bad spot. That offense is terrible. I hate this. I don't know what they're thinking. Who's that guy playing left guard for you? Oh my God, this is terrible. I hope that doesn't happen.
No.
Hope that doesn't happen.
Or they keep it private.
I wanted to bring up a certain former Browns quarterback who could still be the Browns quarterback if A, they had decided that he might be the answer long term, which other teams might be deciding that he's not the answer long term, and B, they never traded for Deshaun Watson, and that's Baker Mayfield. His whole quarterback saga that's been going on in Tampa continues to go on, and Baker had said going into camp with Tampa Bay, and he's done a nice job in Tampa. There's no question about that. And he said once training camp starts, I'm not going to talk about a contract. Well, he apparently spoke yesterday, and he talked about a contract, but he didn't talk contract with the Bucs. But he said, I disrespected a little bit. Baker just seems to be one of those guys who must have a chip on his shoulder at all times.
Well,
if it works, it works. But, man, he keeps putting him there, doesn't he?
It's been his career since
walking on.
Back at Lake Travis High School. I mean, he had to fight his way onto that team, and then Texas Tech, and then Oklahoma, then with the Browns, and then with the Panthers and the Rams and the Bucks, and he just can't seem to. It's interesting too, Jeff, in that he has played at a pretty high level. I mean, he's gotten into the playoffs a couple of times.
They've been very competitive,
and nobody wants to commit to him.
Yeah,
right. Only because it seems like the price doesn't match the productivity. Right. There's always like you don't want to give him that $50 million. The other thing too is that the contracts have grown so exorbitantly,
it's silly.
Even in his time frame, right? It's just gotten out of control. It's like yesterday, even the Delpit and Denzel contracts made me gasp a little bit when you see the kind of money that's getting thrown around these days.
Well,
it's gotten silly.
Yeah, one guy on the defense.
I know.
Baker's situation is interesting. Obviously, he fell out of favor here, and the Browns decided to go in a different direction. And you could make the argument that had he not been injured, the 2021 season would have been better, and then they might not have moved on.
Might still be here, yeah.
Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
Goes to Carolina, who needed a quarterback, didn't win them over. Went to Los Angeles. Remember, he flew out and played the next day and was lights out. He did a great job there.
Kind of revived himself there.
Yeah, they didn't keep him around, but he didn't want to sit there and be a backup. Right. And then he goes to Tampa. He has started every game for 3 years in Tampa. And this last year, stop me if you've heard this before, we've now since heard he was injured and this affected him and everything. Well, that was the last year in Cleveland.
Mm.
And in 2024, he was so good. And 41 touchdowns. Last year, only 26. And his completion percentage dropped from over 71 to 63. Mm. Now he doesn't have Mike Evans. I wonder, did Tampa think, wow, 2024, this is great. 2025, then we're not paying for that.
Yeah, that's
and
probably
it goes back to what Todd Monken has said now 2 days in a row. We pay for what's ahead, not what's been done.
Yeah.
And I wonder if that's the deal with Baker. I wonder if that was the deal here, because he took the Browns to the playoffs. And I wonder if that's the deal in Tampa. He might forever be one of those guys, Tom, and no, he's not hurting on payday.
No, he's made plenty of money.
Yeah. But if I was running a team, I wouldn't pay him like a top 5 quarterback.
No, I know, which is, like you said, leads to his frustration and leads to him feeling like he's got to go out and prove himself and prove people wrong every time he takes the field. So it's defined him as a person and as a player.
By the way, when we have guests here on the show, and we didn't have any guests today, like a guest, we had a lot of press conferences.
I'm a guest, aren't I?
No.
Okay.
Are you getting paid?
I am.
Well, there you go.
There you go.
You're not a guest.
I'm in a hold-in. I forgot.
Yeah, you're in your hold-in. Guests here join us on the Weishart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Again, that's the Weishart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. The beginning of training camp is so much fun. And I wish Baker luck. I thought the Browns, I understood when they made the Deshaun trade because I thought if I could upgrade, I would.
Yeah.
Was it all injuries? Probably not. Probably a good portion of it. But when you're a 6'1" guy and not built like Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen, you're going to get hurt, and that's part of the deal, Tom.
Yeah.
And that's a shame because the guy can play.
He could, and I grew to like Baker. I mean, there was some times I wanted to strangle him, and he wasn't always super polite with us, and we had our moments. But overall, I grew to like the kid and wish him well.
And we'll see what happens with him in Tampa.
Yeah.
You're already reading stories. Destinations for Baker next year.
Unbelievable.
I keep hearing Pittsburgh.
Is that right?
I've seen that one written
Depending
several
on what
times.
happens there, sure.
Several times. They do have the 2 young quarterbacks, Will Howard and Drew Aller, but is it, will one of them step up and be the guy or will they not? Again, you don't draft quarterbacks outside the first and maybe the second round and expect them to be the franchise quarterback.
No, doesn't happen that often.
That's for sure. Todd Monken, every day, 12:50. You're going to hear him right here on The Fan, and I like having Todd with us. He said some great things today, and I'm anxious to read everybody's coverage about his meeting with Deion Sanders and especially hear what Deion has to say if he gets a chance to meet with the media. Moment of the show, Meredith Kane. What might it be? What might it be?
Well, a moment of the show came from one of the press conferences because you guys were just talking about Baker Mayfield and potential destinations. I don't know that a reunion with the Browns is likely, but maybe a Jadeveon Clowney reunion, and Jared Verse was asked about that.
Clowney's obviously one of the best rushers I've ever, watched. Watching his film from college and everything like that. That's one of the biggest reasons I even ever played DN. So, having that dude in the room would be, monumental for me. But I will say, having that vet presence is probably even bigger than just, my personal honor of him. Having that vet presence, someone that's been around the game, someone that can teach you things like that. That's why I went to the SAC Summit to be around, Von Miller, Max Crosby, all these, high-end rushers because you can learn so much from them.
The SAC Summit. Gotta like that.
Like it.
Jared Verse, we
V8.
heard him today. He was outstanding. Grant Delpit, congratulations. Todd Monken, you were great. Andrew Berry, speaking like crazy today. Camp is underway, everybody. Enjoy. Why are we smarter after 4 hours of Basket and Phelps? Brought to us by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call, 216-770-5488. Dan Mennigan.
Smarter today, courtesy of you two. Listening to you guys break down the Browns quarterback position, all that kind of stuff. It was a really good listen. 93 The Fan, wherever you get your podcasts. And, of course, when Daryl Ryder pops on with us, it's by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
Dan smarter because of us.
Happens ever so often. Mostly Tom.
I was gonna, well, sure.
A lot of
But
Tom.
I was gonna say that's a first. Must have been Tom.
Yeah.
Never been Andy and me.
Oh, come on.
It's happened once or twice.
Meredith.
I'm smarter because I learned that it does not matter how old you are. You could be 60 years old, like Todd Monken, and still be very, very starstruck by one of your favorite athletes, a la Deion Sanders.
No doubt.
He was going fanboy, wasn't he?
He did.
That was big time.
Yeah.
Thomas?
Let me see here. I'm going to go with Todd Monken learning to be less confrontational under the tutelage of one John Harbaugh. I kind of like that.
Yeah, that was interesting, wasn't it? And I like hearing a guy be kind of self-reflective.
No
as
question.
well.
Yeah.
That's a good
Good
thing.
quality.
I'm smarter today because now I know for sure Jared Verse, fastest talker on the team. And obviously a guy who
Nothing like butt cheeks on this one.
Take it off!
And that's the show.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
With the trade deadline approaching, two-time AL Cy Young winner Tarek Skubal sits at the center of MLB trade rumors. Falling out of playoff contention, the Detroit Tigers are listening to offers for their ace lefty, who hits free agency after the season. Contenders like
discipline with new school relationships and football. And Todd, to me, he's like Billy Bob Thornton's character, Tommy Norris in Landman.
Forget that it's Shadour's dad. I mean, first of all, he did an unbelievable job with Shadour, great kid. And obviously an elite football player, hell baseball player, and then as a coach, I mean, wow, everything that he's achieved, that was awesome.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, and we are here for the next 5 hours. Boy, oh boy, do we got some football to talk, but we got the Gardos on the rare off day. Don't worry, Deadline Watch coming up with the deadline on Monday. Coincidentally, during this very show, we've got the Cavs being comatose. There's really nothing to report there, but I'm sure they'll do something of importance at some point. And talking Baker, saying things again. Deion Sanders at camp. Landman comes. And, of course, optimism abound, unless you listen to one show here on 92.3 The Fan. But that opened courtesy of Dan Mennigan and soon-to-be Mac Robinson on the board. Yes, we salute you, Dan Mennigan, because we don't have to salute the supreme leader right at this moment. And we got Jake Murren producing and manning the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. As always, watch all 5 hours long on the YouTube channel. I already saw Cornlito in the YouTube chat doing Cornlito things. Suck it, Cornlito. That's really good. I caught you by surprise. You didn't fall for it. And, of course, like our videos, we desperately like to be liked around these parts. We got the other MK, as many are calling him, Matt Corrali on the 2020s. Hi, JP.
Hello. How you doing today?
I mean, it's a beautiful day outside. Football is in the air. I'm feeling optimistic. Life is good.
Yeah, you're optimistic. It's good to hear that you're optimistic.
Yeah.
Will this be staying your optimism?
Well, hey, here's the thing. When you call for 7 and 10, and you say, hey, let's just enjoy this because the expectations are low, remember, you will get called a homer on this station.
I think my whole argument to you in the 5 o'clock hour was you can't celebrate 7 and 10. 7 and 10 is not anything to be like, oh, wow, we really did it. We accomplished it. 7 and 10, guys. I told you and Joe Thomas straight up that wasn't good enough.
There's been a Nick Wilson sandwich on this station. On one hand, I'm either not being a big enough homer or I'm being too big of a homer. And by the way, Padone, what a spineless jellyfish is Nick Padone.
Padone's a spineless jellyfish?
My name was slandered this morning. I'm really not that mad about it. It was a good segment. My name was slandered this morning, and Nick Padone's just sitting there, just googly-eyed at Anthony Lima.
What'd you want him to do, fight back on your defense?
Yes.
No.
We've taken...
You and Padone don't have that type of relationship.
I have hosted more with him than Lima has. By virtue of the amount of shows hosted together, and I've said 2 nice things to him in the time I've known him.
Is that right?
I believe I have the lead on Lima in Padone's allegiances, but I guess
not. It was a business decision that he had to make right there in that moment. Do I make the next 2.5 hours incredibly uncomfortable between me and Lima to stick up for my, I don't even know that you guys are friends.
Strong acquaintance.
Strong acquaintance. Or do I just side with Lima and here we go? And I chose Lima.
Well, listen,
it's a business decision by Padone.
Business decision.
That's
and
all.
It looks like I got clearance on the Nick Padone stock.
So I'm confused though. So are you in a damned if you do, damned if you don't scenario? Is that what you're trying to tell us? When it comes to the Cavs, you're too down, and then when it comes to the Browns, you're too cheery, and so it's like a porridge situation. You just can't get it right, and in the eyes of Lima, you just can't get it right.
It really is. It really is. Now. I remember when
you could do all sorts of things. Like you donate to charity. Would Lima be like, not enough money?
I think he would say, not the right charity.
Not the right charity.
Yeah.
Well, I actually do say that to people sometimes. I've looked up which ones go to the CEOs, which ones go to the real, benefit of, the actual cause.
Yeah.
I am that guy. I'm like, you picked the wrong charity.
I don't hate that. That's just making sure your money's going to be well spent.
You want to make sure that it goes to the cause that you want it to go to, not the CEO's pockets.
You heard of the Nick Wilson Foundation?
Yeah. That one goes to the CEO's pockets.
100%. Yeah, but at least I'm upfront about it.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, you're not shady
honesty.
about it.
Yeah, no. I'm shady up front.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not lying about that sort of thing. But we obviously heard more from the Browns organization today. Andrew Berry speaking in Berea. We had Monken the Maximizer. As I'd mentioned, Deion Sanders was in town, so we got some stuff on that. But it was interesting. Andrew Berry did want to maybe... I don't say redirect, but clarify his previous comments on the Browns' youth and what that means in terms of wins and losses this year.
The implication is like young does not necessarily equal bad. Like I was looking up, out of the 7 teams that were the youngest last year, it included Green Bay, who's always young. It included Philadelphia, who won their division. It included Seattle, who won the Super Bowl, and included Baltimore. So like I don't think that like that has to be like a cop-out for expectation or performance, so to speak. But as we think about it, like our goal going into the season is we want to be a tough and competitive team that develops and plays its best football towards the end. We want to control and focus on the things that we can control, because so many things go into factor in terms of like what happens over the course of the year.
So I think it's interesting. I think between their moves and how he's putting it there's a difference between, hey, we're just going to let this play out and we'll see you in 2027, and hey, we think we've got some talent here and we're going to see who can play and who can't. I think those are two very different ideas.
I mean, in my opinion, he was stripping and removing anything that he could say at the end of the season to suggest that, oh, we're just young and we're just out there trying hard and it's all about 2027. Like, no, like he's telling you right there. When you bring up the Super Bowl champ and the Seahawks in the equation, his beloved Eagles team, where his brother's the assistant GM, like when you bring those type of teams into the equation, you want people to pay attention that this is not just going to be a throwaway year.
Yeah, and I think the reason why it matters, because I've heard a fair amount of national people, including my old friend Jordan Rodrigo on the NFL Daily podcast, say that, like, the worst case scenario is 7 wins. And it's like, it can't be the worst case scenario because you've continued to do we're going to let this thing bottom out, and it hasn't gotten you any closer.
Well, I think they look at worst case scenario if you're just thinking about 2027 quarterbacks in the draft.
Yeah, but you can trade up. I mean, in the illustrious 2018 class, Buffalo had, I think, the 20th pick or the 24th pick, and they moved up into the top 10 to get Josh Allen. If there are 5 quarterbacks in this draft, this next draft, which everyone's saying it could be 5, 6, 7 quarterbacks, you can trade up. There are spots you can trade up.
You're trading up to then get the 3rd, 4th, or 5th best quarterback out of that group. You're not necessarily just being given the 1st or 2nd one based off of winning 3 games.
No, 100%. But the difference is
that's one of the differences.
Who's the better quarterback right now, Josh Allen or Baker Mayfield? The best laid plans can end up going to pot. And was it 4 years in, you decided you were done with Baker Mayfield, the quote-unquote best quarterback in that draft?
Well, and then we can name a million drafts where the best quarterback is not the first quarterback taken.
Yes,
but obviously you want your evaluations and your ideas to be the one. If you have a quarterback that you really like, you want the opportunity to take that quarterback.
It just sounds like to me the Browns have put winning back on the forefront, and again, winning is relative. Like the expectation should change for the Browns. If you're going in, Nick Talk is back, by the way. I had put out a Nick Talk video there on TikTok at Nick Wilson Says. Go ahead and follow. We like a little follow there. But I had said I got called a homer for saying 7-10, and he's like, I reversed it, 10-7. And I was like, well, that's too high. Like if they end up 10-7, it'll be great, and we'll have fun, much like how the 2023 season, it looked like it was about to spiral out of control, and they ended up being in the playoffs.
Yeah.
So, there's a possibility if I think they're a 7-win team, they can be better than that. But I think part of the joy of this is I just don't have to, there's so much weight of expectations from the last couple years that they have just consistently not met, or they themselves have just put out the wrong messaging as it pertains to the team. 2024, we think we can go to the playoffs. 2025, we're not rebuilding, right? We're not doing that. Andrew Berry's being pretty clear of we're trying to win. We're trying to compete. I like that word. We're trying to compete, and we're going to see where this thing goes.
Well, and I do think he's bothered by the idea that he's put together a pretty good team, all things considered.
Yeah.
And yes, the quarterback situation is murky, and it's not great. But outside of the quarterback spot, he's really done a nice job, all things considered. Now, it doesn't mean that this team is guaranteed to win anything a year or two down the line. But what it does mean is that I think he's getting pretty pissed at the idea that people think this is just 21 other guys, and none of it matters except for the quarterback spot.
And I think we've forgotten, and this is to me the poison of sports talk. There's pros and cons to everything. The poison of sports talk and the wealth of sports talk we have in this country and the growth of it is that everybody thinks every team should be Super Bowl or bust. That's not feasible. Nobody is in the same stage of life at the same time.
I think I told you I have 6 teams that are in the Super Bowl, my Super Bowl bubble. I think I put 6 teams in there.
And by the way, maybe there's another team or two that hops up into that
And
conversation.
That's the beauty of the NFL.
Yes.
This is why I think more people put a lot more teams into that either bubble or in the wow, we can really do something category. Every year you get a team that goes from 4 wins to then the postseason. Last year it was Jacksonville. Last year it was New England. New England all the way to the Super Bowl off a 4-win season, right? Like, it does happen. That's why the NFL remains king in all this content, this live content we have, is because that possibility does remain.
But I think we act like going into the season that all losing seasons are the same. And they're really not. One, expectations matter a tremendous amount. If you think they're going to be a 3-win team and they win 8 games, guys, that's a resounding success. But even more than that, the difference, because you mentioned, and rightfully so, hey, if you're not a good team, if this doesn't go well, from week 12 on, this thing could really suck this year. 100%. Yeah. Also, if they're an 8-win team, that's still not like what you're going for overall. But an 8-win season, as a fan, in real time, is far more enjoyable than a 3-win season.
Well, will we be watchable by week 12 or week 13? That's got to be what is one of the barometers that we use. And
the word competitive, it keeps coming back. Can you be competitive?
And in the past couple of years, we haven't been watchable. And I think more times than not, in the 10 years I've been here, we haven't been watchable by week 12 or week 13.
Now, Andrew Berry also was asked, why not embrace a full rebuild after the Miles trade?
I guess maybe going back to the Miles decision is, I mentioned that wasn't like plan A going into the offseason. I would categorize that as, hey, this was a unique opportunity that we didn't necessarily anticipate doing or anticipate being available to us. So making that trade didn't fundamentally alter our approach to team building from that time forward. Denzel and Grant, they're in the primes of their career. They're high-level players. They're high-level people. Those are the types that we want to continually make investments in.
The Miles trade was about Miles maximizing his value, staying as competitive as you can be, and also changing your culture. Your culture was not going to change as long as Miles was here. It wasn't. Miles is Miles, and that had an impact on this organization. That's not why, by the way, they had 2 winning seasons in his time here. But it was a part of it.
Yeah, it definitely was. And by the way, so the theme of this press conference for myself was all about age. You talk about the first part where he mentions he fought back on young equaling bad. When he brings up Delpit right there, and he brought up Ward as well, I thought it was interesting how often he was going to, I didn't know 26 and 29 was all of a sudden considered old.
Jamming up Scott Petrak.
Like, he was offended by the whole ordeal. And you could tell because he mentioned Peter's name, the PR guy for the Browns. He thought about it ahead of time. He's like, I'm going to make this a line. I'm going to make this count where, well, if mid and late 20s is old, I guess I'm a dinosaur. It's like he thought about that. He was kind of peeved about the ordeal that people think Delpit and Ward are some sort of dinosaurs in this whole entire thing.
And I guess yesterday I made this kind of big thing of let's just give ourselves permission to be excited. I guess maybe the better way of putting it is maybe just give yourself permission to not be the ultimate pessimist about this. It is true that they have, around the NFL, they think this is the worst quarterback room in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, they've called a lot of situations the worst quarterback room in the NFL that's turned out to not be the exact worst quarterback room in the NFL. And at the same point, there's a butt-ton of talent here. We'll see which one wins out. And we'll see whether the Browns can break through their own previous glass ceilings that they've set the last couple of years. But, I agree 100% with Andrew Berry. You've got a lot of young talent, and I think you might finally be on the other side of being a well-built team, not perfectly built team, not a flawless team. There are holes here.
There's holes, yeah. And we don't know. We don't know what the offensive line is going to look like. We don't know.
A lot of questions.
We don't know. I mean, think about the things they've done this offseason that we just haven't seen in a very long time in the NFL. 5 brand new offensive linemen on that offensive line hasn't been done since the 1970 AFL-NFL merger. The wide receivers, drafting 2 wide receivers in the first 50 picks of the draft, first 60 picks of the draft, hadn't been done since 1996. There's so many different things that they've done that is just a little outside the box, and we're going to find out which ones pay off and which ones don't.
216-474-0092. Can you get behind a building season? Not a tanking season, not a Super Bowl or bust season, but somewhere in the middle for the Cleveland Browns. We got quick hits coming up at 2:40 today. We've got Frank Schwab, Yahoo Sports NFL writer, at 4. We'll talk about his take that it's embarrassing that Deshaun Watson's in QB1 conversation. We've also got Herm Edwards, ESPN NFL analyst, former NFL and college football head coach, at 6. And then 32 teams in 16 days rolls on. Max Starks talking some Steelers football, ESPN radio, NFL and college football analyst, and then Chris Emma, Bears reporter for The Score in Chicago, talking Bears football at 3:30, 216-474-0092. And Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Is Barry setting up for this team to be better than you might have previously thought? And Deion Sanders was at camp. You're going to hear what Todd Monken had to say about that in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your
with the Yankees out in the Bronx for an afternoon showdown. Make sure to tune into the Fan Warm-Up Show weekdays at 5 a.m. with Jeff Thomas. He'll catch you up on the latest in the sports world from the night before, along with playing the can't-miss clips from the Fan from the last 24 hours. Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. Quick hits coming up in just about 20 minutes' time. But we are talking about the Cleveland Browns and Deion Sanders' dad, also a pretty good football player in his own right.
Shador's dad, too, yeah.
What did I say? Deion Sanders' dad?
Yeah.
That's not great. The point is, he's somebody's father, and that is the potential starting quarterback of the Cleveland Browns, was at camp today. And it's interesting. You know, this had been a big talking point this offseason, and about what a distraction and what are they going to talk about and should Monken talk. Turns out it didn't seem like that big of a deal.
All I got is I got photos and video of Deion. Shadell was put out there that Deion did decline media and said, I'm not doing media. I'm just here to watch.
That is, this means something to him if he's declining media.
I did kind of wonder, because we'll be out there tomorrow. I wondered if Deion was making this a 2-day affair and whether or not we'd be like, yo, Deion, can you hop on? And I feel like he almost would.
Please don't say, yo, Deion.
Well, how else am I going to approach Deion? I mean,
Mr. Sanders? I don't know.
Mr. Sanders?
You don't seem like a yo guy.
Mr. Sanders?
You don't feel like
I'm talking to the Colonel?
You don't have like the joie de vivre to pull off a yo.
It's kind of like when I go, yo, Cuckman.
Yeah, no, that's different. Because your yo is almost ironic when you call to the Cuckman.
Anytime I scream to somebody from like more than 3 feet away, it always starts with a yo.
Yeah.
It'd be like, yo, Nick. Give me a bottle of water.
All right, I can't.
Nick.
Are you guys hearing the same thing
Mom,
I'm hearing?
The meatloaf.
I don't think your yo plays.
What's wrong with my yo?
I just don't think it plays. You're gifted in a lot of ways. I don't think you're gifted in the ways of yo.
Like it's some master accomplishment.
Like there's got to have like a looseness, a conversationalness
please, tell me how
about
it's done.
him.
Yeah, show me how it's done, please. Please.
I can't fake a yo.
So you're not gifted in it either.
Oh no,
I
am. I just couldn't
you're not.
fake
You're definitely
it.
not.
Well, no.
What do you mean fake it?
I just can't fake a yo.
You can fake a yo.
No. You can't fake a yo. I can't fake a yo, but I can give you a real yo if it's in the like the proper context.
I mean, it's not that hard. You just say yo and then say someone's name in the back of it.
Exactly
it's not like
why you can't yo.
It's not really hard.
Sounds like a man that can't yo if you ever
it's just
listen
not really
to me.
hard. So I'd be like, yo, Deion. You want to come on? Want to get on the show a little bit? And then Deion would be like, Jonathan, for you, anything, my friend.
Yeah, actually, what he's going to say
anything
is,
for you, my friend.
If you had just not yo'd me, I would have come on the program.
Is that you think that's right?
That's exactly what he's going to say.
Yeah, don't yo me if you don't know me.
You got to remember your brand. All right.
Yeah, what is my brand?
So maybe,
please tell me what my brand is.
Maybe, Mr. Sanders.
Yeah.
I really like you, Mr. Sanders.
It will be really nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or just walk up and be like, you got to just start complimenting.
He's by himself.
Nicest hoodie. That cowboy hat.
Yeah, I don't know what the deal is with the cowboy hat.
On fleek.
Why is he wearing a cowboy hat?
He's been doing a cowboy hat for a long time.
I know, and he pulls it off. But like cowboy hats in Northeast Ohio, you got to be a special breed.
But he's not normally in Northeast Ohio.
He's by himself though. He's just hanging out by himself.
Mm-hmm. Did you want him to have like an
entourage? Some people.
But why?
Yeah. I just feel like anyone like Deion would just travel with a lot of people. The idea that he's by himself, I find I didn't see coming. Let's put it that. I just didn't see it coming.
So Deion Sanders, that would be Shador Sanders' father.
It's nice. It's a real father
finally
trip.
got there. And Colorado's head coach was at practice today, and Todd Monken was asked about this blessed event.
Forget that it's Shador's dad. I mean, first of all, he did an unbelievable job with Shador, great kid, and obviously an elite football player, hell baseball player, and then as a coach, I mean, wow, everything that he's achieved, that was awesome.
I got to say, if you know Deion likes him some flattery, and if you know that people are going to take anything you say about Deion at practice any which way, it's a pretty flawless answer from my guy, Todd Monken.
It's about as well as you can do, all things considered. I mean,
Did you want him to be like a yo media? Let me tell you about Deion.
No, he seemed a little starstruck. Maybe, but maybe that's the line you have to toe. You have to give enough reverence to Deion Sanders, even though I think he might even be. They're around the same age.
I think you can be yeah. I mean, Deion, when Todd was like a GA at like a Division II school, Deion was Deion.
Deion was Deion, exactly.
So I kind of don't. I think it was a very deferential tone. I think it's the right way to play this because again, like if one syllable out of line and one half the country is going to take this to be a huge story. Like it's just the Sanders family is so polarizing for a vast number of reasons. I thought he played that right. Now, he did also give us the answer on whether Deion gave Todd Monken any advice on Shedeur.
He gave me a little bit of insight, but we were up against it. Andrew Berry was next, so I had to give him up to Andrew. There was some back and forth as to being around Shedeur in terms of how he processes personality-wise, and I think competitive-wise. He got into it at the end, in terms of what makes him tick that he's been around, which was good. It was all good. But we've seen that. Most of what he said, we've been able to see. Now, we haven't gotten to games yet. That's a lot different animal, but at this point, what he talked about, I would have said that's how I've seen it.
So quite frankly, when this Deion, will Todd Monken call him? Should Deion call Todd Monken? All that nonsense that was the offseason talk, where it was blown up into it. The things that any reasonable person wanted to hear were, can you give me insight on, on Shedeur as a competitor and how to best coach him? And can you pay deference to Deion instead of being maybe a little leery of his big personality and all the things that come with Deion? That's exactly what Todd Monken did today.
Yes.
I just think it proves that all that story that you and I both shot down and so many people try to do a whole week's worth of stories on, it was all for naught.
Well, and so here's the other takeaway on this. It's the idea that not only did Deion feel comfortable and invited and welcomed to come and hang out and be a part of the practice the way that he is and have the conversation not only with Monken and Andrew Berry, from Monken and Andrew Berry's standpoint, it's much different than what we got with Stefanski last year. It just is. This is more welcoming. This is more, and again, you got to treat Deion different. I know people are going to hear this and be like, well, does Deshaun's dad get an opportunity and a chance to? No, Deshaun's dad isn't Deion frickin' Sanders, okay? Like, understand the moment for a second, please, and get the idea that, like, Deion matters in this conversation, and his insight and the bonding part of it can be a real thing. And so I don't know, it was very welcoming relative to what it was last year.
I like that people act like having somebody's father at camp has to be like an equal time thing, like it's political ads during November.
Right, if you're a Republican, you got to offer up the same amount to a Democrat if you're a radio station. That type of thing. And it's like that's not what this is. Deion is in a different world for a reason. And yes, does it help out Shedeur, the fact that he gets to speak to Todd Monken and tell him what makes him tick? Sure it does. But that's some of the pleasantries that you offer up with Deion Sanders.
I also think, if we think back to last year, there was a lot of talk of, and Shedeur was asked a few times, are you going to have your dad come on out? And he's like, I don't want my dad to see me on the bottom of the depth chart. I don't want him to see me. I don't want to have to like worry about him if I'm fighting and scratching for everything I got. That was like even once he was getting the starting job or on his way to it. So I also think the fact that Shedeur felt comfortable to have his dad around is a good sign about where Shedeur is, that Shedeur doesn't feel like this is going to be anything other than, hey, my dad stopped by and I think he's going to see that I'm competing.
And you notice how nobody has blown it out of proportion. Nobody has made it anything more than, oh, wow, that's cool. Deion Sanders is there, which is what it should have been the entire time. It should have always just been, oh, wow, a walking legend decided he wanted to come over to Northeast Ohio and watch his son play football. How sweet is that?
216-474-0092. What does it mean that Deion Sanders showed up today? These are good things. Like, I do think that the football guyness of Todd Monken, I think is continues to show something that I like. And I thought Andrew Berry actually explained Todd Monken in a really interesting way. We'll get into the landman stuff later, but just talking about his ability to be an old football guy that understands how to deal with 21-year-old gentlemen from 2 generations removed, 3 generations removed from him. And I think the handling of the Deion stuff, we should all be looking for little signs that Todd Monken knows what to do. When I hear Coach Rislin say, Coach Rislin, because his nickname's Coach Riz. Can you understand how that crosses my wires?
I heard it. You got in between a little bit.
Crosses my damn wires, Coach. To be Coach Rise now, but you can see when Coach Rislin says very detailed, thought out, well structured practice. That's not the old comp for Todd Monken. Well, is it Freddie Kitchens? We never said that about Freddie Kitchens, right? When it comes to, hey, do you have the tact to handle something that if you screw it up could be a big story? I don't know that I trusted Kevin with everything because Kevin just wouldn't say anything about it and the story would grow because of his non-answers. Todd Monken passed this test, the Deion Sanders comes to camp test, with flying colors.
Yeah, and you notice how he didn't do anything that made it seem as if, like, I'm rolling out the red carpet for Deion either. I'm stopping the practice. I'm going to move this around and change. I'm going to move heaven and earth to make sure that Deion gets a 45-minute interview. No, he's like, we talked. We were up against it. I had other things I had to do, and so I was going to go give him off to Andrew Berry. Like, that is the right amount of balance that you need to have in this, and I do think it's really good. I'm very impressed with Todd Monken early on. I am. I don't know if it's going to mean anything when it comes to week one, and if he can actually coach a football team. But some of the horror stories when people think back about 2019, a lot of that was Freddie Kitchens, clearly, and a lot of that was Todd Monken just giving up on the idea of like, okay, this season isn't going to be it. But the way he was, portrayed was as a disorganized and couldn't get anything together, and it was just a complete mess of a human, essentially. I don't know if Georgia got him in line. I don't know if John Harbaugh got him in line, but something clicked for Monken, and this is much different than when he was first here.
Well, and so, you made the comparison to Freddie Kitchens. I'll also say, you knew like 3 weeks into Hugh Jackson's camp, oh boy, we're in for it. Now, there was still they're not going to try and win, so it wasn't made a big deal of, but like there were warning signs with Hugh even before they got to camp. There were warning signs with Pat Shurmur even before they got to camp. Different warning signs, by the way. But you're constantly looking for the little signs about how things are doing. Now, I don't know if we should play this next piece of sound because we are already being pigeonholed as the Shedeur show on the station. Now, in fairness, my choices are Shedeur versus Deshaun. This might be a much tougher thing for me if I'm choosing between Shedeur and Kyler Murray, or even Shedeur and Geno Smith. I'd probably still lean Shedeur in that last one. But we might be full-blown exposing the fact that we just have no interest in Deshaun Watson other than the fact we've been saying it for 6 months.
I thought we weren't shy about that. I thought that was
I'm thinking, do we have to give equal time?
The 6-month bit, I thought, was the idea that we're just not interested in Deshaun and we're interested in Shedeur. And now, in the past week or so, it seems like 80% of Browns fans have come over to that side.
You're right. Let's go ahead and just blow the doors off on this baby. Chase Daniel, remember him? Diana.
Oh, no.
Diana, what are we doing? Diana, stay away from Vrabel.
Diana, you're in trouble now.
This will cost you your job, but not him his job, Diana.
Oh, no, Diana.
He was on the Dan Patrick Show and talked about some of the good word he's hearing about Shedeur Sanders.
I think Shedeur Sanders has done a really good job of growing from year one to year two. I never judge rookie quarterbacks because quarterback play is so difficult. Now, there were some dumb mistakes that Shedeur made last year. He'd be the first one to tell you, if you can play within that scheme, they're going to scheme some stuff up and not make stupid mistakes. He has to play a lot faster. I think that's really where the biggest jump from first to second year quarterbacks is, processing speed. Can he get his processing speed when he breaks the huddle up? It's going to be a fascinating thing, but I think Shedeur sort of has the inside track of the job. I mean, look, the Browns have 2 first-round picks next year. Let's be honest. They're going after Arch Manning or Dante Moore. If you don't get really good quarterback play out of Shedeur, I don't think there's any chance, even if Deshaun plays at a Pro Bowl level, he's going to be back there. I like Shedeur in this battle.
So what's interesting is now 2 days into camp, we're hearing a fair amount of national analysts saying, hey, I'm hearing really good things about Shedeur's development.
The tide is starting to turn. And it doesn't mean that it's going to continue to go that way, but the tide is starting to turn, Nick. That's a good thing.
We like when the tide turns in our favor.
I don't think Chase Daniel's being 100% honest with the idea of I don't judge rookie quarterbacks. You had like 75 hours of breakdown of Shedeur film last year. What do you mean you don't judge rookie quarterbacks?
No, that was he was observing.
Is that what that
was?
Is?
Not judgment.
Okay.
So, yeah. Totally
big
different
difference.
things.
Big difference. Yeah.
Now you're on to it. 216-474-0092.
Sure.
What does it mean that Deion showed up at Browns camp, and do you like the way Todd Monken handled it? LeBron James stays in the news and leads off quick hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
in the sports world from the night before, along with playing the can't miss clips from the Fan from the last 24 hours. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
The best Guardians coverage is right here on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Garman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m., Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, afternoon drive. Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Nick and JP back on The Fan. We do have Frank Schwab, Yahoo Sports NFL writer, coming up at 4 o'clock. He thinks it's a complete sham that Deshaun is in the quarterback spot here in Cleveland. We'll get his take on that. Shedeur, the Deion stuff, Todd Monken. I'm just saying names now, but Browns training camp rolling on right now as we speak. As Zach Jackson did just tweet out, Deshaun has looked a little bit better today, so we might be moving Deshaun up today.
Deshaun seems like he's off to a decent start. I keep seeing this Isaiah Bond clip from Shedeur Sanders that people seem really impressed with as well. Daniel Oyefusi's tweeted it out. Daryl's clip on it, by the way. I retweeted Daryl's clip. You can see the completion, kind of. It's not Daryl's best video work.
Well,
I mean, I'm not saying he's got to be Scorsese out here. Like you're filming practices. It's not an easy job. It's just, it just misses the catch completely. But he gets the point after. He gets he gets all that.
So you get like 80% of the action.
I want you to judge. Go to Daryl's Twitter. I want you to judge. Look for yourself. See if this is his best camera work.
I'm sure it's great. Let's get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world to the sound bites you need to hear. Hurry! It's Quick Hits.
All right, LeBron and ESPN closing in on a major deal for a Last Dance-esque documentary. I'm not sure that all of that is that surprising, but my inner hack demands that I ask the question.
Yeah.
Will LeBron's Last Dance documentary be better than Michael Jordan's?
No chance. The thing that made MJ's so captivating and riveting for people can't be replicated. It existed during the pandemic. Mm-hmm. And so everyone was watching it because nobody had new content, nobody had new things to digest. And so more people than just the sports fan got in on it. And more people than just the sports fan won't get in on LeBron's. It will not be the talking point that MJ's ever was or ever will be.
So I just think doing it this close to the end of your career is a really tough pull. I think trying to make it, even in the wake, like if LeBron retires 2 Junes from now, and I
didn't think they were releasing the documentary coming up here. I thought it was.
No, but
they're still filming it.
No. That's what I mean is if you wait until right after you retire, and then it's done, let your career breathe a little bit.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing, I'm sure that they'll do multiple look backs at LeBron's career. Let the first one, the one that you rubber stamp, let that one come out 3 years after you retire. That seems just more intelligent to me. But again, I think maybe LeBron's just trying to make a buck off that. So I guess maybe that's not going to be worth as much 3 years after he retires as right after he retires.
I also think how we view documentaries has changed as well. You know, when MJ's documentary came out, we knew that obviously MJ had some imprint on it. There was a lot of things that weren't in the documentary that I would have put in. But it was still at that early part of these documentaries where it felt like there was some journalistic control happening, and now we know that that's not really the case. And especially when it comes to LeBron, who is so heavily edited in life and is so carefully articulating everything, I'm just convinced it's going to be LeBronified in a way that I'm not really interested in.
You know what I want? I want Ken Burns' definitive LeBron documentary. Right?
Sure. Okay, I know you did that as a joke, but I like Ken Burns. Ken Burns baseball too. Documentary. I mean, I love that. I would trust Ken Burns more than just LeBron to put it together.
Yeah, I mean,
LeBron's people will just make it all about how great LeBron is 24/7.
Yeah, because Michaels was a pure, objective piece of journalism.
No, that's kind of the point. Is that at that spot, and Michael still put in stories about punching teammates and all that other nonsense. I said I was rather upset at how he handled everything relating to the gambling scandal and what happened with his father. That was a clear miss that people like myself called out in real time, but we didn't have the same understanding in that moment, in that spot, how much how much control these guys were taking over all this stuff. Now we know, and now we know this is what they do. And so LeBron is just going to take over all of it, and it's going to be watered down, and I'm just not going to be as interested.
It's going to be like a whole 15 minutes on Space Jam 2.
It won't even get mentioned.
Oh, come on.
Won't even get mentioned because it's an embarrassment to LeBron.
Oh, no.
Anything that's an embarrassment to LeBron is not going to get mentioned. We're going to get like one story about like something that happened with it'll be David Blatt. It'll be a David Blatt story that no one's ever heard before, and it'll paint LeBron in a negative light, and it'll be like, that's the one moment, and that's as good as we're going to get.
Hey,
Jordan threw punching teammates in the mix, okay? Like, at least give us something.
I'll let you know. After operating costs, Space Jam made $13.7 million back. So it was
surprised.
It was not in the red. Okay.
$13.7 million?
Yes, sir.
I'm surprised. I mean, there's enough people that paid to go see it to know that it stunk.
I didn't. I got free tickets.
I waited till it came out. I waited till it came out. That was like a at-home. That was like a 7-year stretch there where I didn't go to the theaters.
Yeah.
It was a long stretch. Now I'm back in. Toy Story 2 and then Moana in the past month. We're living, Nick.
You're only seeing the best.
We are living. Yeah. Myles Garrett on Aaron Donald says it's a difficult decision. Don't want to push him one way or another. So it's funny because everyone's like, Myles, where's the recruitment? What's happening with getting guys? He didn't do that when he was here with the Browns. He's not going to do it there with the Rams.
That's good. This actually, I like when Myles continues to be Myles, because if he was like, we got to control time if daylight saving time becomes permanent. I now put that question to you, Jonathan Peterlin.
Sure.
Should it?
Yes. So I've lived in 3 of the 4 time zones.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Big time zone guy. Big time.
Just happened. I grew up in Chicago where Central Time was what it was. I live here, obviously. And then when I was in Montana, it was Mountain Time.
Just city dropping.
From a sports standpoint, Mountain Time is by far the best. It's not even close. Sunday Night Football wraps up at like 9:30. You get NFL games going extremely early, 11 o'clock. It's very nice. College football on Saturdays is a delight. Like, that is the best time, and it's not even close. The East Coast is basically abysmal when it comes to sports watching. The idea that Sunday Night Football ends near midnight is insanity to me. And so if we got that down to what Central Time folks are living in, what I grew up in, that noon kickoff time for NFL slate, and then you actually get to watch the end of everything and not be incredibly tired the next day, that would be a great thing in life.
So allow me to put the downside here. We would be on winter time all the time, meaning think about when the sun rises and when the sun sets. So you would not be getting, 9 p.m., 8:45 p.m. sunsets in summer. Mm-hmm. And I'll be honest with you, I want to stick to that. I want that thing right there. I want 9, because in the winter, I'm not going outside anyways. All right, in the winter, I am burrowed.
So in theory, everyone would start their day a little bit earlier. Now, we wouldn't because our times are our times, right? Yeah. But one thing that Cleveland does different than Chicago is everyone in Cleveland starts and does the 9 to 5. In Chicago, a lot of people do 8 to 4s. And so like you would just that part of life would get shifted. And so it'd be a little bit, it doesn't impact us at all. No. But for most people out there, that would be the difference.
Apparently the biggest impact is like a commerce impact, and that's what decides if basically the federal government allows you to switch time zones.
I don't think it's ever going to happen.
Neither do I. I also don't think we're dumb enough to do away with daylight savings time.
I don't think we can pull it off either.
Yeah. People really need to look at what happened. I think it was like 1971 or 1972, the last time we actually voted this in. It lasted like 6 months. Once we got to winter, it was a real problem for people. A lot of us were like Alaska. And the part of Alaska that's always at night or always at day. You get what I'm saying? Omaha!
Maybe. All right. I would be interested in the story if it happened in like high school basketball. Nonetheless, if it happens in the WNBA, okay? Mm-hmm. The Paige Beckers and Angel Reese betting on a game story is wild to me. Now, the WNBA has come out, and they, again, if you didn't know the story at all, Paige and Angel Reese, they had made like a $400 wager at the All-Star game about an upcoming matchup that the two of them have. I guess the Dream and the Wings, okay? The game that played last night. Mm-hmm. And the video featured them placing a personal $400 wager. The WNBA social media puts this out there, and obviously then people are like, oh, you can't have that. That gambling on the sport that you guys are playing in? What in the Pete Roses going on here? They have since deleted the video, and the WNBA has released a statement saying that while the social media post was intended to be lighthearted, They recognize the post missed the mark. There's going to be no suspension, no fines for anybody, and they're just going to all act like it didn't happen. This is wild and should be a massive controversy.
Yeah, I mean, this is a dunderheaded move by the two players, and it's even bigger failure. I mean, it seems like the WNBA is afraid of their players, right? Like
Sure.
the commissioner, she's acting like Adam Silver.
She just doesn't. She doesn't know what she's doing.
Adam Silver is 100% afraid of LeBron. He is 100% afraid of the power NBA players have. WNBA players don't have that kind of power. They don't have LeBron power. They don't have
unless you're
Steph
Caitlin,
power.
unless you're Caitlin Clark. But even still,
that's the one.
Paige Beckers and Angel Reese are 2 stars in this league.
Yeah,
this is a massive deal.
And so they should get perfunctory suspensions. They should at least 1-game suspension, even if it's just for optics.
The gambling part of me is obsessed with this part of the story. Like the idea that how much of a knucklehead do you have to be to not realize that you can't do that?
Yeah.
You can't. And this goes all the way down to the idea of them placing the bet, down to the idea that the WNBA didn't even see anything wrong with posting them, basically incriminating themselves. Like you know how many levels of mistakes have to happen for something like this to actually get out?
It's
what
been
a joke.
I mean, it's really been the WNBA
absolute
for the
joke.
last 18 months. They cannot figure out how to optically present themselves in any way, and it is they're not. Listen, tabloid drama is what sells the NBA. It can sell for the WNBA. This is the kind of tabloid drama you can't have, because this goes into integrity of the game. You can't have it.
Exactly right. Even if you're betting on your own team, we still care about that type of stuff.
This is a tough one. All right, the Columbus Blue Jackets have decided to simulcast their TV play-by-play onto the radio, saving big money, I'm sure. They're probably $100,000 richer for this one, which means radio play-by-play man Bob McElligott was let go. His youngest son commented Bob was given 90 minutes heads up before it went public, and the family loses their health insurance on Saturday. Now, why is that important? His youngest son is a cancer survivor 2 times over. By the way, if you had any issue with this, you can call the Jackets at 216-246-4625. That's 614-246-4625. So classy, by the way. Is this the wave of the future?
I mean, it better not be. Simulcasting, the TV play-by-play job is a much different job than the radio play-by-play job.
Yeah.
At TV, you get to let the play breathe. You don't have to do as much actual announcing because people are watching with their own eyes. It's 2 different sports, essentially, that you're trying to broadcast. 2 different things you're trying to broadcast. And so, yeah, I think that's a miss by them. There's no other way to put it. That's a miss.
Yeah, and I would also say, I'm pretty sure they were aware that their play-by-play guy, that his young son had cancer 2 times over. Maybe think about that too. But again, I'm sure this saved at least $50,000 for the McConnell family. I'm sure they'll pour into charitable endeavors and certainly not pocket. That is a trash ass organization. Like, here's the thing. I was 15 when the Blue Jackets came into existence. And so Chicago's always been my team because we didn't have one in Cleveland. The Blackhawks have always been my team. And every once in a while I'll peek over and be like, should I? And the answer's always been never.
Yeah.
No, like as bad as the Wirtz family
The
might
Wirtz family
be,
was really bad.
Yeah. They're
the ones that have me not invested in hockey the way that you're invested. Because growing up, the only way you could watch the games is if you actually went to the games. They blacked out home games on the local TV. I couldn't watch Blackhawks hockey unless they were on the road growing up.
And imagine an ownership worse than that.
That's why I'm not a hockey fan.
So again, if you wanted to call the Jackets and tell them your displeasure at this, 614-246-4625. I did call. I called and left a little message.
Did you leave
there.
a hearty voicemail for him?
Yeah, I think we've gotten into an era where I think a lot of these people are comfortable being out in the open and being scumbags. And there's a lot of that in corporate America. There's a lot of that in America in general. And people are saying who they are proudly out in public, all to save a buck. And it is, I'll tell you this right now, the Columbus Blue Jackets don't lose a single dime. As a matter of fact, I bet you they make a pretty mint penny just to exist. And so to save, what, $100,000, $250,000?
Every sports team is making money.
What an absolute joke of a franchise.
Okay.
Sorry.
You're passionate about it.
It's not hard to treat people nice. It's not. Or just, like a human being. When we come back, Has Shedeur changed already? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This
YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Wake up with the latest news from training camp and around the NFL. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Have some Senka. Frank Schwab coming up in 1 hour's time. Yahoo Sports NFL reporter will get his take on the Browns quarterback situation. So reports out of camp are it's a little rough today for the offenses.
Yeah, seems like it's been rough.
But I did see a nice video of Shedeur throwing to Jack Stoll, the Stoll one, as we call him. So we got that going for us.
I saw Dylan Gabriel had a couple completions.
Look at that. Good for him.
That's what I've seen there.
That's good for him.
He's a tiny little guy.
I think he's going to enjoy the UFL in 6 months.
The dominating thought here seems to be, though, that the defense is looking much better than the offense.
Yeah.
So we'll see. We'll see.
It's interesting. We can debate how much to react to anything specifically. I'm not really going to react to the offense struggling because there are so many new pieces. If they were dominating in day 1 of camp or day 2 of camp, I'd probably think to myself, it's not a good sign for the defense.
I think it's also interesting because it's so many of it is mixed up, right? And at least yesterday, and this is where maybe we need to cut Deshaun a little bit of slack, the idea that Concepcion and Boston are going to be such a major part of this, and they weren't with the ones, they're with the twos yesterday. And it feels like even some of the offensive line combinations and some of those things, like it's not, they haven't put out, at least today it seems like they're trending in that direction, but yesterday they didn't put out what will, at least I think, be the actual starting lineup.
Yeah, I am in team enjoy the content mode of training camp. A week from now, all right, we'll see where we're at, right? But like right now, I'm just enjoying seeing the videos come out. I
like seeing football. And they call me whatever you want because of that, but I do. I like seeing football, and I like it being back. But I think maybe this is where I'm not gonna say we differed because we didn't. But yesterday, when you were driving the Optimism bus, and I'm over here like, I think this might be as good as it gets, guys. It comes with the idea that week 13, week 14, just traditionally past couple years hasn't been a lot of fun. And like, even if this isn't the most fun you've ever had, because it might not be watching the best quarterbacks you've ever seen, still has a chance to be a lot more fun than what 13 and 14 could potentially be.
Now, about halfway through the 2 o'clock hour, we played Chase Daniel. Diana. What he has heard and what he's hearing about Shedeur and kind of taking a leap forward in the offseason. Mike Florio was on PFT and talked about how Todd Monken has impacted Shedeur.
Did I tell you my theory about what happened in Cleveland this offseason? I think we were done by the time I finally figured out what Todd Monken did. Remember when they first started the offseason program and we were hearing that Deshaun Watson was looking good, and Mary Kay Cabot, who's covered that team for 3+ decades, looks like it's going to be Watson. Why don't we just name him the starter now and get him ready? Because by the end of the offseason program, Shedeur was looking good.
Yes.
My theory is that after it started to trickle out that Watson was looking good, and there was that whole Shiloh Sanders, Mary Kay Cabot ugliness.
Yes.
I think Monken at some point said to Shedeur, man, you can't just show up on game day.
Yeah.
You can't be Brett Favre.
Yeah.
You got to do all the other stuff, and you got to do it well if you want to earn that job. You don't get to play if you don't do all this other stuff. And Deshaun's doing it. So you want to win that starting job, you got to do all this stuff, and you got to be locked in every rep, every drill. I could see him saying that to Shedeur, and maybe Shedeur's responded.
All right. So I do think that there's a decent chance that the Browns used Deshaun and his profile as leverage to motivate Shedeur, if they or not motivate, but to kind of keep Shedeur kind of pushing and trying to push him to compete for this job, right?
Mm-hmm.
I do everything else that Florio said felt like typical Florio conjecture to me.
Okay, yeah. So I wanted to ask you. I was like, did you feel like you've seen Shedeur maybe just kind of go through the motions or be lackadaisical about it, and then all of a sudden Monken has been able to pierce through that, and then now we've seen a different version of Shedeur?
I mean, listen, is there a chance that Todd Monken, having his laser eyes on Shedeur Sanders and coming up with a plan to develop Shedeur Sanders, is going to help take Shedeur to a different level? Yeah. Yeah, that's why you hired Todd Monken. That's the great hope.
Did you ever get the idea that he was doing something like he referenced Brett Favre, and Sims and Florio continued to talk about how Brett Favre was one of the only quarterbacks they've ever seen that, hey, Tuesday film practice, not for me. You guys go ahead and do that. I'll sit this one out and then be awesome still, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like most great quarterbacks, you do the little details, and even in the practice setting, you're going hard. Like you're making sure that you're doing it right, and you're not slacking off on it. But I just never got the impression that was Shedeur.
Yeah, it's weird because there's been this the kind of vague charges around Shedeur of, does he want it enough, right? And then even when Kevin Stefanski took over, he and Kevin Stefanski were connected at the hip, and people were talking about the impact of that. And so there's always been this, does Shedeur do the work kind of thing? And I quite frankly, nobody's put their name on it. And nobody's actually just said it out loud, hey, we don't think Shedeur does the work. It's always been a hint. And so, quite frankly, that to me does nothing. Like when Kevin got fired, if we had a strong report about the coaching staff felt like Shedeur didn't put the work in, I think that would have been something. We didn't really get anything.
We don't have that. We never have that. All we ever have is how much work Shedeur does put in. But I almost wonder if it's how he presents himself to the media that is what's holding him back in some of these conversations. Because as hard as Shedeur Sanders works, when he talks to the media or when he talks in general, he's much more laid back. He's got more of like a Cali type vibe to himself. He's more of a laid back person. He's more of like you just don't get a sense of urgency attached to him. He's not Fernando Mendoza, right? Where you're like, oh, geez, that guy's that's a robot right there. That guy's locked in 24/7. No, he's laid back. He's chill. He's joking. He's having fun, right? And I always wonder if some of these reporters or people like Florio, they take some of those clips and they translate that to his game for some reason. And on the field and really in these practice settings, he doesn't have a laissez-faire nature to himself. He's not this laid-back guy. He's incredibly intense.
I think Shedeur continues to pay for the pre-draft narratives. And I think what you're saying is correct. But I just think, if Shedeur had played statistically sound football, if he had made more business decisions down the stretch instead of just trying to make plays and win games in his seven games last year, I think people might maybe have been talking about Shedeur differently. But because we're all slaves to stats, and because we basically need good play to disprove whatever previous narratives were out there, I just think it's another way to reinforce the other narratives and for Florio to act like he knows what he's saying. I have no doubt that Todd Monken was very upfront with Shedeur Sanders. I have no doubt that if Shedeur is not working to the commensurate level, that he won't be the starting quarterback.
And this kind of sounded more like he was trying to prop up Todd Monken than he was trying to do anything else.
I think that's also fair.
He was just trying to be like, all right, I know Todd Monken, and Todd Monken isn't going to let that slide. If anything, it's almost a quick shot at Kevin Stefanski, like a drive-by shot at the old coaching regime for letting Shedeur maybe not go as hard in practices. If we had the evidence to suggest what Florio is saying, that he has taken it in this laissez-faire nature, and he is doing a Brett Favre impression in these practices, maybe I'd believe it a little bit more, but I haven't seen that.
Well, but I think, it's so funny. Like, anytime somebody has thrown out the stats from Shedeur last year, right, which is, worst quarterback, rookie quarterback, whatever, nobody mentions kind of the full story, which is Shedeur's stats did not look great, but this is a kid who didn't get snaps with the first team until he went onto the field in Week 11.
Right.
There's a kid who didn't even get second-team snaps outside of like a week or two where Dillon Gabriel was hurt. He was not developed last year. Because of the quarterback logjam, he just didn't have the kind of reps you would need to then be thrown out into the field on Week 11.
Well, also, despite what people try to tell you that the offensive line was as best as we've ever seen it from weeks 11 to 18, there was an NFL high 51% pressure rate. That was the NFL's high, Nick. And leading up to that, it was 46%, okay? Like, he faced a ton of pressure on a wide receiver group that averaged 86 yards a game, which is the lowest that any team has averaged since the 2011 Jacksonville Jaguars. Like, the amount of things he had to try to overcome there is astounding.
But what's weird to me is that we do this dance with Deshaun of new head coach, a guy that's built his system around a lot of different quarterbacks for Deshaun, and Deshaun has failed to stay healthy, has failed to play competent football no matter what the system is, what's around him, what isn't around him. Right? So we're doing this huge legwork on Todd Monken can fix Deshaun Watson, but we can't go, Hey, the guy whose stats didn't look great but did win 3 games, a guy who people around the NFL did actually like his talent. It was maybe the other stuff that got, or the perception of the other stuff that got him knocked down here. With a full offseason, maybe he can be competent.
Well,
like,
so
what's the bigger jump here? I think it's the Deshaun thing. That's the greater leap of faith to me.
Of course, the Deshaun thing is the greater leap. I almost wonder, though, Florio is setting it up a different way. Instead of wanting to be like Shedeur busted his ass and worked his ass off and is now where he's at if he does start to play good football, right? Instead of that being the storyline, I think he just wants to give credit to Monken there.
Yeah, and I think I do.
Which Monken will deserve credit, by the way.
And yeah, 100%. But it's funny you say that because I do think people like to have their little honey hole with credit. If Shedeur plays well, Todd Monken gets a lot of credit. So does Shedeur Sanders.
Right.
So does the offensive coordinator.
I think he's
so does the guys around him.
I think he's setting it up almost to be like in the credit pie of sorts. It's going to be like, and this might end up being the narrative if it does in fact go this way. Oh, the Monken, I mean, the things he was able to do, nobody could have gotten Shedeur Sanders to that but Todd Monken.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to be great branding for Monken. But like, think about how silly this is. He's getting credit for how Shedeur operates in training camp practices, as if there's a great intensity attached to that.
It's just I think. Not even I've heard, just I think. 216-474-0092. So Mike Florio says, Monken has changed Shedeur. Where do you stand on that one? And we also have Jeremy Fowler here from from Good Morning Football today, talking about how true the Browns quarterback competition is.
This is the one to watch. This is the truest quarterback battle of the 3 because Deshaun Watson was the favorite in the spring. Sources have continued to tell me that Shedeur Sanders did close the gap somewhat by his decisiveness and his presence. You talk to people there with the Browns, he said people are drawn to him. It's just he's got a personality that brings people in a little bit. So Deshaun Watson's going to have to overcome that.
So what's funny about this is where I have to do the thing that although I want Shedeur to win this job, it's incredibly early.
It is early, but he did reference something that you're bigger on than I am, which is can you win the locker room over in this stretch?
Yeah.
I don't think it was an accident that he pointed out that he's winning a lot of people over inside that locker room, and he's doing it with his how did he say charisma? How did he describe it?
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that. Anyway, it was nice words. That is a point in your direction. I don't care as much about that as you do, but that's a point in your direction.
I just think what's funny about it is I can see this thing setting up that if Deshaun continues to struggle in practice, where he's just, again, Shedeur looks solid. And by the way, guys, solid is going to be good enough this year. If Shedeur is solid this season, it'll be the best quarterback play you've had outside of 6 games from Joe Flacco since Baker Mayfield's 2020 season. So we'll take solid this season. We'll go ahead and I'll sign up for solid right now. Everybody's trying to find the next Pat Mahomes in Cleveland. You got to get to solid before you can get to Pat
Oddly
Mahomes.
enough, even though we had some good Baker years in there, the Browns have not had a quarterback finish in the top 10 in passer rating since 1992.
So we will take solid. And by the way, solid
That's
to me.
just top 10. That's not even top 5. It's top 10.
I was going to go top 16 to me is solid. If you're the 16th best quarterback in the NFL, I can win with you. And so I do think I need solid out of the quarterback spot, but I can see this already starting to evolve here. And that maybe this goes into my line of thinking that Deshaun has always been the leverage for the Browns to lean on Shedeur. And I don't think it's what Florio's saying. I don't think it's he doesn't work hard enough. I think any young quarterback that you want to give a chance to, the perception has to be that he earns it. If you had given Shedeur the starting job in that locker room and with that coaching staff, it would have been the worst thing you could have done for him. He's got to earn it, even if it's faux competition like Deshaun Watson.
I mean, I hope your narrative on this or your theory on this ends up being true, because ultimately I just want to see Shedeur Sanders play football. But I really get the impression that they're taking this very seriously. It's not just to push Shedeur. There's a lot with Deshaun. And there's a lot of reasons why we've already talked about for months on end that the Browns will be taking the Deshaun thing serious.
216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media, has Shedeur changed? Is he ahead? Do we have the truest competition? I threw a lot at you, but you can answer any one of those 3. And when we come back, seems like maybe the old Baker Mayfield is back on 92.3 The Fan.
Get ready.
I'm Matt Carrawley.
Deshaun Watson, Shedeur Sanders. The Browns QB battle is back. We're your home for training camp and preseason coverage. The radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
Frank Schwab, Yahoo Sports, NFL reporter and writer, analyst, many jobs, many hats. Coming up in about 40 minutes there.
I like Schwab. Schwab, I think, gives the best team previews out of anyone going.
Yeah?
That's what I like about Frank Schwab. Yeah. I think anybody going, I think he gives the best detailed team previews.
I did realize in our previous convo there about Deshaun and Shedeur that I think where I am with Deshaun is where I think a lot of people are with Shedeur, which I like playmaking. If you can if you're a quarterback that can make plays, I assume you can be taught the functional things or the system things, the little check down things that make coaches like Kevin Stefanski go gaga, right? Mm-hmm. With enough coaching, I think you can polish a rough diamond.
Yeah, there's
right?
certain things you can't teach, like
Yes.
like Caleb Williams, for instance, the throw he made to the back of the end zone to DJ Moore. Like, you can't teach that.
I think Saban used to call it athletic intuition. Now, he was talking more about just like an athlete leaning the right way, that they just know where the play is going to go. But I think Shedeur has a little bit of that. He is as much of a football player as he is a quarterback. With Deshaun, so I think a lot of people look at Shedeur and say, you have to prove it to me. Even if you win this job, you've got to prove it to me week 1. And then even if you do that, I'll say, all right, you got to better do it week 2. And that is the proper response when we're talking about most young quarterbacks. Mm-hmm. It's just I happen to notice most of the people who share this opinion, they've never given Shedeur a shot and have already written him off. I just have never written him off. So I do want to see him prove it, but for Deshaun, I will be in prove it mode with Deshaun. Infinitum. Like, until you get to the Super Bowl this year, until you get to a 10-7 record and, a 93 quarterback rating. Like
the difference, though, is that we've given Deshaun a fair shake already, though.
Yes, multiple fair shakes.
19 games. I know it doesn't sound like a ton, but that's over 3 seasons worth of games. We've given him enough opportunity to try to showcase what he can or cannot do, and at some point, that's on you if you keep falling for it.
Yeah, it's interesting. I keep hearing on all the sports shows, oh, there are people that are supporting Deshaun. And that I think that's the right response.
That is the right response.
We have been shocked when people call in. It's like, I want Deshaun to win this job. I fundamentally don't understand that. If that's your honest to goodness opinion, and it's not purely based in dislike for Shedeur for whatever reason, I'll give it to you. You can have whatever opinion you want. I just don't understand riding with Deshaun. In fact, and look to free agency in 2027. And obviously, they can tag him. Obviously, there's a lot to go before Baker.
I'm disappointing in that regard to not have, to feel disrespected a little bit. And that's really the disappointing part, to feel undervalued after, thinking you've earned it.
All right, so, like, there are certain quarterbacks. Shedeur is one of them. Baker's certainly one of them. That they could say the same words that, like, a Mahomes could say, and they're going to get a hell of a lot more traction. I think if you actually listen to the audio, because people saw the words and said, same old Baker. I didn't hear emotion. I kind of just heard even keel Baker saying, yeah, it's a little bit disrespected. That's how it felt.
He was upset, clearly. But the disrespected part of that is the part that I found the most interesting because of our history with Baker, we understand when he feels disrespected, that's tough. That's like he takes that in a way that other people historically in life don't. I've never seen a person that seeks out to be disrespected more than Baker Mayfield and almost relishes in being disrespected. So it's a weird part of this where it's almost like, did the Bucs do this because they know that this is going to bring out the very best version of Baker? Like he's going to have an awesome year. He's going to be great because this is him. This is the in a nutshell, him putting that chip on his shoulder the way that he always has. He always has to find something. Well, he found it. I just don't know if it's going to work out long term for the Bucs then.
Yeah, here's the thing. If I feel like Baker could get over his past issues with the Browns to the tune of $55 million a year, I'm going to assume he can do the same thing with Tampa
Well,
Bay.
but we disagree on that, though. I don't think he can get over the Browns for the tune of $55 million a year. We went back and forth on that.
I think time and money are great, especially for a guy who had his finances messed with by family, especially for a guy who had a couple years there that disrupted his ability to get the third contract of the NFL. I'm assuming Baker, if he ever hits free agency, is going to be a guy that goes, what's the offer? And, when do we start? When it comes to the Buccaneers, I tend to think winning cures a lot of ills. And if you win this year, I can absolutely see this turning into, Baker, we're so happy for you. Here's $55 million a year. And then backdooring the, hey, we just wanted to help, get that chip on his shoulder.
I just feel like it's just another line of his story where he was once again doubted and then comes across an outcome that ends up being favorable to him, but he's got to be doubted first. Like this is how this works with Baker. Go back to Texas Tech. I mean, this is it. This is him hosting Mahomes on a visit and then being told essentially there's no spot for you anymore. So then he goes to Oklahoma as a walk-on and then pays his own way to begin with and bets on himself, wins a Heisman. Like it's all in his DNA. It's all even at the pro level. Like he's done this before and he's done it so many times. I wonder how disrespected he actually felt by the 2 years and the idea that it was nowhere close to $50 million. But I would bet so much money on Baker Mayfield being awesome this next year.
I just think it's funny.
This is when he thrives.
I just think it's funny that people can't relate to somebody not feeling like they're not being paid what they're worth and feeling disrespect from that. Like, it's funny, like...
Which is like a lot of workplaces in America? Is
I
that what
would
you're
say
saying?
most workplaces in America feel that way.
Most people aren't like, I make too much money.
Yes.
Boy, am I stealing from this company.
I guarantee you most people aren't like, I'm properly compensated. No. Yeah. Like, even if you're comfortable, you're probably thinking, I could use another 50 grand, right? So, like, it's so funny to me that these comments have blown up. And, could this be the end of Baker in Tampa Bay? It's like... No, I think there's a path for a disastrous fallout from this. And that path is 2021 for the Cleveland Browns. The expectations are you're going to compete for that division. You are coming off a year where you didn't make the playoffs, by the way.
And when you're seeing how it mirrors the Browns situation completely.
Yes.
I mean, the setup and all of it. Baker wants $50 million. With the Browns, he wanted $40 million. And both teams, Browns didn't want to come close to it, and Tampa didn't want to come close to it.
So if you're coming off, I think it's 8-9 season. If you go out there and Baker gets dinged up and has to play through an injury, or if Baker misses a serious amount of time, and because of that, he's just not the Baker that we've seen pretty much all the time in Tampa Bay, then I could see it really getting bad. If Baker's healthy and the Buccaneers are a 9 or 10 win team, I think this is going to play out just fine. But I think because it's Baker, we blow this thing up into something bigger. I really only see it going poorly if the football or really the health kind of side of things, much the same way in 2021, goes off track like it did.
Which, I mean, it could. He has been incredibly, and maybe not, I'm not going to say healthy because he's been dinged up. He just plays through it all, though. And if you go through, like, some of the numbers for quarterbacks over the past 3 years, he is top 5 in touchdowns. He is top 5 in yards. He is right at the top of everything. His production is always, it's been there in a Bucs uniform. Like to the point where you could always relitigate what happened with the Browns and be like, all right, I see what Andrew Berry and Kevin Stefanski were doing, even if I didn't agree with it at the time. I can squint and I could see what they were doing. This with the Bucs just makes no sense to me. In a league where so many guys, 13 guys make $50+ million a year, this is the holdout that you're having?
Yeah, with the downside of having to start over at quarterback again. And I think maybe they're taking for granted going from Tom Brady to Baker Mayfield.
That, like, quarterbacks just fall in their laps.
When they, previous to that, it was Jameis Winston, and there was the Josh Freeman sort of thing. And then there was Brad Johnson, and there was some success with Brad. There was also a lot of failure with Brad. And then, Chris Sims had a moment. Like, I just maybe it's my side. It's funny because even when we have the conversation about like Shedeur or Deshaun, and everyone, again, people just get into this ridiculous mindset in the NFL. It's franchise quarterback or bust, and it's like the only people that get to say that are if you already have a starting quarterback of a specific category, like a Baker, like a Jared Goff, and even then, you don't just willy-nilly go into a situation where you might have to replace that guy in real time. You want to replace a really good starting quarterback over time. You don't want to replace him in the way that like a sudden kind of change, the way they think a lot of teams do.
Did you see that the afternoon show in Pittsburgh is really putting out their Baker Mayfield campaign?
Oh, look at that.
And so I do think I find it funny that next year, this offseason, we're going to be competing with a lot of the teams that we despise and hate. But more importantly, we're going to be competing with the Steelers when it comes to the quarterback for 2027.
Yeah.
It's going to be a lot of the same. Yeah, it's going to be they're going to be in the same business for a lot of these quarterbacks that we're going to be in as well.
Now, I think what becomes interesting is whether this drama could hinder the Bucs season, because I also don't see that. Like, in terms of it being a distraction, I mean, even in Baker's, thing today saying, yeah, I feel a little disrespected. I think that makes sense given what I've contributed here. I mean, he called for Vita Vea to get a contract extension. It's not like he was just talking about himself here.
As a one-off, I really do think it's going to work out for the Bucs. If you only looked at I need to do something for this year and accomplish something, and we just seen it with Baker so many times before. He lives off this. He thrives under feeling disrespected. I've told you this story before about in his locker at Oklahoma. He had the long list of people that he felt just disrespected him throughout his college career, all the way down to being offered just 3 scholarships out of high school at Lake Travis. Like this is just who he is. Like, he lives off of this stuff. I don't know. Maybe the past couple years, maybe not enough people have been disrespecting him.
That's true.
Maybe he'd been living too large.
I'm actually going to throw this out now. I'm willing to be, everybody has accountability buddy, that one friend that calls you and says,
accountability buddy?
Yeah, you've never heard about that? Yeah.
It sounded good. Yeah. I just know I've never heard of that. Maybe it's because I don't have one.
And
maybe I need an accountability buddy. But what'd you call it?
Accountability.
Accountability buddy? Accountability
buddy.
You sound like a toothless hillbilly. Accountability buddy.
When you bring those type of words to the table.
Accountability buddy.
It sounds like a hillbilly thing, if I'm being honest. I got my accountability buddy.
It's actually a very, very high-minded thing.
Oh, is that right?
However,
yeah,
I'm willing to be his shade friend. That or his shade buddy. It's not as good as accountability buddy, but it's
accountability buddy.
But I just call him up once a week, and I just give him the old Joe Flaherty, you suck. I just like, Baker, I got to be honest with you. Only 271 yards against the Lions this week? I'm sorry. I thought we wanted $55 million a year. And I just start hurling curse words at him.
Is that right?
By the way, I can be this to anybody. So if you've got money and you just need a friend to call you and motivate you, I will motivate you by just screaming, godless things at you for the right amount of money.
Oh, it's a South Park bit.
No, yeah.
I didn't know. That's what they said. It's a South Park bit.
It's been around long enough.
It became popular from the TV show South Park. It helps you stay responsible and on track with your goals, like working out, studying, or saving money. If I need someone to be like, "Hey, you need to work out more," I'm not doing life right. I just don't think If I need somebody to be like, "Hey, you need to do a better job with that prep," I'm not doing life right.
I think there's a lot of people out there that need accountability buddies. I think there's a lot of people out there.
We need to grown up this word. We need to make this word sound less like a 3-year-old invented it.
Well, that's why it appeals to the more immature demographic.
The people that need it?
Yeah, they're like, well, I want an accountability buddy, right?
At camp, Butters is assigned an accountability buddy to help him rid himself of his affliction and forge a personal relationship with Jesus Christ.
Yep. And if I remember correctly, it worked out for everyone involved there.
Is that right?
Yeah.
What a lame thing. Funny to me, but a lame thing.
I think you could listen. You're very successful in your own right. I think you could even graduate beyond no-so.
Is that right?
With an accountability buddy,
with somebody just yelling at me and being like, "Do this better."
You could, and motivating, whichever way you need it. Some people need yelled at. Other people need like the stern stepfather kind of, I'm a little disappointed right now.
So would you be the, instead of an accountability buddy, what is this version for disrespecting Baker?
Yeah, I'm the shade guy.
A disrespect a buddy?
Yeah, a disrespect a buddy, yep. And I just call and I say, I didn't realize that you were getting paid to suck at quarterback.
You're like the dude in Happy Gilmore all of a sudden.
Exactly. And then every time I'm in town with him, when I go to walk away, I just tag him.
Yeah.
I just hit the old knuckles on the old boy parts there and just walk away and say, loser.
You just feed him everyone on the internet that is saying negative things about him?
Yeah.
Which I think actually did happen at one point in his life.
I also get shoes that make me, I'm like 6'4", so Baker's like 6 feet tall. I get shoes to add another 2 or 3 inches. So I'm just like 6'6", 6'7", and I'm physically intimidated. I walk by and just slap the crap out of him. Again, I'm like a bad stepfather. That's what I do.
Well, he had a bad real father.
Yeah.
So,
Well, but that
stepfather,
one's too
go.
close to the home.
Oh, you don't want to also steal hundreds of millions of dollars, or at least tens of millions of dollars from him?
A bad
Or maybe just
stepfather
millions of
feels like
dollars.
you
Let's
can
just leave
kind
it
of
there.
wash from the thing there.
Allegedly.
Yeah, I mean, you already had a bad dad. No. There's the stepdad thing here. Forgot about the dad thing. Kind of felt bad about doing the stepdad thing. It's okay.
Well, that's all right. He'll be fine.
Yeah. Baker, it's not your fault.
It's going to have like an Aaron Rodgers thing that happens. Like right before he's getting ready to retire, he'll reconnect, hopefully.
Or not.
Or not. I don't know.
Not all toxic relationships need repaired. 216-474-0092. Baker Mayfield feels a bit disrespected. Sound familiar? Could this hinder the Buccaneers season? And Jose Ramirez might want to take a page out of Bryce Harper's book. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, it's Dustin. It's a wonderful time at Staples with up to 40% off select tech. Staples. That was easy. Visit Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
And the Fan is looking for a winner. Enter the code SLIDE, SLIDE, at 923thefan.com before 4 o'clock for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to 92.3 The Fan night with the Lake Erie Crushers, Friday, August 7th at Forefront Field in Avon. Nick, Ken, and Anthony, they'll all be taking over all the in-game fun, including the first pitch at 7 o'clock. Get tickets at LECrushers.com. It's all brought to you by the Lake Erie Crushers and Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
We got Frank Schwab coming up in just about 15 minutes' time. We'll talk about the Browns quarterback competition and, of course, his outlook on the season this year and see if he thinks I'm being a homer by saying the Browns could win 7 games and that maybe we should enjoy that. We'll see. However, Daniel Oyefusi just sending out his day 2 notes of Browns training camp. I just want to talk about the quarterback ones here real quick. He said slow start for the number 1 offense. Mm-hmm. But he does say Shedeur got into a rhythm late, and then he said Deshaun bounced back after the 2 INT day yesterday, and he is much sharper. Now, we've got to do our own quarterback tracker here, right?
That's right, yeah.
Since you and I can't be there at every practice and chart passes and whatnot, yesterday I moved Shedeur 1 spot over. Mm-hmm. He's the only guy that moved. And it moved, and I was very happy for him.
Yeah, that was easy call.
Because he got into a rhythm today. I'm going to move him another notch to the right.
Oh, I thought it was going to be like we decide each day who won, and then only the person that won got to move.
I feel like if we do that, we're going to be shorting people on good days. I think.
Do you think today was a wash?
No, because I'm going to move Deshaun over 1 notch.
That's what I'm saying. Deshaun goes 1, and then Shedeur goes 1. It washes out.
And get ready for it. Dylan Gabriel goes over 1. He's now to 0 because I put him at -1 the other day.
How about Taylon Green? Didn't have an incompletion on the day from what I'm hearing.
I think he threw like 2 passes. So.
6 was the number.
Yeah. So, you know what?
Give him 1.
No.
I don't want to do it. Dylan threw, I think, like 10 passes.
The quarterback tracker. By the way, Dylan went 91% completion percentage today, according to the internet streets.
Yeah, Taylon went 100%.
On half the passes.
He was perfect in every chance he could have.
I think you're playing fast and loose with this game.
If it's good enough for Michael Jordan to go 6 for 6, why is it not good enough for Taylon Green to go 6 for 6?
It's a different sport, mostly.
Wow.
But
don't let that get in the way.
That is the latest from the Browns quarterback derby. Of course, I'm sure we're going to get some stuff coming in here from our guy Lance Reislin. Daryl, I'm sure, will be posting content on this as well. Mm-hmm. But big to do in baseball right now. The Phillies are having what can only be described as one of the most unintentionally funny seasons ever.
Yeah.
They started so bad and so slow they had to fire Rob Thomas, who had them in Thompson, who had them in the NLCS, I think 2 years ago. They bring in Don Mattingly because Don was, Rob Thompson was supposed to be too much of a player's coach. So they brought in Don.
I think we can talk about the reverse nepotism that happened there, right?
Oh, yeah. Preston Mattingly is the GM.
Dad is the GM of the team. Kind of helps to get the job, I would imagine.
But with the Phillies locked in a spot to try and be, again, fighting for their playoff life, Bryce Harper spoke to the media 2 nights ago, and this sound has gone viral.
Yeah, I think we need some help. But, I think we've proved, pretty much all year we've done a pretty good job. But, anytime you can, get some help in here and reinforcements, I think it helps.
It is insane to me that went viral.
Baseball players don't typically do this.
Yes, but the point is, that is like the nicest way you can say, please give me some damn help. Bryce Harper is not known for being like couth and then having the ability to have tact. That's the most tactful way I've ever heard Bryce Harper talk when it comes to the organization. And again, remember, he was locked in a feud with Dave Dombrowski, who I think it was a couple years ago said, he's not, we don't think he's elite right now.
Yeah.
And much like Baker Mayfield, he hasn't forgotten it. Well, yesterday before the Phillies game, Don Mattingly was asked for his response on Bryce Harper's comments.
Since Bryce thinking about it, I don't really sense anybody else thinking about it. And you've been through this. Guys want to be GMs, what you need. without a real understanding of where the organization is, exactly where everything goes, not only this year but moving forward. So again, players like being GMs and making calls and spending other people's money. So I don't like it from the fact of what I've been saying, that you're saying that we don't like our players that are here.
All right, so I got to tell you, Don Mattingly has pushed all the right buttons. I have no problem with him responding to it. My favorite part of the whole thing, it was like a whole 2-minute thing where he's like, and that's all I'm going to say about that, and then he kept talking about it.
Yeah.
I think there's much ado about nothing. I don't think Bryce Harper said anything out of line.
No, you want your stars to be talking this way. You want them to. If fans can't force the organization to do something, it falls on the stars in many ways to be like, this isn't good.
And I don't
you're wasting my time.
I don't even have a problem with Mattingly saying what he said back. Like
you
baseball.
find out who you work for in those moments, right? Like obviously Mattingly's got to answer to his son,
and Dave Dombrowski.
But he's got bosses he's got to answer to is the point, and he's got to play. He's got to toe the company line. Bryce Harper doesn't care about 5 years from now. Bryce Harper is in what he believes is still his prime and is trying to win baseball games.
And it's not like he cursed a lot. It's not like to me this is the kind of stuff we should have in baseball. Like I'm not one of the people furious at the Guardians for the offense. Like. They decided to go young. They might not have seen enough from the team in general to make a move at the deadline, and that'll bum me out, but I'm not going to be furious at them. I'm not going to be raging on them if they don't make a move.
I haven't decided yet.
But that's good. You like to keep it up in the air. But
I'm leaning towards rage, but we'll see what happens on Monday.
But like if Jose Ramirez came out and said this, and again said it in the exact way that Bryce Harper did, I think there's a lot of fans that would respect that. And I don't think it would kill the Guardians organization either.
It wouldn't kill them. We haven't heard J-Ram make that call and really kind of preach to the Guardians to do this. I am
mostly because he never admits that he speaks English.
I know that is a part of that. I do wonder what would happen if he did all of a sudden kind of maybe put feet to flame to the Guardians and say, "Listen, I'm 33 years old. I'm getting up there. I don't have a million years left. This is a good enough team. Let's see what we can. The AL stinks. Let's see what we can do." I'm curious what the response would be.
Like Josh Naylor lost his mind at the deadline. I think that was the Josh Bell deadline. He was gone within 18 months. Josh Naylor can't be the guy that came out and said, get it together. I would like some help. Jose's the only guy. He's got the contract. He's got the power, and he's got the goodwill. He has to. He's got the goodwill from the fans. He's got to have the goodwill from the organization.
It would go longer because he never does this too.
Yeah. Which is why he won't do it now.
But it is. I mean, it is kind of. It's the employee that never says, "Hey, I need a raise. I want a raise," or anything like that. And then they work for you for a long time, and they're like, "Hey, a raise would be nice here." You're probably more likely to give it to the person that every 3 weeks is like, "I need a raise."
Yeah, I still don't think that guy's getting a raise.
Well, and that's probably the outcome even here with J-Ram, right? J-Ram could make this big speech. Probably not going to tip the scales one way or another for the Guardians front office, but it's got a better chance than anybody else doing it.
Oh, I actually think because he never does it, and because he just signed the second contract extension in Cleveland, I think Jose's the only guy that I think it would be a lock. I don't know.
Nothing's a lock with this team.
I don't know. It would be what you and I want.
Nothing's a lock with this team.
But I would guarantee that if Jose came out and said, "I need help. We need help," that would get people moving over there.
Well, all right. Should the expectation be that he does do this? I mean, I think one of the reasons why he likes playing in Cleveland is that he doesn't have the responsibility on his shoulders to make some of these proclamations. It's one of the things I think Lindor has been really frustrated about with the Mets is he goes to New York and then all of a sudden he's got to be this big vocal leader and be talking to every media outlet about what they need to do, what they don't need to do, and all this other stuff. I think J-Ram likes the idea that he never has to do this stuff.
Yeah, I think this is the rare case where beggars can't be choosers. It would mean the world to every Guardians fan who rages on Twitter about the Guardians not making trades and not spending money. I think it'd mean the world to them if Jose came out and said, "Hey, I want some help. Let's get some reinforcements." But because of Jose's financial sacrifice and his commitment to the city of Cleveland, I'll never hold him to that standard. If the Guardians had paid him dollar for dollar, if the Guardians, if there were a plethora, if he was a different person overall, I'd feel different about it. But no, I mean, he's recommitted himself twice to Cleveland. If he doesn't want to, I think it'd be tremendously helpful to the psyche of a lot of Guardians fans. I don't need it, but I think a lot of other fans do. But I won't hold him to it because I don't think
I
that's
mean, that
right.
like that CEO type role that you have to take on if you're the number one player on a team. You just don't. He just hasn't had to here. He's never been forced to do that, and so I really think it's one of the things and one of the reasons why he stayed here as long as he has is because he doesn't have to do some of those things, and the fans don't hold him to it, and nobody's saying, "Hey, you have to do it," and he's comfortable with that.
So you heard Bryce Harper there say the Phillies need some help. The Phillies didn't like that. Would it help? Do you think it would help if Hosey was more vocal about getting reinforcements at the deadline? Frank Schwab, Yahoo Sports, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Ohio State coaches and players spoke to the media on Wednesday at Big Ten Media Days in Chicago. Buckeyes junior
20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Get to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel to see daily Browns training camp breakdowns with Darryl Ryder and Coach Lance Reisland. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
That was some therapy I didn't know I was going to have to pay for. Nick and JP back on The Fan. If you missed a moment in our show today, use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app. Powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. We are working to get Frank Schwab, Yahoo Sports, on the hotline here in just a moment. We do have the lead coming up. At 6, we've got Herm Edwards. I was thinking of the wrong day. Herm Edwards, ESPN NFL analyst at 6, and then Max Starks and Chris Emma with 32 teams in 16 days. Today it's Pittsburgh and then Chicago. But
that's not how anyone says Chicago.
Not how you say it.
That's not.
Yeah. You've not been anywhere, by the way. That's it.
What do you mean I haven't been anywhere?
You've not been everywhere. There could be somebody that said Chicago.
Yeah. Not people in Chicago.
No, well, of course.
No.
Yeah, no, I speak to everyone, no matter whether they're from Chicago, in Chicago, out of Chicago. I like to spread my diction around.
There you go. You're certainly spreading that diction.
That's all Nick Wilson does around these parts. This being said, before we get Frank Schwab on, obviously the big story of today has been Andrew Berry and Todd Monken's press conference. And I want to play maybe my favorite part of Andrew Berry's press conference. There was a lot of nothing there.
Yeah.
But my favorite part was his comp for Todd Monken while giving Todd Monken his flowers. 15, Mac. Berry 15. It's one segment down.
1-5.
Todd's awesome. I think Todd, the best way to describe him is he is old school discipline with new school relationships and football. And Todd, to me, he's like Billy Bob Thornton's character, Tommy Norris in Landman, where here's a guy who's highly intelligent, great critical thinking skills, great street savvy, rare problem solver, but he can also relate to the 21-year-old on the oil rig, the head of the drug cartel, or the billionaire financier in the office. That is Todd Monken, and that's like an incredible skill to have as a head coach.
I will be honest, if Andrew Berry wants to have a podcast where he just recaps storylines and arcs of common, I'll do that with him. I actually would like that. I like the way he broke this character down.
Well, he definitely dropped a Collinsworth in it too. Here's a guy.
Yep.
Here's a guy. All right,
Yeah.
someone's been watching some Sunday Night Football tape.
I think my takeaway is I think Todd Monken can hang with the cartel. Was that not the right takeaway?
Do we think Andrew Berry's actually watched Landman, or do we feel like he just got this from somebody else and is going after it?
Oh, I don't think. Yeah, I would imagine he watched Landman.
I don't know that. And also, is that an odd choice for Andrew Berry to be a fan of?
Why would it be odd?
I don't know. It's not a show I watch. Is probably the only reason why I think that.
Is it because you think maybe he's like an intellectual, and that doesn't seem like an intellectual show because Taylor Sheridan tends to write for more common folk? Is that what we're getting?
No, that's what you just said, though.
Okay.
So is that your takeaway on it?
I was trying to infer.
Yeah, I don't know that Andrew Berry only watches reruns of Frasier, but I don't know that Landman was the call.
Frasier, Big Bang. If the characters are smart, I watch it. That was my Andrew Berry. But now we head out of the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline and welcome on Yahoo Sports' very own NFL writer and analyst Frank Schwab. Frank, welcome to the show.
Hey, how's it going?
Well, listen, you're great at your camp previews, your NFL team previews, but we're going to put you on the hot seat here. Andrew Berry today compared Todd Monken to Billy Bob Thornton's character in Landman. I think that's a good thing. Do you concur or deny or disagree that that's a good thing?
I guess I'm too busy writing previews to have watched Landman. The only time I've watched Landman was when Jerry Jones was on there. He did really well, by the way. I did write about that. But yeah, I can't. Sorry. It's a reference above my head, I guess. I heard that show's great. I've not watched.
Don't feel bad. I feel like how many people have we been like, hey, Landman, but then they follow up with, I haven't watched it. Heard the same thing with Tom Withers and Jeff Phelps today. Yeah. Who's watching Landman?
I watched 7 minutes of it.
It's supposed to be really popular.
I watched 7 minutes of the first episode, and then I forgot.
I don't know anyone that's actually actively watching the show. Maybe just Andrew Berry.
But and Taylor Sheridan's family. All right, Frank, I guess we can get to we actually came across a piece of audio from you on Yahoo Sports Daily the other day where you said it is embarrassing that Watson's in QB1 convo. At the risk of being very simplistic, why do you think that?
I mean, other than that he can't play and he's not a great human being, I can't figure out any other reason other than that. Like, I don't know why the Browns are doing this. I just don't. I can't understand it. I would literally rather have any – if I was a franchise that had any soul conscience, regard for how people thought of me, regard for the fans, I would rather start anybody than Deshaun Watson. Shedeur Sanders for sure. Dylan Gabriel for sure. Taylor Green, sure, why not? Go find what Brian Sipe is up to these days. I'd rather start him than Deshaun. I would literally rather sign a guy off the street to start than Deshaun Watson. And I know there's contractual stuff, but I'd say, sorry, man, you're going to be practicing on the other field the whole time. We're not playing you. We got to keep you around because we just have to, but we're not playing you. Like, at some point, even Jimmy Haslam, who, by the way, I'm a Milwaukee fan, he's killing my Bucks, so two teams are got the Haslam curse on them. Jimmy Haslam already threw in the towel. Here, so we took a big swing and miss. We screwed up on Deshaun Watson. And then there's this weird media blitz. I don't get this. I wrote about this in my preview. You go back to last December 6th. Both Adam Schefter and Ian Rappaport both reported out of the absolute blue, hey, Deshaun Watson's going to be on the roster next year, and he's got a chance to start. Like, what? Like, Deshaun Watson's not even playing this season. Where's this coming from? And since then, there have been stories dropped about how Deshaun Watson looks great in practice and how they want to give him another chance and how Monken really likes him. And I don't get why there's a media blitz to get everyone acclimated to the idea that Deshaun Watson's going to start again. It's over. It's done. He has not been a good quarterback in like 5 years, not even an average quarterback. He's been absolutely probably the worst quarterback in the NFL since he decided to sit out a season with the Houston Texans to try to force a trade. What's the point of all this? To me, it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing to the franchise. If I was a Browns fan, and Browns fans are great. They deserve better than this. If I was a Browns fan, I'd be mad. Why? Why are we doing this? Why do we need to suffer through you guys trying to convince us that Deshaun Watson's a good idea in the year 2026? Again, one of the more embarrassing things I've ever seen in my 25 years covering this league.
So we agree, by the way. I don't want to make it seem like, oh, we're against you, and we agree 100%. We can't figure it out either. But why is it then that the Browns seem actually serious about this? I don't think this is just some big act that they're doing. They're splitting up first-team reps. Like, why are they serious about this?
I have no idea. I really, truly don't know. I thought about that. Like, why? Like, you know, you think about like the knee-jerk stuff of like, oh, they just want to pump up his trade value. Nobody's trading for Deshaun Watson. They're not. I don't even think the Toronto Argonauts are trading for Deshaun Watson at this point, right? Like, so that's not it. I can't imagine they really think that this is going to work out. And even if it does, quote unquote, work out to what? Like, work out to where he wins just enough games to knock you out of a chance to draft a real quarterback next year? Like, I don't get that part of it. Now, I'll tell you this. If this is a plan to tank out in the open and to lose as many games as possible to get Dante Moore or Arch Manning, okay, all right, I'm on board then. Then it's smart. And that might be the one thing Deshaun Watson can do really, really well in 2026 is make his team as bad as possible. Other than that, I can't come up with one logical reason why they would do this. Again, it's not like you're giving a chance to a really, really popular player who you just want to see, wow, this would be a great story. This would be awesome if he can beat the odds. Nick Chubb, a guy like that. This ain't that. This is you're doing this for somebody who I don't think I don't know. You guys could tell me. Maybe Browns fans still defend the guy and love the guy. I would hope not. But,
no, it doesn't happen.
Yeah, no, right. I thank you for that. I just can't. So I can't see any logical point to this. I can't. Other than it's the Jimmy Haslam Browns. That's it. It just nothing makes sense with them.
So, Frank, we're in a weird spot here because I concur pretty much across the board with you about Deshaun. I like Shedeur's playmaking. I'm intrigued to see with a full off season and maybe a coach that takes him seriously. If there's good starting quarterback or at least an interesting starting quarterback there. And when we go outside the quarterback spot, I like Monken a lot. And I love the rest of this roster. It's not flawless, but there's so much promise here.
Yeah.
I'm just, how do we kind of How do we Bowie maybe the worst quarterback room in the NFL against a really nice young roster?
That's the problem, and that's why, again, I go back to my previews, but it seemed like there was about 6 teams that the whole focus of the preview was, well, this season's going to stink, but if they hit it in the 2027 draft, then it's all going to be worth it, and they can start turning things around. I mean, the Browns might be at the front of that list. The problem for the Browns is they might be too good to get a top 3 pick, right? Like, they really do have a lot of promise. Their rookie class last year was awesome. Like, they could not have done better, including Travis Hunter trade. And they really did well. And you could see, like, there's a nucleus here, and it really means nothing if they can't figure out the quarterback situation. What if this team with Jared Verse and all that they got from the Rams and that trade and all that, what if they're just good enough to win 7 games, right? Like, you just feel like that'd almost be a gut punch. Like, okay, what do we do now? And so I think, to be honest, I think you're going to see a lot of tanking in the NFL this year. I think you're going to see a lot of shenanigans like the Raiders pulled last year where, oops, sorry, this guy's got to go on IR because of a surgery. Like, can't wait. Or like the NBA did this year. Mm-hmm. Because the stakes are so high for the 2027 draft that you need to get a quarterback, and I fear for the Browns. And I do. I honestly root for the Browns. I know I've been kind of trashing them for the Deshaun thing. I root for the Browns. They're good fans. They're underdogs. They deserve better. They deserve a winner. They would appreciate a winner. Like, I root for the Lions the same way. And in that, I hope that they're in a position to draft the quarterback they need next year, because nothing's going to change. You can have all the Harold Fannons you want. If the quarterback room is still worse than the NFL, you're just not going to go anywhere.
So how do you get someone like Todd Monken to buy into that process of like, hey, 2027 is where it's at? I mean, first-time head coach, 59 years old. He's been waiting his whole life for this opportunity. That's the hard part I have, Frank, is trying to figure out how you convince that guy who knows. There's one-and-done head coaches in the NFL for a reason. Like, he's got to win games. What do you do?
That's hard, and I agree with you there in that I thought Monken, looking in a vacuum, Monken was a very good hire just because – I think he's got a lot of, the people around the league who really respect him. He's done it. He's done it on multiple levels now. He really does know what he's doing, and he deserves a chance. And then you look at it and you say, is this a right fit? Like, do you want a guy who obviously wants to win now? Nobody wants to take 2-15 on their record, but a guy like Jeff Hafley might. A guy like Michael Flohr might, those kind of guys might be more willing if you really think you have the confidence of the organization to, hey, we know it's going to bottom out. The Miami Dolphins might not win a game this year. Like, that's how their roster is. It's bad. But I think that Jeff Hafley knows I'm not going anywhere. I know that they understand what I'm being put into. I don't know if Monken kind of is in that spot, like you said. He's getting his first chance. He's at an age where he probably don't get a second chance. He's not going to want to take a season like that. So I don't know how he fits in all that. And again, I just fear, and I think I actually did write this in the Browns preview, that they might be just one of those. They're not as bad as Arizona, Miami, probably the Jets. A lot of these teams, even somebody like, what if the Steelers totally bottom out because Aaron Rodgers looks like Brett Favre in his last season? Then you're looking and you're saying the Browns are just good enough that they might knock themselves out of a spot to get a Dante Moore, a real true difference maker.
Frank, we really do appreciate you, man. Great stuff. And again, we'll catch up with you down the line.
Absolutely. I appreciate it.
Frank Schwab there, Yahoo Sports on the Weishart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Strong stuff with him. We will respond to the Browns' timelines and being too good to be that bad in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Mr. Hero's been a local staple for over 60 years, serving up the legendary Roman burger and hot buttered cheesesteak. 2 tastes you can't get anywhere else. So, when hunger hits, don't overthink it. Think Mr. Hero.
I crave the hero.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company,
is here.
Come on, man, wake up!
And so is your daily coverage from Berea. The radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
The problem for the Browns is they might be too good to get a top 3 pick, right? Like, they really do have a lot of promise. Their rookie class last year was awesome. Like, they could not have done better, including Travis Hunter trade. And they really did well. And you could see, like, there's a nucleus here. And it really means nothing if they can't figure out the quarterback situation. What if they're just good enough to win 7 games, right? Like, you just feel like that'd almost be a gut punch. Like, okay, what do we do now?
Frank Schwab, Yahoo Sports. We agree immensely on Deshaun Watson. I disagree with that last point that he was making. Nick and JP back on the Fan. We do have the lead coming up at 5 o'clock with all the big sound from today. Andrew Berry, Todd Monken, and whatnot. Maybe a little first verse from Jared verse. Who knows? I just hate this mentality. I just hate this idea. I understand that all roads lead to the quarterback spot, and I do understand that if it's not Shedeur Sanders, at some point you've got to get a quarterback in here that can start for the next 3 to 5 to 10 years. I understand the value of a top 3 pick. The Browns have tried to be bad the last 2 years to get the ass fell out of the thing. They've tried to get the quarterback, and each of the years, no quarterback's been worthy of being drafted where they were picking.
I don't think they tried 2 years ago. I think they genuinely thought that was going to be a good team, and it just happened to be a bad team.
That's really disappointing. But
it's
go
true.
ahead.
It's true. But last year, we can agree. Last year, they tried, and that's. I've made this case that Andrew Berry just had the worst possible run of basically 2 years of NFL off seasons when it comes to drafts and then even quarterbacks and free agencies to like have this be your 2-year window where you try to I need a quarterback and nothing materialize. That stinks. But that is his reality. That is where we are. And so I don't want to be dismissive of the idea that we need a quarterback. That's not what we're trying to do. We're just trying to acknowledge that other parts of the team are good too.
Well, and go to the point of if you go 7-10, you are showing that you've built on something. And this idea that the only way you get a top 3 pick is if you earn it is just categorically not true. Almost any time we've had one of these super drafts, the Jets traded up for, I think, the 3rd pick, which they used on Sam Darnold. The year the Trey Lance, Trevor Lawrence draft, the 49ers traded up to the 2nd pick to get Trey Lance.
I know, but sometimes you have drafts where it's, Caleb goes number 1 to the Bears, number 2 is the Washington Commanders, they take Jaden Daniels, and number 3 is the Patriots, and it's Drake May.
Yeah, but you can't worry about that now. You can only plan so much, and when the Browns have planned to be bad, things haven't materialized.
I know, but you do see the teams in front of us that would ideally need a quarterback, though, because everyone's been through this 2-year little bit of a quarterback Sahara Desert that has existed in the NFL. They've all gone through it together. So there's as many starved for quarterback teams as you're ever going to need or find.
Yeah, but I get it. The real drug in the NFL is hope, and drafting a quarterback with a top 3 pick is the greatest drug on the planet. Better than Ozempic, better than what are GLPs and everything else that people are taking right now.
They're pretty good for a lot of people, though.
But I understand the value of it. But there's a million ways to build a team. And if the Browns are looking at what the Seahawks did and saying, well, we haven't done a lot of focusing on winning and building winning cultures. We've been thinking about all these other ways of doing things and trying to create shortcuts to the miracle quarterback. And by the way, that didn't really end up working out. This idea that I guess it's the Browns are damned if they do, damned if they don't. If the Browns tank, people are going to criticize them for not trying to win. If they try to win, they're going to say, you won too many games. I get it. The Browns organization is a flawed organization. They've made tons of mistakes. It is fair to have any opinion you want on Jimmy Haslam or on anybody over there, Andrew Berry making decisions. But if for once, in a time where they could just do the easy thing, which is tanking, if for once they say, we're going to let this play out, we're going to try and be competitive, and we'll make a plan to get a quarterback next offseason if we have to, I just don't think that's a dunderheaded plan. I think that's how you build to winning in the NFL. By not saying we're going to start from the bottom and hope that we can build winning culture with that new quarterback.
Well, I don't want to preemptively give them credit for something they haven't actually accomplished yet. Like Frank brings up an interesting point. The NBA this last year, Nick, we watched so many teams just at the end of the season be just outwardly bad on purpose and not even try to hide it. I'm thinking of you, Utah. Sacramento had a stretch. There's so many teams.
It's like 7 teams.
It was 9 in total. But there's so many teams that just they weren't even shy about what they were trying to do. And if Frank thinks that's coming for the NFL, before we give the Browns a bunch of credit, I got to get to week 13, 14 and see what they're actually doing.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. But at the same point, I can't give credit for trying to lose anymore. I can't. It's gotten me nowhere as a Browns fan. And I do think we talk all the time about the success stories of, hey, they tried to tank and look what happened. There's also been plenty of organizations that have tried to tank. They've gotten the quarterback, and it hasn't worked out. And all you've gotten was 3 years out of a quarterback who did diddly squat in the NFL, and you sold some tickets. I don't just want to sell tickets. I want to win ball games. And my favorite part about this is I fundamentally don't believe Todd Monken knows how to say it's okay to lose. And that's one of my favorite things is he is of that Arians mold that he's like, I am 59 going on 60. I think he just turned 60. But I'm 60 years old. All right, if I tank, there's a chance I'm one and done. And, oh, by the way, there's a chance that I lose the locker room in the process. He's too smart to tank.
He can't trust that he's going to be here until the end of time.
Now, if you get to a point where you have the worst luck, right? The O-line never comes together, or you get, like, methodically injured, and it's week 14, and you're in a spot for a top 3 pick, that, to me, is, like, the last 3 games of the season, that's not really tanking. Tanking is what Miami's done. Miami has removed all the guardrails of suck for that team.
Yeah.
That is an awful roster. That is an unwatchable roster. I think the Cardinals are not too far off it. Like, the Browns at least have looked at, and hey, we're going to give this a go, and we're going to try and be competitive. We're going to try and be entertaining.
We'll see how long that give it a go is, too. As you know, I mean, you're like week 13, week 14, maybe it'll be 5 weeks in before they just decide that this thing isn't good enough. But at least as of right now, they're not giving off that impression. They're not giving off the impression, and Andrew Berry was pretty adamant today about what he thinks some of these young players can do and how young doesn't equal bad. And I think it's part of the narrative of what they're trying to sell you right now.
I also just think, like, this idea that the Browns can't be functional this year, and not functional, the idea that, and I really do think it's an interesting thing here. We're going to talk about this at 5:20. I'm going to flip some things around here.
Sure.
But, like, I think it's really lazy if you just look at the quarterback room and say, it's a bad quarterback room, I guess it just ain't it. I don't think that's analysis. I think that's low-hanging fruit. I don't think anybody in their right mind would argue this is anything other than one of the 5 worst quarterback rooms in the NFL. Both quarterbacks could hypothetically change that. I would actually give Shedeur a chance to change that. But yeah, this is one of the 5 worst quarterback rooms in the NFL. Do you know who also had one of the 5 worst quarterback rooms in the NFL last year? The 9-8 Minnesota Vikings, who had the J.J. McCarthy and Carson Wentz, and who was the Minnesota?
Brosmer. Yeah.
Brosmer. They had the 3rd worst QBR in the NFL. As a matter of fact, it actually got elevated by Carson Wentz himself. Everybody, I think J.J. McCarthy had a 70 quarterback rating last year. They were one of 4 teams below an 80 quarterback rating. They were 9-8.
Yeah, they also have one of the best head coaches in the game, and then they also have one of the best wide receivers in the game.
Yeah, totally fair, but they did it. Atlanta last year, who went 8-9. Atlanta had the 8th worst quarterback room in the NFL, quarterback production in the NFL. They went 8-9. Denver went 14-3 last year, and they had the 10th worst quarterback room in the NFL. That is by the quarterback rating metric. They went 14-3. That sounds pretty good. Carolina, 8-9 last year. They actually made the playoffs with that record somehow. They had the 11th worst quarterback rating in the NFL. So while I'm here to say I understand quarterback play is important, and it is not a great spot to be in, and I wish they would have done anything but Deshaun to pit against Shedeur so that you would have had a better quarterback room, even if you went with Shedeur to start, so that if the ass fell out of it, you could go to a Geno Smith, right? At the same point, there were 4 teams last year that were in the 500 range or better, including one team that was in the AFC title game, and again, statistically, had one of the 10 worst quarterback play in the NFL. So people writing them off and just going, bad quarterback, I've seen this before. Okay, you could do that, or you could, analyze the freaking team and see that there's a lot of talent here, and that every single year in the NFL, teams get competitive even if they don't have a great quarterback situation.
In the situations you're mentioning, like in particular with Denver, right, they have a lot of other things that obviously they're elite at. They're an elite defense. They're one of the best defenses in the NFL. They had the best offensive line in the game last year, for my money. They have all sorts of different players that we talk about. Surtain, we talk about like crazy because he won Defensive Player of the Year a couple years ago. Like there's all sorts of different things with that. That doesn't mean the Browns don't have that right now, but I think where the lack of belief comes is that if you're trying to isolate this out, well, we saw what they were with a great defense last year, and we saw how few wins that did get us. That was our elite trait. What are people going to hold their hats on to this time?
I still think you hold it on the defense, but now you're holding it on Todd Monken elevating the offense to an acceptable level. And acceptable isn't sexy. Like, you've got to ask yourself, can you find an identity to unlock that allows you to be competent on offense? And the answer should be yes. It is not. Competency is not that hard in the NFL. And honestly, even 7-10 or 8-9, it's not that hard to be at that level if everybody's trying to win. And again, around the quarterback, you've built it. Now, you are correct, and I want to point something out because you said, KOC in Minnesota, the defense in Denver, right? You got to have something to fall back on. And from the Browns standpoint, if Todd Monken is a really good head coach, if the wide receivers can produce and maybe make plays in spite of quarterback play, if the offensive line comes together.
We're getting a lot of ifs for people now.
Yeah,
that doesn't mean they can't be converts, though. Week 6, Week 7, Week 8, they can obviously come over to your side. But as of right now, if you have a lot of ifs attached with the idea that you have bad quarterback play, you can see how people get here.
Yeah, but I guess so I can see it. But I think it's taking it to the most cynical tone and snarky that if you somehow saying 7-10 is some big homeristic endeavor when it's simply not.
7-10 is not being a homer. 7-10 isn't, in my opinion, anything to celebrate.
Well, but 7-10, 8-9, like those are real. That is competitiveness. That's what the Browns should be shooting for. And then if you have the 16th pick in the draft, oh, hey, I've got a second first this year and I've got a first the year after. All of a sudden, if all you need to do is find that quarterback, you've got the war chest to go up and get the quarterback.
Or free agency, maybe if there's. We talked about how many different quarterbacks could pop open.
Or even trading for like a C.J. Stroud or something like that.
Yeah, something like that. Like you'll have more options than you had the past couple years.
But it's interesting to me about this. I just am not cynical with this thing. And
you can't hate on Browns fans for having some cynicism attached to this, though.
Well, no, but I think it's like if your cynicism,
like they haven't given you too many things to be overly optimistic on over the past couple years.
If your cynicism has been, if your cynicism is still right now what it is, or what it was 7 months ago, I don't get it. I don't. That last year going into camp, they said we're going to try and win this year, and they won. They had a completely unwatchable offense, and then. They didn't pick up 3 wins until the final 7 games of the season.
I think what happened here, Nick, is I think it's pretty simple, and this happens in media an awful ton. It can happen to fans just the same way. I think there's a lot of fans last year and a lot of media members last year that started to buy into what the Browns were doing, even though they never should have bought into that team last year. And they started talking in training camp, and they got excited, and they're a little embarrassed about that maybe. Maybe they feel like maybe we shouldn't have bought it. Joke's on us. We bought in when we shouldn't have, and so they're just not ready to give the Browns the benefit of that doubt quite yet.
This is geared at the media. If you bought into Kenny Pickett last year, if you waved those pom-pom, that's on your ass. That guy was in the division.
How many people on this station did we have doing that?
I'd like to actually have a roll call of people who were really into Kenny Pickett.
Maybe not Kenny Pickett, but how many times you joke about Ken going from 6 wins to 7 wins to 8 wins to 9 wins? Like that did happen. Ken. But that did happen, did it not?
It is, but that's Ken. Ken's always been a little bit more favorable towards the Browns.
We had all sorts of people that were going up and down, talking rah-rah about how good this because the defense. Why? Because the defense was going to be one of the best in the NFL, and because of all these other things. People had Jerry Jeudy coming off a 1,000-yard season, thought all of a sudden we had wide receiver number 1. We thought we had a run game with Judkins, and he was going to be everything and then some. We did
until we didn't.
Well, yeah, we did until we didn't. There was, and by the way, the offensive line, even though it obviously crumbled when we entered last year, you had a lot of people that were Pro Bowlers on that offensive line. You had Conklin still, you had Bitonio still, you had some makeup there. So people bought into it. They bought into it hook, line, and sinker, even though they knew it was not a Super Bowl contending team. They just thought to themselves, 8, 9, 10 wins, that's going to be good. Egg on their face. And I think this year later, if the sell is, well, anything but the quarterback will be fine. Well, for a lot of people, it's the same arguments they just made last year, and they ended up looking stupid. So I can understand why they wouldn't be so quick to be like, everything's great, but the quarterback, this will be fine.
Yeah, this is just different. And meaning, like, it's a different season, and hell, it's practically a different offense. Different head coach, different offensive play caller, a different offensive coordinator,
right?
Completely
But it's the same
different offensive
It's the same
line.
fans and media though they did the same thing you're asking them to do right now. I understand why they don't want to be quick to do it. Now, obviously, we see this team differently than most people. Okay, there's a lot I like about this team, but I understand the person that's like, wait a second. I was buying into everything last year. Everything but the quarterback for all the reasons we discussed. And I ended up looking like an idiot, so I don't want to do that again.
I will. Anytime any fan wants to feel anything, this isn't about them. It's about the media. If you're falling back right now on it's the same old Browns, cool. I don't want to hear you waving pom-poms in Week 14.
Oh, they'll be the first ones to wave pom-poms.
No, I'm just
saying.
saying.
You know that, and I know that.
I'm just saying, if
They'll
you're
be the
doing
first
the
ones to
hip
wave the
thing,
pom-poms.
which is, well, the Browns are bad, right? And doing what I think is easy. I think it's easy to come out and crap on this Browns organization. And by the way, when they've deserved it, I've done it. You can't, there can't be two less homeristic people on the Browns in this freaking town. There can't be. All right? I'm never working for the Browns radio network, guys. It ain't happening.
Yeah,
all right?
Yeah.
It's just not in the cards for me. I've said too many things. I've made one too many Cletus Haslam jokes, all right? But the point is, I just think the idea of, well, last year stunk and this year feels similar just at the quarterback position. Look at the rest of the roster. And once you've done your Rocket Sanders breakdown,
yeah.
get your ass back to me.
All right. Oh, that one sounded personal.
That one was good.
That one sounded personal.
Yeah.
Which of the 29 carries were your favorite last year, Nick?
The 23rd.
I like that one too.
That's a strong one.
I like that one too.
Yeah, his name's Rocket. 216-474-0092. Are you paying attention to how fair this quarterback is? And did the Browns pick the wrong year to try and be competitive? By the way, it's not just a quarterback competition going on in Berea. I'll tell you who else is competing. In 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
July could make or break the Guardians season. Talk about the Guardians anytime you want. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
The lead coming up in just about 15 minutes. I will let it be known. I did reactivate Nick Talk today.
Yeah?
I never really deactivated it. I just started posting on my TikTok there, and Nick Wilson says. But I will give Browns fans credit on there, because my point was I got called a homer by Lima today for saying they're going to go 7-10, and for saying let's try and enjoy 7-10, or at least let's not do what we've done the last couple of years.
I don't think the homer part was the big part. My takeaway from it, by the way. Yeah. I honestly, I don't even remember when he called you a homer. It was more about the enthusiasm and the optimism around the team right now.
Yeah.
That was the takeaway I had.
Yeah, which is weird. Like, what you want? Well, how does he want people to be? To just be like,
I think I don't want to speak for Lima on this, but
he's kind of backed himself into a corner that if Shedor's the starting quarterback, he's going to have a rough 17 games anyways. So is he basically paying himself into a corner regardless? He has to be miserable the whole time?
I mean, the thing is that I think the bet that Lima would be making here is that the team's not going to be very good in general.
Mm-hmm.
So the whole
way to put himself out there, by the way.
all of it is going to be a bad time. But the only putting himself in the corner part of this is that there's no route to happiness for Lima here.
Or like what's the show?
Okay.
What's their show for the next 6 weeks?
Well, no, he did it today with Padone because Padone will swerve into it. Ken won't do this.
That's spineless jellyfish.
Ken won't do
I
this.
love Padone, but he got knocked down a peg on our part-timer list.
Really?
Yep.
I like Padone.
I do too. I like him a little less today.
He chose Lima over you.
Yeah, and we will not forget that.
Yeah, that's all.
I'm Hungarian. We don't forget.
I think it was a business decision.
Unless we have Alzheimer's. That's the only way.
It was a business decision. It was like in the moment. He's like, I don't want to disrupt this thing with Lima. I got 2.5 more hours to go with him. We'll just call this a win. And I don't think he thought about it.
The good news is I got him next Thursday and Friday. So get ready, Nick. Get ready.
Some Nick on Nick crime.
You better start sparring, training a little bit.
What if Padone starts his own Nick Talk?
Oh, I'd wholesale beat somebody's ass.
Exclusively pessimistic about the Browns.
He's not going to do that. He won't be exclusively pessimistic. That I can fall back on. But I think like the average response I'm getting is like 8-9 or 7-10.
Yeah, that seems very reasonable. It seems very, again, if Vegas has it at 5.5, 7 or 8 wins is not a crazy thought. It just isn't. And that's I've been saying 7 the entire time. Like it's not a crazy thought. The homer in you is if you go to like 10 or 11. That's what makes you Mr. 12
wins.
That's what makes you a homer. Like that's what that is, and that's fine. That's okay. You can be a homer. Who cares if you're a homer?
Don't know how we're going to handle that burger bet. But
he still has 12. He's got to get 12.
Got to get to 12. Yeah, and he's also got to see you frequently. That being said, Andrew Berry.
Where's it going?
Right here in our hearts. Andrew Berry, Browns GM, speaking to the media today. There was a significant kerfuffle about the left tackle position and the fact that DeJuan Jones was the starting left tackle yesterday and Spencer Fano wasn't. Here's what Andrew Berry had to say about that today.
I think it's good work for both players. Both have had a good spring. Spencer's acclimated quickly. I think you've all seen DeJuan's new svelte, physique, that type of thing, and he's done a really great job with that. But how that plays out over the course of the next several weeks and who plays where, fortunately we have a whole training camp to decide that.
Yeah, I don't think it's a big story at all that Spencer Fano started with the twos. This is how the old school do it. Like, rookies don't just walk into a starting spot, and you have to earn it. And by the way, even if it's still a story in 10 days, I don't think if DeJuan Jones is still the starting left tackle in 10 days, I don't think DeJuan Jones is a bad player. So I'm just not panicked about this in any way.
Oh, I didn't know people were panicked about it. I did think a lot of people were interested in the idea that could DeJuan Jones snipe the starting left tackle job from Spencer to start week 1?
I actually thought it might
like
be more
a slow roll type thing for Spencer Fano.
The funny thing is, I thought, and I know Titus Howard was very, very strong about being the right tackle.
Yeah, that's kind of his deal.
I kind of
He's built the whole persona around I'm only a right tackle.
Which feels like a very thin persona, by the way.
It's odd. This is the route that he's going down.
I would do I've played in the NFL for a decade and have made like $75 million. That's, I think, a better persona. But the kind of musical chairs I see is Fano at left tackle, DeWand at right tackle, and Titus at right guard. Because I think the one spot that scares me the most here is right guard with Tevin Jenkins.
Okay. And that might be when they figure out the center situation. That might be part of that equation as well. But with Fano, is this like an early sign that they just don't believe in him on the left side? I mean, there was some apprehension there to begin with.
No, I don't think it is.
I don't think so either.
No.
But we can have these convos. And even with DeWan, I mean, you heard Andrew Berry comment about his lack of size that he now has, the amount of weight that he's dropped. I've told you how many times Warhop has commented on how great DeWan Jones seems to be looking and impressing. I wonder, we do this with quarterbacks all the time where it's like, you don't start right away, Fernando Mendoza. Kirk Cousins is going to start and we'll ease you into this. I wonder if that's the route they go. I don't think they will, but I do wonder it.
216-474-0092. Do we have a left tackle battle on our hands? Chris in Chicago is joining us now. Chris, welcome to the show, buddy.
Gentlemen, I heard earlier you were talking about the Blue Jackets and that whole radio TV controversy. You bring up a good point. A pet peeve of mine are the TV guys that think they're calling radio, and I don't want to call out the names of the Guardians and Cavs, but those two guys, whenever you play their highlights, it sounds like you're listening to the radio, even though they're on TV. I don't watch them a lot because I'm here in Chicago, but just saying. Anyway, I think DeWan Jones, I like him. I don't trust his health, and that's the thing. I mean, why not put Fano in the mix right away like Joe Thomas was? And I don't know. That's just my immediate take on it. I think DeWan Jones is nice to have, but I wouldn't count on him. So why waste reps where Fano can be getting him? I mean, he's such a high pick. Fano's such a high pick. I don't know. Just my take, but you guys have a great show as usual. Love the show today.
Oh, come on.
Thank you, Chris.
Keep going. Thank you. Oh, and then I cut him off. That's generally how it works. Is you say nice things, and then I run you off the air. I don't think the first couple practices are taking reps away from Spencer. He's got to earn those reps.
Oh, I think he was supposed to do it today, right? Wasn't that the idea? He was on a rotation the same way the wide receivers are on a rotation. Like Denzel Boston Concepcion worked out with the second team yesterday, and today they got to work out with the first team. Same thing with Spencer. That's why I'm not making too big of a deal about it, is because he's doing the same thing with the wide receivers that he's doing here with Spencer. The only hang up there is that we at least have with DeWan Jones somebody that they clearly are showing a sign of belief in.
Now, when we get into the potential concerns with the offensive line, I actually think they've got enough bodies that if you find the right five guys to start the season, I don't know if it's week one, but I think you get the right offensive line coach. That's finally squared away. I really do think that by the point when it matters most, week 6, week 7, week 8, that you'll be coming together and you're going to start to play the way you need to. The only concern I have is health. DeWan, health. Tevin Jenkins, health issues. Elton Jenkins, health issues.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh, there was one other person I was thinking about with health issues. It's got to be one of the backups. Whippler. So if he factors into the center position at all. So I kind of look at this and go, health is really the only thing stopping me from being incredibly bullish on the offensive line. But I think they're like 8 or 9 deep this year, and I haven't felt that way in previous years. They needed their 5 starters to start all season long.
They're definitely deeper. I still just don't know how it's going to mix all together. There's a lot of Zion Johnson scares me because anytime Jim Harbaugh is going to throw you away like that, it just scares me.
I found out the other day that the Chargers made him a very competitive offer. It's just the Browns outbid him.
Okay, because Chargers fans weren't like exactly crying tears when he was gone.
No, they weren't, and he there was a lot of up and down there. But I had initially thought he didn't get an offer from the Chargers. The Chargers made him a very robust offer. It's just the Browns outbid him.
How close is robust offer? Were you talking to someone with the Chargers that want to make the claim that they had a very robust offer?
No. I've actually heard it from multiple people that they made like a very competitive offer for him.
All right, but if they really loved him, they would have matched the offer that the Browns gave him, and they would have exceeded that. Like they have a bad offensive line. Like they had a bad offensive line and they're trying to protect Justin Herbert. Like, if they really cared about him and thought he was that valuable, they would have paid him the money. They have that. They don't have offensive line talent.
But I think there's a difference from some of the guys that they were just like, God bless you, hallelujah, you're gone. And they wanted to retain Zion Johnson.
At a
they
cheap
just
price.
at their price.
Whatever that price is.
The Browns, and one of the common thoughts is the Browns overpaid for Zion. I think they paid what they had to get him.
Yeah.
I think there just came a line in the sand where the Chargers rather weren't willing to go past it.
I mean, again, Browns didn't get him for very cheap. That's true. But the Chargers' offensive line was, garbage.
Oh, you're not wrong.
Absolute garbage.
You're not wrong, but there were several of the guys they didn't offer contracts to.
There are certain spots. Well, anyway, I didn't see anyone with the Chargers being like, man, we really miss Zion Johnson, okay? And so the point of that is that I am I'm worried about him. I am. I'm worried, but he's not my biggest concern in general. I'm worried about even Howard. I'm worried about Elton Jenkins, how he fits in all this. We haven't established exactly what he's even going to be on this team. Is he going to be a center? Is he going to go ahead and be a guard? Is he going to be we have no idea what he's actually going to be on this. There's a lot of what screams to me across the board average and then Fano. And we'll see what Fano ends up being. But there's a lot of average mixed in with what is a first-round pick that we don't even know is going to actually be a left tackle when the day is all done. So that's a scary combination to think it's going to be anything close to a top 10 unit, let's say.
Do we have a left tackle battle on our hands? Andrew Berry says, nothing to see here, kids. The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an
University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
We're the only station in Cleveland where you can talk defending division champion Guardians at 6 a.m. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima on Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Football Talk coverage on The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on The Fan. We got Herm Edwards coming up in just about 1 hour's time. Only positive Deshaun Watson things from here. That's because we're a fair and balanced show. It's not going to happen.
I don't get it. I don't get the joke because we will. Because Frank Schwab went scorched earth. Is that the idea?
Oh, yeah. Old Peter Patakos, Cleveland's fine lawyer there, was very disappointed that what was it? Frank Schwab said Watson's been the worst quarterback in the league since coming to Cleveland. And apparently Deshaun had us primed for the Super Bowl in 2023 to old Patakos.
Oh, no, he put out a Frank Schwab article that Frank Schwab had suggested that the Browns were going to go to the Super Bowl with Deshaun, and then obviously Deshaun didn't live up to that.
Yeah.
And so now Frank should have to, stay with that same thought about Deshaun Watson that he had 7 years ago or 5 years ago?
I don't know because I don't really care. But I like the Twitter interaction there. I like being scolded for morals by lawyers.
It's okay. Were we scolded?
I think I was.
I thought Frank Schwab was scolded.
He said shame.
Shame on who?
Shame.
I honestly didn't read. I didn't really read it.
We bring shame to our family, says Patakos.
We do, or does Frank Schwab bring shame?
I think we all brought shame.
My pride's never recovered.
In case it's not familiar.
We should be embarrassed, not shame. We should be embarrassed.
No. There was a second one.
For egging such garbage on. We're embarrassed.
You keep saying him.
I like saying it like that.
He also went on to say it's an embarrassing way to make a living, Nick.
Oh, well, he's not wrong. I mean,
yeah.
What we do is kind of an embarrassing way to make a living.
Yeah, but we own it. We own that.
Hey, but at least we're making that living.
Yeah. Barely. The lead. Let's get into that bad boy right now. Browns GM Andrew Berry spoke with the media today. He believes the Browns can compete this year despite having a young roster.
The implication is young does not necessarily equal bad. I was looking up, out of the 7 teams that were the youngest last year, it included Green Bay, who's always young. It included Philadelphia, who won their division. It included Seattle, who won the Super Bowl, and included Baltimore. So I don't think that that has to be a cop-out for expectation or performance, so to speak. But as we think about it, our goal going into the season is we want to be a tough and competitive team that develops and plays its best football towards the end. We want to control and focus on the things that we can control, because so many things go into factor in terms of what happens over the course of the year.
Yeah, I thought it was really interesting. I mean, you don't just bring those teams into the mix with thinking to yourself, well, no, but we're going to be young and bad. Let me give you all these teams that were young and good. We're going to be young and bad. No, clearly Andrew Berry thinks that young doesn't equal bad, and he wants to remind people. The Seahawks last year had a lot of success with a young roster, one of the youngest in the NFL. So did the Eagles, a team that Andrew Berry in many ways has tried to emulate since Howie Roseman is his favorite GM of all time, and his brother's now the assistant GM.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if I was going based off history, the Browns the last 2 years have told us one thing was going to happen and the opposite happened. 2 years ago it was playoffs. Then they went to 3 wins. Last year they said we're trying to win, and they got to 5 games. So I realize I'm kind of betting on the Browns being right about this. Winning is a tough. We all define winning differently. I think they can be competitive, 7-10, 8-9. I think that's a real bar. And I know this is not. I know we all just want the easy button, right? We just want to bypass go and get our franchise quarterback. A lot of teams try that and then fail once they get there because they don't have a winning culture. You can build a winning culture by trying to take a step forward this year, build on a great defense, and honestly put your offense in a position that if you do have to draft a quarterback next year, that quarterback isn't walking into what, I don't know, the quarterback 2 years ago walked into.
It just kind of feels like they're setting themselves up for if things start to go well, they have a way of continuing for that to snowball. Now, in that same respect, though, if things aren't going well, and let's say they do face a couple injuries, or all of a sudden that offensive line we talked about maybe isn't that good, and all of a sudden the run game isn't that good, and certain things happen, then I am curious to see if they pivot. And I want to know how aggressively they pivot, if there's going to be this much of a race towards the bottom to get draft picks for quarterbacks. Deion Sanders in Berea today for training camp. Browns head coach Todd Monken talked about what it was like to meet with Deion.
Forget that it's Shadour's dad. I mean, first of all, he did an unbelievable job with Shador, great kid, and obviously an elite football player, hell baseball player, and then as a coach, I mean, wow, everything that he's achieved, that was awesome. He gave me a little bit of insight, but we were up against it. Andrew Berry was next, so I had to give him up to Andrew. There was some back and forth as to being around Shador in terms of how he processes personality-wise, and I think competitive-wise. He got into it at the end, in terms of what makes him tick, that he's been around, which was good. It was all good. But we've seen that. Most of what he said, we've been able to see. Now, we haven't gotten to games yet. That's a lot different animal, but at this point, what he talked about, I would have said that's how I've seen it.
Until we can grade Todd Monken on situational football, until we can grade him on, win-loss record and all the other things that you grade a head coach on, in your first camp, you're just trying to see how does he handle potentially tricky situations. The quarterback spot is a potentially tricky situation. Everything that he has said into a microphone so far, they've done. That's handling the quarterback situation to the way you speak to it. That's the best way that's how you turn this not into a quagmire. Same thing with the Deion situation. People made such a big deal about the Deion thing, about calling Deion, about talking to Deion back in minicamps. And it always felt like much ado about nothing to you and I. But this is passing the test of answering this question about Deion being there with flying freaking colors.
It was just a much different approach than what we saw last year. And there was obviously an understanding there by Shador and Shador's people that, he didn't want his dad to come out and watch him compete to be the fourth quarterback. But, the idea that Deion felt comfortable to come, Deion not only felt welcome to come, it was just night and day relative to what I thought happened last year. And I think it's a positive step. There's no other way to look at it for me.
And I think, Shador mentioned, he was asking his dad to stay away. I don't think that was so much about Kevin Stefanski. I think that was about Shador wanting to be ready to be about football and he didn't just want his dad there for the optics of it.
I don't think he wanted his dad to be a distraction at all, because everyone thought that it was going to be a quote unquote circus or whatever term you wanted to use. And so I understood what Shador was trying to do, and maybe being let's keep football the main thing, let's do what that is. At the heart of it, though, his dad can give a lot of insight, and his dad is a very accomplished football player and can probably help out in certain ways, and telling Todd, hey, my son does this well, maybe lean into that. He was so I don't know. I thought the advantage was there for him being there, and I liked that Todd was very open to it and seemed happy that it happened.
Frank Schwab of Yahoo Sports joined us last hour. He doesn't understand why Deshaun Watson's involved in the quarterback competition.
I would rather start anybody than Deshaun Watson. Shador Sanders for sure. Dylan Gabriel for sure. Taylor Green, sure, why not? Go find what Brian Sipe is up to these days. I'd rather start him than Deshaun. I would literally rather sign a guy off the street to start than Deshaun Watson. It's over. It's done. He has not been a good quarterback in 5 years. Not even an average quarterback. He's been absolutely probably the worst quarterback in the NFL since he decided to sit out a season with the Houston Texans to try to force a trade. What's the point of all this? To me, it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing to the franchise. If I was a Browns fan, and Browns fans are great. They deserve better than this. If I was a Browns fan, I'd be mad. But why? Why are we doing this? Why do we need to suffer through you guys trying to convince us that Deshaun Watson's a good idea in the year 2026? Again, one of the more embarrassing things I've ever seen in my 25 years covering this league.
Yeah, I don't disagree with anything he had to say. Ultimately, I come short of calling it embarrassing. I don't think it's embarrassing if Deshaun starts. I'm just not happy about it. And that's not really... Frank went to some of the off-field stuff. I don't care about that necessarily. It's more about on the field and what I've seen from him in a Browns uniform. That's the part I care about. And in those 19 games, he's been one of the worst quarterbacks we've seen. And actually, out of all the quarterbacks that have thrown 500 attempts in the previous 6 years, he grades out as second to worst. And so it wasn't good.
I agree with the idea that it's embarrassing. There is no other franchise, not even the Jets, who I think are actually far worse run than the Browns. As a matter of fact, I think there's plenty of organizations that are far worse run than the Browns, whether that's ownership, whether that's GM. The track record isn't perfect, but there's been enough to commend over the last 5 years, 6 years, that I can actually give them some kudos. They're franchises I can't, namely the Jets. But there's no other franchise in football that would have the stones to trot Deshaun Watson out there week 1. So if they do, it will be an embarrassment. Absolutely. And again, I agree with you. We don't have to go to the off-the-field stuff. We can just talk about the football.
On the field. Yeah, just on the field.
Whether that's the health, whether that's the caliber of play, none of it's great.
After visiting with the team yesterday, Andrew Berry said that he's hopeful of signing Jadeveon Clowney. Jared Verse on board when asked about the potential addition to the defensive line.
Clowney's obviously one of the best rushers I've ever, watched. Watching his film from college and everything like that. That's one of the biggest reasons I even ever played DN. So, having that dude in the room would be, monumental for me. But I will say, having that vet presence is probably even bigger than just, my personal honor of him. Having that vet presence, someone that's been around the game, someone that can teach you things like that. That's why I went to the SAC Summit, to be around, Von Miller, Max Crosby, all these, high-end rushers, because you can learn so much from them.
I really love this answer from Jared Verse, and I think it'd be the most fascinating thing in the world if the only thing that changed here was Myles Garrett. And if Myles Garrett and Jadeveon Clowney had smoke with each other, and then somehow Jared Verse and Jadeveon Clowney became best buddies.
I could see it. Why not? I mean, Myles is hard to get along with, and Clowney is at times hard to get along with. Those are two personalities that are obviously always going to mesh, right? Jared Verse seems like it's along with everybody. Jared Verse, talking to people with the Rams, everyone seems like they love Jared Verse. He's an intense person, yeah, but everyone seems like they love Jared Verse. And so I would imagine Jared Verse and Jadeveon Clowney will get along.
Yeah, I also like that I like that defensive line room in general has just a bunch of guys that like to compete. And again, Myles is worth having. So I'm not trying to all of a sudden, now that Myles isn't here, saying good riddance. But one of the few upsides to Myles not being here anymore, 100%, is having that mentality of Jared Verse and Alex Wright and Mason Graham, and just that being the prevailing mentality in that room.
I'm surprised we haven't gotten the announcement yet, one way or another. When we talked to Ashley yesterday, she really sounded like it was going to be all but a done deal. And so I'm a little surprised we haven't gotten the Jadeveon Clowney news yet, one way or another again.
I don't mean this in a negative way. I think we're getting the full Jadeveon Clowney experience. Jadeveon has met with Bengals earlier this week. I know there was a rumor about NFC West team that was hot on the trails for him.
Mm-hmm.
Jadeveon has always been a guy that is really good about drumming up interest in him and then going to the highest bidder. I expect that to be the case.
It was funny hearing Andrew Berry talk about it. He's like, the one bad in the exit doesn't outweigh all the good leading up to that. I was surprised Andrew Berry acknowledged how awful it ended, though, as extreme as it was and as extreme as he laid it out. I just kind of thought he was going to sweep it under the rug and act as if none of us remembered what happened with Jadeveon Clowney. That's really what I thought he was going to do. And instead, he full on went through all the extent of it. And I was impressed by that, but I was very surprised by that.
I would categorize myself as surprised on that one as well, and I was pleasantly surprised. That's the right way to handle it. And I think lost in the way that I think Andrew's handled the last year, there have been a lot of times where I thought Andrew Berry was the one guy of the head coach GM combo that would speak the truth, or something adjacent to the truth.
Then he started lying all the time to us?
It felt like he was doing a lot of PR spin.
I thought he sounded as comfortable in this job as I've ever heard him today. There was a part of, and sometimes this happens with jobs in general, right? 6-7 years in, you just feel like you belong, and you feel like, okay, I'm not a pretender. I do this. I've done this every day. I'm here for a reason. And I feel like Andrew Berry hit that because in some of the ways he was talking today, he kept referencing past times and past things he's done with the Browns. They were like, oh, have you ever given out a contract to a player like that before, right on the spot? He's like, yeah, Nick Chubb. We did it 3 years ago. And this is how it went down. Reasons X, Y, and Z. Even some of the little answers, Nick. Somebody asked a question have you ever seen a college player not have double-digit sacks in college and then have double-digit sacks in the NFL level? And he's like, Danielle Hunter.
Yeah, it was right off the cuff there.
Right off. Yeah. He's like, Danielle Hunter. And then the follow-up was something to the effect of, do you feel why do you think that could happen? And he's like, that's not the question you asked me. You asked me if I've ever seen it happen. This is the example of it. I don't know if it's true or not or something we can bank on, but this is it. It was a lot of examples of that. He didn't say anything groundbreaking. It was just hit after hit after hit of that. a comfortability with Andrew Berry that he typically hasn't shown, and I appreciate it.
I think he's missed Shadell. I think he saw Shadell, and he's like, I'm in the zone now. Football's back.
Maybe after skipping media for a whole year, he got like a rebirth on it.
Yeah,
I'm gonna appreciate the
Missed
time.
his guys.
I'm gonna appreciate the time I speak in front of everybody. But I thought he sounded much better in a lot of ways.
That is the lead when we come back. The Andrew Berry and Todd Monken marriage in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
sports news every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
Edwards coming up in just about 40 minutes time there. Former NFL head coach, ESPN NFL analyst, always an infectious energy does Herm have. And also we do have Max Stark, former Steeler, but Steelers radio analyst at 6:20. And then at 6:30 we'll be talking some Chicago Bears football with the Score and Chicago's beat reporter Chris Emma. But we tried to get into this right before Frank Schwab. We were going to get right into Frank Schwab, and then we had some phone issues there. And so we have played this, but then we couldn't fully flesh it out. Here is Andrew Berry talking about why Todd Monken is amazing.
Todd's awesome. I think Todd, the best way to describe him is he is old school discipline with new school relationships and football. And Todd, to me, he's like Billy Bob Thornton's character, Tommy Norris in Landman, where here's a guy who's highly intelligent, great critical thinking skills, great street savvy, rare problem solver, but he can also relate to the 21-year-old on the oil rig, the head of the drug cartel, or the billionaire financier in the office. That is Todd Monken, and that's like an incredible skill to have as a head coach.
All right, now that I've listened to it a second time without wondering whether any of the caller on, I must tell you, that is objectively funny. Him referencing oil rig workers and drug cartel members and everything else. If you want to talk about content that makes me happy and makes me smile, it's not like the team-friendly, the aw shucks, it's going to be the greatest season ever. No, it's I'm going to compare my head coach to a Taylor Sheridan show main character.
It hit, though.
No, it did.
It worked. Like the message was the guy gets along with everybody and get along with everybody, and I thought it landed.
Oh, that's the best part.
I don't think he actually watched the show, though, was my contention.
I don't understand
as highly rated as a TV show as it apparently is, I don't know anyone in my life or anyone that we've talked to that has admitted to watching Landman.
Oh, wait, Mac, do you watch Landman?
I've seen like a good amount of the clips and everything like that. I haven't watched the full show.
Clips hasn't watched the show.
Oh, okay.
He's a clip guy.
But I follow along with it at least. Like, yeah, it's a good show.
Through clips?
Yeah.
What do you mean I follow along with it? You just said you only watch it through clips and don't watch the actual show.
I don't need to watch the full hour-long show in order to understand the storylines that are going on.
You're losing this debate big time.
I'm actually going Team Mac.
That's a ridiculous take.
I think you can watch a lot.
You can't watch a show.
You can do a book report with cliff notes.
Yes, you can.
You're able
Not
to
a
do
good
that.
one.
You're able to pass.
Hey, you can pass with a C grade. I'm not speaking from first-hand experience.
Wild that this is your take and wild that you're backing him up. Let's unpack this for a second. You think you can watch through I don't even know where you're getting these clips, like previews or something?
There's TikTok.
From the actual, show accounts?
Yeah, that's a good one.
From the clips and the show accounts, you think you get enough to follow along with season-longs, dialogues, everything about it through just clips. That's insane.
No, that's not insane.
That is insane.
They post a lot of content. And by the way, even if you don't get it from the show-specific thing,
I don't
if you're
believe
on
it is the
TikTok
point.
and you've seen one Landman video, you've seen them all.
I don't believe that you are taking in enough of the content to even have an opinion off of it.
Sounds
if you
like
only
we could have a real
that.
challenge here. Feels like if you or if we have anybody on the station here that's listening that can call in and quiz Mac on Landman.
Well, no, I mean, it's simple. It's simple. All right, what is Sam Elliott's character's name?
I know he's.
Simple question, right?
Yeah, it's his dad. It's Tommy Norris' dad.
Yeah, no, give me his name.
Mr. Norris.
Give me his name. Just
Thomas.
give me the guy's name.
What is it?
It's Thomas. He goes
TL.
by Thomas.
They call him TL in the show.
Oh, but okay.
Maybe.
He got the T.
All right, who's
he just didn't get the L.
What is Demi Moore's character's name?
Demi.
I know she's John Hamm's
Come
wife.
on, it's Demi Moore.
Don't jam him up. Don't jam him up.
I don't know the name, but I know the fact that she's John Hamm's wife that inherits his company after he dies.
Which is exactly what
and then they get in the bed with the cartel.
Exactly.
I've seen the video.
Well, they were already in bed with the cartel.
Exactly
Spoiler.
the amount that you should take in if you've only taken in through clips. The idea that you can't tell me her name, you
but not
can't
characters?
tell me Demi Moore's name means you
Just
don't know
because
that
I don't
you
remember
don't know
the character
show.
name, even though I know the storyline about the fact that she inherits a company and the fact that they already are in bed with the cartel and she doesn't care.
She's a main character and you don't know her name. You don't know the show.
No, that you don't have to know names to know the show.
Yes, you do.
No, I watch half of Vanessa's stuff with one eye, and I'm like, oh, I see where this one's going.
That's because you're watching it with one eye, and that's why you wouldn't be able to say the names.
It's impossible to watch it with one eye, but it's in the background.
This is an awful defense here, and I can't believe you're even allowing it. If we're being honest about it,
I can. I think he's watched. If he can tell me story arcs, then he knows the show.
There's so many things he's missing if he's just watching it through clips on the internet.
That's all he's missing is names.
Just a little thing, huh?
Like, who cares about the name?
Just a little
if you
thing.
can tell me the story, call him
the names of the characters.
Mike and Medina for all I care.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Give me like a season arc. Give me something else.
You know, this goes to Andrew Berry's, him actually maybe watching Landman, is that he's able to say his name is Tommy Norris. He was able to be like Billy Bob Thornton's character, Tommy Norris. He was able to say the name. Maybe it actually leads to the idea that Andrew Berry is the one person now I know that has actually watched Landman.
Ooh, Chip is chiming in here in the DM saying JP's quiz is unfair. He said,
not unfair.
I watched every show and can't remember some names.
It's very basic.
There is so much time in between seasons.
Incredibly basic to ask you a main character's name, and you should be able to give that.
Brett in Olmsted Falls, welcome to the show.
How's it going, guys?
Going very well. What you got for us?
Hey, JP, I just wanted to recommend you go home and watch Landman. It's a very addictive show, and you'll binge watch it and love it.
I bet I will. I watch a lot of TV. I bet I would like it.
Hey, Brett, real quick, give me like a quiz, something that Max should know if he's watching the videos here. Let's throw out another.
Brett. No. How embarrassing is it that he didn't know Demi Moore's character's name, or is that not embarrassing at all?
No, it's definitely a little embarrassing, but
just a little.
All right, good. All right.
We can meet in the middle.
Yeah.
All right, give us a real quick trivia before we get back to the actual Landman in Cleveland.
Honestly, guys, I don't know.
Oh, so you watched the show and you don't know?
He just wanted to tell me that he thought it was
appreciate you, buddy.
He thought it was a good show to watch.
Yeah, so a guy that watches the show couldn't think of a
This isn't trivia
storyline.
night. He's calling into a sports radio show. What are you talking about?
Well, no, the point is, he watches the show. He encouraged you to watch the show. He watches it so much he can tell you how watchable it is. And then when he was, hey, let's quiz Mac. He couldn't think of a single damn thing.
Please, he knew the characters. You put him on the spot there.
Oh, he said the names.
You put him on the spot is what happened there.
What did he expect? He's called into a show.
He's not a trivia host. He's not Alex Trebek. This is just.
He's an avid fan of the show.
You want people to create questions on the fly like that? What are we talking about?
You want him to remember names on the fly?
Because if I made the claim that I had watched the show, I would know the characters' names.
Oh, I wish.
It's not even.
I want to find out a show that
main
you've
character,
watched.
Demi Moore.
All right. All right. Have you watched Mad Men? You watched Mad Men, yeah?
Now hold on. This was a long time ago that I watched Mad Men, but yes, I did watch Mad Men.
All right. What was Betty's second husband's name?
No idea.
Okay, I guess you didn't watch the show.
That wasn't a main character.
Yes, it was. Henry Francis was a main character.
It's been a long time since I watched it. It's probably been 10 years since I watched Mad Men.
What is the name of...
It's been 10 years easily. I still remember, though, Don Draper. I remember Roger Sterling.
Okay.
I remember the main characters.
Okay, what other main characters?
I think that might be about it.
That's a real
shame.
shame.
It's been 10 years. I'm not watching it through TikTok. I couldn't even tell you the story arc of Mad Men. It's been so long. He's trying to tell you story arcs and everything like that while not knowing Demi Moore's character's name. What are we doing?
By the way, David's saying the best part of Landman is Ali Larter and Michelle Randolph.
Yeah?
Why is that?
I bet Mac remembers her name now.
Yeah, it's Ali Larter.
No. What's her character's name? Oh, he's looking at the screen. He looked over at the screen. What a cheater.
And by the way, he got busted. Cheater. You did get busted.
I did.
Yeah,
I did.
thank you.
I did look that up.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That whipped cream bikini. That went.
That honesty gets you everywhere in this business. Actually, really gets you nowhere.
I might like the show. West Texas Oilman. Why not, right? Yeah, why not?
I watched like 7 minutes of it, and then I kind of just lost track of it. Now, that being said, I actually think it's going to be interesting. I thought there was a little too much commonality between Kevin and Andrew. Like personality-wise, I think Andrew's a little bit more outgoing. I always thought Kevin was more insular. I think Andrew actually is a really brilliant communicator. I don't think you keep your job after the last couple of years without constantly knowing how to manage up and manage down. And so that is the one way I differentiated the two, but I think similar temperaments, right? I think Todd Monken having a different temperament than Andrew Berry, and I think that's a really good thing for the Browns. I think there's balance between those two relationships that is necessary.
Well, let's put it this way. I felt like Andrew Berry and Kevin Stefanski were very, very similar people, okay? Like, if Andrew Berry's watching Landman, then I'm sure Kevin Stefanski was watching Landman too, all right? Todd Monken being as different as he is, that is, I think, that's something that Stefanski didn't have. And like when we talked about, and there's a reason why Andrew Berry pointed it out. It's because he didn't have this previously. You tend to highlight the things that you don't previously have. And so he highlighted this because Stefanski was not this, let me get along with everybody in the room guy. He was not the, I'll get along with the 23-year-old the same way I will the 45-year-old, the same way I'll get along with the 75-year-old. That was not Kevin Stefanski. I think he loves the idea that Monken relates to these players. And I think he loves the idea that he relates to these players in a way that it seemed like Stefanski didn't across the board.
Yeah, and I think like Andrew is a Ivy Leaguer. Andrew is obviously incredibly thoughtful in the way that he kind of addresses everything.
So was Stefanski, by the way. And Ivy Leaguer, incredibly thoughtful.
And by the way, Todd Monken is actually pretty thoughtful with how he addresses things, as we saw with the Deion answer today. But Todd's more blue collar. You know, you need to have people that speak to people of all walks of life in the organization. And I think it was a little too one-sided there. And by the way, even if we just talk about it from the Cleveland perspective, like I never felt when they were talking to us, when it was Kevin, Paul DePodesta, and Andrew Berry, I felt like it was a lot of PR speak. I thought it was a lot of yuppie speak, but it didn't mean diddly squat to me. I don't feel that way with Todd Monken. And if you're going to be a team that might not win a Super Bowl this year, you need to be able to relate and convey information to this town. And in a blue-collar region, I think this really matters. I think the vibe check passes the vibe check for the players because I think Todd does do a great job of relating to those players. I think the vibe check is also going to relate to the Cleveland fan.
I just feel like when he does a victory speech in the locker room, it's not going to hit like a thud. Like when Stefanski would do it, Myles Garrett would roll his eyes in the background.
In deference to Kevin Stefanski this one time, Myles is going to roll his eyes at anybody.
I mean, that's a Myles Garrett problem, maybe. But like when Jim Schwartz went and did it, the whole entire team got behind him, and you can see Myles in those videos getting excited.
I wasn't trying to jam you up. I was just trying to make the point of like,
no, I'm jamming you up
Myles
now. They celebrated Jim Schwartz. You're wrong about this, but that's fine.
R. Clark saying he's with Mac and myself on this one on the Landman conversation. All right, let's go with
Mac has seen Landman through clips and clips alone, so he's an expert on Landman.
That I don't know. I'd say expert, but I think he knows what's going on.
You figured out Ellie Walker's name yet?
Did you ever say the E word over there, Mac? I don't recall.
I never said expert.
I didn't hear expert.
I said I have enjoyed the show.
Yeah, know what's going on.
You haven't enjoyed the show. You haven't actually seen the show ever.
I have enjoyed the show.
You haven't seen it. You've never sat down and watched an episode of it.
I've seen maybe like 60% of it.
Yeah, that's really all you need to see. You see 60% of a show, you get the gist. By the way, my wife's watching.
I'm happy to see Angela and Ainsley anytime.
The lack of curiosity attached to the idea that they'd go through 2 seasons and you would watch week by week just the clips and enjoy it and never be like, maybe I should watch the actual show is wild
I'm not
to
getting
me.
Paramount Plus.
216-474-0092.
Oh, no, okay, that's a new convo. That's a new. I didn't realize it was just because
looking
it's on,
for your off ramp. Are
it's
you there?
on. No, listen, it's a ridiculous take by him. But the idea that it's on Paramount Plus, he doesn't want to spend for Paramount Plus, and this is his way of consuming the show, makes it a little different and much easier to digest. He isn't actively just avoiding it because he thought taking in the clips was a better way of taking in the content. He's actively avoiding it because he doesn't want to pay the $7 a month for the subscription fee.
Let's go, Jim in Strongsville. Welcome to the show. What you got for us?
Thank you, guys. Listen, Jonathan, I hate this because I feel like you feel like I'm always piling on you, but I really like you, so I'm not doing that. But first off, get rid of the term convo out of your vocabulary. It's not 1982, and it just sounds like you got your hair slicked back and you're getting ready to, fight the preppies. Anyways, listen, you guys. Here's
how can I fight what I am, Jim?
Here's what you guys, because you're not. You're a greaser. Here's what you don't understand.
Okay.
Is that Landman, Andrew Berry's a very smart guy. He's an Ivy League guy. The problem is that you guys don't know anybody that watches Landman. That says more about you guys being lowbrow. Maybe you guys are the lowbrow ones. Maybe you need to find better friends.
Looking at you, Jonathan.
Friends.
We can all agree.
You know?
We can all agree. I need better friends based off of the idea that it's you and Nick right now. We can all agree. I need better friends. If this is the company, I keep.
By the way, to defend Mac, by the way, listen, dude, you can watch TikTok clips and pretty much get a whole episode in. It just cuts all the fat out, man. It's just a way to get through these
You're
things.
missing so much, though. And
What are you missing?
Can't tell people.
How do you know?
And taking in just clips, you can't tell people you watched a show if you're just taking in the clips of the show.
How do you know? How many shows have you tried watching just via clips?
No, there's an obvious statement attached to the idea that you're not taking in. If you're missing, 70% of the content, you're missing the content.
Who says he missed 70% of the content?
They don't put 100% of their content through clips. It's not what they're putting. That's not what they're doing.
Well, they put their own clips out, and TikTok puts out a lot of other clips.
If that's what they were doing.
TikTok puts out their own clips. There's a lot of different places you can watch clips, Jonathan.
You're acting like you take in everything through. No, it's an insane thought. You didn't watch a show if you watch it through TikTok clips. It's not even debatable.
By the way, breaking news: Jonathan's 137. 216-474-0092.
See, the friends I keep. Jim's right. I need new people to hang out with.
Any day.
You're just brilliant.
Any day you want to. I don't even know what the hell that means. Did you like the landman analogy? And LeBron going to continue to elongate his moment in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Leave the garage door open and turn up the fan. Spend the summer with your home for Cleveland Sports Talk. 92.3 The Fan.
The yells just keep pouring in for Jonathan Peterlin. Nick, it's either Colbert or Colbert saying, as someone who's watched the entirety of Suits and now sees plenty of Suit clips on TikTok, you can watch the clips and follow the show. We have a noted film critic, entertainment critic, saying he is Team Nick and Team Mac here, and saying TV and film is literally designed for that now. So here are your L's. Please don't spend them all at once.
I refuse to take them. It's not. You can't say you watched a show if you only consume it through TikTok.
Well, you could be wrong.
Just watch the actual show.
I like that you're defiantly wrong.
Or you can end up like Mac, where you don't even know the characters' names. Like if you only want to watch like 30% of the show, then go ahead and do that. I'm not saying it's even a bad way to take it in, or even a bad way to kind of get your feet wet. Like, do I like this show? Do I not like this show? But like, you can't go around telling people you watched the show. You didn't watch the show. You watched a minute TikTok 3 times a week.
Now while we're in the entertainment fast lane here, this was unplanned this way. We just flipped things around.
Yeah.
It was announced earlier today. Reported earlier today that LeBron and his team are closing in on a major deal. It was described, I think, as like the 1 yard line or something like that for a Last Dance-esque documentary to cover the end of his career. And I guess my initial take on it was, like, I'm going to watch it. It's LeBron content.
Yeah.
Unless they do it in real time, which I think would be impossible, if you're going to have, like, you could even make seasons of this, by the way. Like, to counter this, you could do, like, the end of his first season in Philly, you could release that season. The end of his final year, you could release that the summer after he retires, right?
Oh, wow. That sounds like a lot.
It does, but you can't tell me people wouldn't watch it.
Sports people will watch this regardless. I don't think you're going to get the casual person in general the same way that like the MJ doc did. Now, he had some things going for him, obviously, in that we were all in the pandemic and we were in our house and no new content was made, so they got a lot of people that way. But and now the way you're describing it, I actually like better than how MJ did his documentary, though.
Mm-hmm.
MJ and he kept going back from, it was like 1998, and then it was 1987, and then it was 1993.
Yeah, there's a little Tarantino-y.
It was a lot of that. I don't love when they go around as often from year to year and bounce around. I'd like a straight shot story.
So I think your point about the fact that it aired in COVID and how hard that hit because of it, yeah. Like, it was interesting. The things that Tiger King was another one. The things that dropped during COVID, that like, what is that? March to June. We had such a devoid of sports content that it did feel like that was like the last time we're all going to be watching the same thing ever again.
Yeah, I just remember so many people in my life that don't watch sports coming up and talking to me about the Jordan documentary.
Yeah.
And if LeBron dropped one, that's not happening. They're going to be watching Landman or something else.
So I don't think it'll be as watched as MJ's, to be fair. Like, I agree with you on some level. I do think that because LeBron has crossed over into politics, because LeBron has done some of the lifestyle stuff on social media, I don't think this is the same as just somebody seen as a pure basketball player. Like, I think LeBron has had enough of himself out there. Obviously, he's been an actor. Like, he's a big enough brand that I do think to some degree he transcends sports. It's just nothing can compare to COVID.
Okay,
like,
but
nothing can compare to that.
It's just not going to happen. The other thing that I thought Jordan had going for him is, amidst all the controversies that they did discuss, he also had a lot of different characters that you would think, like, okay, they not only do they need to be involved in this, I'm wildly interested. Carmen Electra and Dennis Rodman were a whole episode themselves. Like, that was dynamic for people. That was in the mainstream pop culture at the time, and then obviously got its segment there. Scottie Pippen and the relationship he had with Scottie, like, there's so much to that, and I don't know that LeBron is going to have as many of those juicy and tantalizing storylines. I also don't know how much LeBron's going to protect either, is the other part of this.
I just don't – I think timing's everything with this. And, I mentioned the idea of season 1 in Philly being its own kind of arc. And again, they're not going to do it just on those 2 seasons. They're going to do it on a career retrospective. But, I think for this to be even close to approaching, because of the circumstances with the MJ doc, I think you need to let him miss you a little bit. And I think that's the thing, because ESPN's already buying the thing now. I think that's the thing that's not going to happen. I don't think if LeBron retires on June 25th after his second championship in Philly, he just spends the next 2 years just winning, right? He wins 2 titles there and all this hoopla, right? And he goes out on top as a champion, and they drop it June 26th. I think it's going to be white noise. I think if you drop it 3 weeks later, I think it's going to be white noise. I almost think LeBron needs to, he needs to wait a year to release this.
Or he might have to wait a decade. He might have to do. Honestly, what happened for MJ at the time was MJ starting to realize that LeBron was winning a lot of the GOAT conversations, and he needed a way to pump up himself and make sure that people still knew who the real GOAT was in his mind. That was all an orchestrated affair, and it's maybe LeBron has to wait for the right time. Wemby's reeled off a couple championships, and then all of a sudden at the height of it, and people are like, "Is Wemby the greatest?" Maybe that's when you drop it. Steal from the MJ playbook a little bit.
I just have a feeling that when LeBron retires,
people feeling nostalgic about it.
He'll have played 24, 25 years in the NBA. There is serious LeBron fatigue. You saw it this summer with the way that people reacted to the elongated free agency thing. And it's not LeBron's. That's okay. It's not entirely LeBron's fault. LeBron didn't make it easier on himself, and they certainly strung that story out. And But a lot of LeBron fatigue is just the dude's been in the NBA for 23 years, and he's been the face of the NBA for 23 years.
MJ has something that LeBron doesn't that keeps him cool with the younger generation and will for a long time, and that's the Jordan brand. Mm-hmm. Jordan Brand is wildly cool to all sorts of people that have never even seen Michael Jordan play basketball. And I don't know what LeBron's hook is going to be when this is all said and done. I mean, he's obviously going to be at the forefront of a lot of things because he's one of the greatest players to ever do it. But how are you going to get the 15-year-old kid that never saw you to think that you're awesome? Wait a little bit.
He does have shoes, so that's not going to hurt.
They're not Jordans though.
Now. But I like Michael's. Jordan Brand has always been cool, so I don't want to make it seem like they weren't. But that has grown year after year after year after year, and they've done a great job of continuing to make it relevant 23 years after he retired.
Yeah, but the coolest thing that Jordan has going for himself is that silhouette, is the Jordan brand. It's not only just having the shoes. He's on jerseys.
You clearly haven't seen my blue LeBrons. Spoken like a man who just hasn't seen those blue dad shoes that I have.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Maybe you're the reason why they haven't caught on.
That's true. That's true. They were just about to catch fire.
And then you started wearing them.
And they saw me wearing them. And every kid in Northeast Ohio was like, nope.
Ooh.
Nope, not those boats.
Can't have that.
Not that ogre feet. Even Rex Ryan was like, I'm done with feet.
Micah Parsons, too.
That's true. Actually, he doubled down.
When are we going to mix it? You got to mix it up now. No Rex Ryan jokes. Micah Parsons exclusively.
No,
you're never going to buy.
Rex Ryan is ubiquitous with foot fetishes.
I got
that. Fetishes? Doesn't sound right when we say fetishes. I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't know why either.
But that is the correct word. 216-474-0092.
Okay.
It's weird, and I will also say it's really hard to talk about the idea of a LeBron Last Dance documentary when we are going to see him play this year. So there is an element of we're so close to it, we're so into it, that I do think trying to broadcast, whether it's a year from now or 2 years from now, how this is going to hit, my just overarching idea is let him miss you and then drop the thing.
Right, but can ESPN
let the myth become a myth?
Can ESPN hold on to it for that long?
Oh, no, they can't.
They're too greedy.
No.
They're too greedy. They're going to fumble this.
And they're probably going to spend an incredible amount of money to get it.
And then it's going to be a whole nother thing that people are just going to say, well, you just tried to copy MJ. You just tried to get, and you're chasing the ghost of MJ in this because it's not as popular as MJ. And it's just going to end up being second place for LeBron again for some people.
Who the hell knows if he releases it in 2 to 3 years, will we still be talking about The Last Dance the same way? Like you and I talk about The Last Dance because I'm sure you did shows on it. I did shows on it, or segments on it at the very least. Is it going to have the same staying power another 2 to 3 years?
I don't know. I don't know what the staying power of those type of documentaries are.
Because I think that's probably the one thing we haven't thought about.
It's one of the preeminent sports documentaries of really the last 20 years.
216-474-0092. Justin in Seven Hills wants to join in. Justin, welcome to the show, bud.
Hey, what's up, guys? So this isn't what I was going to say, but about staying power, that Last Dance, I mean, it doesn't matter what episode's on. If there's nothing going on and it's on, I'm putting it on. I'm going to get zoned in again. So
that's interesting, Justin. I don't think I've watched it. I don't think I've rewatched it since. I watched it that summer, and I've watched a clip here or there if it pops in, but I don't think I've gone back to rewatch it.
Yeah, and it's not like a rewatch. It's just, if it's on, ESPN will have episodes on randomly all the time, like on a Saturday afternoon. And I mean, I don't know if it's on. I'm just watching it. It's going to get me sucked in. I mean, to your point, the Rodman Carmen Electra one was on just, not too long ago, and I ended up wasting 2 hours watching back-to-back episodes of it. But the reason I called is, a lot of the juicy stuff that maybe that Last Dance had, we're never going to see that with LeBron because it's going to put him in a bad light, right? Like, we all want to see the behind the scenes. How did him and Wade and Bosh get all this together? That's not going to be on there because it's going to make him look like an idiot. Kyrie and him not working out. That's not going to be on there because it's going to make him look bad. This whole last decision is not going to be on there because it's going to make him look bad. LeBron James loves him some LeBron James, and it's going to be just a love fest documentary. I mean, it'd probably be good in a sense, but I just don't think it's going to have staying power and the lasting, emphasis of what they're going for.
Justin, we appreciate you, buddy. Thank you so much.
That's one of my big worries about this too. It'll be LeBronified, and people know that he's so careful about curating everything. I do think that there's gonna be enough people that feel the way Justin does, where it's like, am I even watching the actual version and how this went down, or just how LeBron wants to portray it?
That's exactly what we thought about The Last Dance, though.
No, I know, but that's part of the problem.
It's just that Michael wanted you to know he's an a-hole.
But LeBron won't. LeBron won't openly be like, yeah, I punched teammates. LeBron's not going to openly do some of the things that MJ put on there. And I thought there was like 75 things MJ should have put on there if he was trying to tell a truthful and complete story of it all. Like, and so I don't know. I don't know what the hook will be for LeBron to actually open himself up and take some criticism, but historically he doesn't do it.
Browns talk with Herm Edwards, former NFL head coach, former college head coach, and ESPN NFL analyst in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
analyst and former head coach Herm Edwards joins Nick and JP next. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
If you can't get to training camp during the week, let our team be your eyes and ears in Berea for breaking news all season long. Trust Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
Catch Daryl Ryder and Lance Reisland. Daily Browns training camp recaps on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page. Daryl and Coach Riz break down the storylines from each day's practice. And, of course, your daily quarterback competition updates. And you can catch the recap each night on Overtime with Jake Volnick at 8:40. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, JP. We got 32 teams in 16 days coming back in just about 20 minutes. Max Starks talking Steelers football, and then Chris Emma out of Chicago talking Da Bears. But we got to talk about Da Browns. And, of course, today we had day 2 of practices out in camp. Better day for Deshaun, a little lesser day for Shedeur. A lot of videos that we did enjoy. Well, that didn't sound right. A lot of practice videos that we did enjoy. Still doesn't sound great. But to talk the Browns quarterback situation, their outlook for this year, the importance of trying to win this year. We head out of the Weishart Right. We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline and welcome on longtime NFL analyst, former NFL head coach, former college football head coach, Herm Edwards joins us now. Coach, welcome to the show.
Thank you. And former NFL player, and I used to hate when I was with Philly going to play Cleveland in Cleveland.
Why was that?
Cold?
They were pretty good.
Mean?
No, they were good. They were a good football team back in the day, my era. And they got a good football team defensively. Very good. And to be ashamed to waste this defense this year. Last year it was wasted. Obviously the 4th-ranked defense in the National Football League, and they know how to hit the quarterback. When they hit him, 53 times, they sacked him. They only give up 14 points. Your record should be better than 5-12. You got a defense like this. And we know the issue. You guys just talked about it, the quarterback. And who's going to play quarterback? I mean, and who can play consistent form is going to be the key. And they're going to have to score more than 16 points. I mean, you got a defense that's only giving up 14 points a game, guys. You shouldn't be 5-12. If your offense is to do anything, just get to 21, and your whole life changes as a football team.
So it's interesting you say this, Herm, because we've had countless conversations about how the Browns just have to get back to being functional on offense. The quarterback is what it is. You can't, either Shedeur will be able to take the jump or he won't. Deshaun will either be able to stay healthy or he won't. But it seems like the Browns tried to not quarterback-proof it, but pad around the quarterback. How much better do you think they can be offensively this year, just based off the wide receivers they drafted and a rebuild offensive line?
Well, you're right, and they addressed it on the offseason. Got the big tackle out of Utah and 2 really good receivers in college football, and hopefully that can generate some excitement. They got a runner that no one can tackle already in the fold. So if they can just function offensively, and the key is this: if you can just move the ball. And you don't have to score every time, but just move the ball to give the defense the ability to rest, and they can get you some field position if you can just move the ball and make people play, on the bad side of the field offensively, because you can't move the ball on this defense. And if you could just do that a couple series, that gives you a short field, and on a short field you should be able to score. So I just think that they have the makings of a good football team, no doubt about that. Just offensively, and you guys mentioned it, and everyone's mentioning it, and in the quarterback. I mean, guys, let me tell you something. When you don't have a quarterback, that field is 120 yards long. When you don't have a quarterback.
All right, so how do we get there? Shedeur versus Deshaun Watson. Who do you think has the edge to start week 1? How would you roll this out?
Well, I'm not at practice. I'm not in the meetings. I'm not any of that. When you look at Deshaun, I mean, look, he is, at one point, I mean, he was really, really good. Now, I don't know there's a lot of things that have happened since then. Can he mentally come back from all that? I don't know. Is he physically the same player? I don't know. I don't see him every day. I'm not in the building Shedeur, obviously, he has some athleticism, but he hasn't played a lot. He doesn't have a lot of experience playing, So I think you're hoping one of these guys just grabs it and like, you're the guy, man, go, because they have the makings on one side of the football that can play against anybody, and that's that defense.
Herm, it's interesting to kind of talk about this team and where they are. I really like the hiring of Todd Monken, and I like he said something the other day in day one of practice that basically he's like, I don't name the starting quarterback, the players do. So what does either Deshaun or Shedeur have to do in the eyes of their teammates to win the quarterback battle?
They got to capture the huddle. That's what the quarterback has to do. He has to capture the huddle when he walks in there, and those offensive players look at him and they don't want him to fail. They want to play for the quarterback. In any offense, you can ask any offensive player. That's the key. Are you willing to play for the quarterback? And the quarterback's got to earn that trust. He's got to earn it. And when he does that, these guys will fight for him. And he doesn't have to be the most talented guy at all. But if they love playing for the guy, then you got yourself a quarterback. And that's what one of these guys has to do. And they know it, and everybody's watching it, and all eyes are on. I can't imagine going to practice every day. How many people are just looking at the quarterback all day? They're not even watching the rest of the team. They're just trying to figure out who the quarterback is. And you know what? You don't know. You ain't going to know. You ain't going to know until they kick the ball in the air for real. And it's going to take you a month. And within a month, you got to figure it out. Who's the guy? And then hopefully you're in a position where you can say, he's the guy, and we'll have to live with him. Because the thing you do not want is every other week you're talking about changing the quarterback. Because that's going to be – those are going to be the conversations on all the radios and all the televisions, and everybody's talking, should we switch the quarterback now because he's struggling? Players don't want to hear that. They really don't want to hear that.
Was Shedeur unfairly judged? Last year, worst offensive line in the league, worst wide receiver group in the league, and he was expected to do a lot on a team that was really not going anywhere. Was he, at the end of it, when you look back on it, was he unfairly judged?
Yeah, and plus his last name is Sanders. So but he understands that, and I've known him since he's a little kid. And when your daddy is Deion Sanders and you play quarterback, that's even bigger, because now all the spotlight's on you. So, he's in a spot where he loves to compete. He gets that part of it. He doesn't make any excuses. He knows it. And he knows I got a chance to be the starting quarterback. Deshaun Watson, can he resurrect his career? We've seen quarterbacks the last couple of years in this league have resurrected their careers. Now, they went to other places, but they resurrected their careers. And that's where Deshaun's at.
What should our expectations be in year one of Todd Monken?
I would hope this team found a way last year to win 5 games. Okay? Can they win 8? Can they win 9? Can they win 8 or 9 games? That would be big. Not knowing going into this season that you didn't know who your quarterback was going to be. You know what your defense looks like. You've done some things to fix the offense. Now, can the quarterback just functionally play in this offense, whatever the offense is, to move the ball to score some points? Can you score 20 points a game? Find a way. Kick 3 field goals. It don't matter. Just get to 20. Because your defense has proven, look, they can't score on us unless we turn the ball over or give them a short field. The only way the other team should get the ball, I always tell the guys, you kick it to them, guys. You kick the opponent the ball. Whether it's you kick a field goal, you kick after the touchdown, or you punt it, but you kick it to them. That's the only way the opponent gets the ball. Those ways of kicking it to them, they're all good, but kick it to them. Don't fumble it to him. Don't throw interceptions. If you just do that, we'll be in the game.
You know, you mentioned a couple of times it seems like you think the defense is going to be pretty strong this year. Locally, I feel like there's a lot of questions. You know, Jim Schwartz leaves. You get Mike Rutenberg in here. Obviously, Myles Garrett gets traded. We like Jared Verse an awful lot, but he's not Myles Garrett, at least not yet. Maybe not ever, but at least not yet. How much of a drop-off should you expect with this defense? Or do you think they can be right where they were last year?
Well, you lose Myles Garrett now. And Schwartz, I mean, you know, he understands. Schwartz understood the room. You know, he knows what to call in certain situations with his players because he was good with his players. So now you sit with the loss of a coordinator, the loss of maybe one of the best players in football, with a team that's still defensively, because these players, you know what? These players are listening to all this. They're going, yes, Schwartz is gone. Okay, our best player is gone. This defense is not going to be very good. Right? Those players are in that hole saying, okay, watch this, right? Those players hear all that noise. This is a prideful group. When you're in the top 5 in defense in the National Football League, you're pretty dadgum good last time I checked. In this league, you're really good. And they know it. Now, they've lost some good players. They lost a coordinator, but they're saying, hey, man, wait a minute now. We still got a room of really good players here. So they got something to prove, too.
Herm, Pittsburgh, just down the road there, our biggest rival, maybe not in their minds. They got a new head coach, but quite familiar with Aaron Rodgers. I kind of look at them as like a boom or bust team just because of their age. What are your expectations for the Aaron Rodgers, Mike McCarthy reunion?
Oh, I think it works. I know Mike. I gave Mike his first job, actually. He has a great rapport with Aaron Rodgers. I think this is why Aaron Rodgers came back. He didn't want to end his career the way it ended last year. He feels he has a chance now with Mike being an offensive, the head coach, call the plays, whatever, that there's a comfort there. Mike probably had a lot of talks with him. Say, hey, look, man, we can get this thing done. You know, we got a division where in Baltimore, they got a new head coach, right? All of a sudden, say what you want about Coach Harbaugh, one of the best coaches in the National Football League. They got a new football coach. So now you're looking at this and you're going, oh, this is interesting. Browns are trying to figure out who the quarterback is. Okay, so this is an interesting division all of a sudden.
What do you make of Joe Burrow? At 3 straight years, not making the playoffs.
Oh, boy.
Doesn't have a defense, really. I don't know what to do with him. I don't know what to do with the Bengals. I don't know what they do if they miss the playoffs again this year.
Well, I know this. Can Joe Burrow play every game? Can he just play every game? I think he's really good. And I think this offense, when he's under center and they're rolling, oh, boy, they're fun to watch now. But that's been the problem, as we know. You look at all the talent there and you go, why these guys can't win? A lot of times quarterback's not available, right? It's almost like you just hate to see it. It's like, come on, man. Come on, what y'all waiting on? And it's a team, when you look at it, you go, God, man, why do they always fall short? Well, time's running out for everybody in Cincinnati, right? We know that. I mean, you look at it, you go, hey, man, these guys are too talented to be playing the way they played. And so, they were, 6-11 last year? I mean, come on. Now, their defense wasn't very good, right? They're 31st in defense.
Yeah, defense was bad.
I mean, it was terrible. And they couldn't stop the run. They got to fix that. Zach, I'm saying, I got to fix my defense. If I can just fix my defense, keep my quarterback healthy, we have the parts here to be pretty good. Because Joe Burrow, when he's healthy and he can play, he's a really good quarterback, guys.
Coach, it is always great to talk football with you. Glad we could catch up, and I'm sure we'll be bugging you down the line here once we get a little farther down the line.
Isn't it great now? We're about a couple weeks away, and we're going to play a preseason game. And I know people don't like preseason, but the one thing about that preseason game in Canton, everyone knows, guess what? Football is back.
Football is back. Excellent stuff there, Coach. Coach Herm Edwards there, longtime college and football head coach, of course, former NFL player, ESPN NFL analyst on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline when we come back. 32 teams in 16 days in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
earlier this week. 32 teams in 16 days rolls on as Max Starks talks Steelers and Chris Emma talks about the Bears with Nick and Jonathan next. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes. Right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
In case you missed it, coming up in just about 20 minutes time there, Nick and JP back on The Fan. If you guys have not heard, we'll be out of training camp tomorrow. Should have maybe a special guest or two. And, of course, if you guys are stopping by training camp at any point that we're out there over the next couple of weeks there, flag us down. We like to say hi to everybody. I know my guy Matt told me, messaged me on Facebook, asked if I could hang out or not hang out. That would be weird. But stop by and say hi to him. So we got that going on. So we'll see you guys out there tomorrow if you're planning on going out to training camp. But this is the second to last. We've only got like 3 of these left, is what I'm trying to say. 32 teams in 16 days, and it kicks off on the Weishart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline with Inside the Locker Room with Rob King's co-host on Steelers Nation Radio, by the way, and ESPN NFL and college football radio analyst Max Starks joining us now. I should mention former NFL football player, specifically in Pittsburgh. Max, welcome to the show.
Good to be on the show. Thanks for the intro.
Well, it's great to have you here. I would say long time, first time, long time. But again, you guys did kick our ass when you were there, so it's a little different. And then still recently too. I do want to know what's been kind of the vibe for Steelers fans going from the long time they were with Mike Tomlin now to fellow Yinzer Mike McCarthy.
Well, I think there's a certain familiarity because he is a Yinzer, grew up in Pittsburgh. Grew up, essentially 10 minutes from the facility and, lived through the 70s and kind of understands the culture. But it's still a newness because it's an offensive-minded coach. The Steelers have not had an offensive-minded coach in over 55 years, right? Chuck Noll, defensive coach, 1969. Bill Cowher, also defensive-minded coach. Mike Tomlin, also defensive-minded coach. So I think it's the newness and kind of uncertainty about how to feel when you're watching the practices, because it is a different type of frenetic pace, but it's very detail-oriented, which is indicative of a guy who was a quarterback coach for a long time. And it comes from an offensive-minded of get as many reps in for these offensive guys in a bunch of different scenarios. So I think from that it's exciting, but it's also still very new.
The way that whole relationship ended between McCarthy and Rodgers in Green Bay. I'm thinking of the Tyler Dunn piece where Rodgers basically just calls McCarthy an idiot and says he's one of the least intelligent football people he's ever been around. I just didn't think that was repairable. Are you surprised that we got here to a spot where not only is it repairable, but they're gonna bandy up this year?
Well, and we know this, right, with relationships. When you look at different situations, right, in the moment and when you've been around each other for so much, they spent 13 years together. So you're going to get a little bit of the odd couple, right? You're going to get a little bit of like just rough edges by the end because you just know each other so well. But I think that 7-year time period off from each other gave both of them perspective. They realized, man, my best success was with this guy, and also my best success was with this guy. And both of them went on to other places. But the opportunity to kind of reunite and kind of, just like we see with bands, right? Bands break up and, they're like, man, these guys are like brothers. And then they break up and then everybody goes their separate way. But then you have that reunion tour. And then the guys realize, oh, this is why we love what we're doing. So I think you're trying to see if you can get the band back together one more time and see if you can replay the greatest hits and see if it can end up in something like they did. They won a Super Bowl against us when we played them back in Super Bowl 45. If they could rekindle that magic. So I don't blame it, and I welcome it. Now in this role, if I was a player, I'd be a little pissed. But as a media guy and looking at it from this side, I'm like, okay, let's see what they can do together one more time.
Max, it's interesting. I thought Aaron Rodgers was going to have success year one in Pittsburgh, and the only thing I was wrong on is I thought he was finally going to win the playoff game. Right? I thought we were finally going to break through there. So So I thought that was going to be enough for Steelers fans to finally end that 10-year drought for a playoff win. What is the bare minimum expectation from Steelers fans for Aaron Rodgers and Mike McCarthy this year?
Get 13 minutes better, because that's essentially what prevented us from getting a playoff victory was the last 13 minutes of the game. We had the ball with 13 minutes left, and we all know what happened after that, right? Strip sack fumble, the 3rd and 12 on the 41-yard line, and then everything went downhill after that. So how do you get 13 minutes better? That's going to be really the moniker that's going to hang on them. It's not going to matter. We don't need you to win the division. We need you to get in the playoffs, and we need you to be 13 minutes better than you were last year, because all the bones are there. It's about efficiency and creating a better version so that you can get through those 13 minutes.
I also need to be 13 minutes better, if we're being clear.
Yeah. Does anybody actually think that they'll be that 13 minutes better, though? Does anyone actually think that there's like an
We can dream, Jonathan.
I just to me, it seems like outside looking in, obviously, maybe Rodgers does something, maybe he doesn't, but it's not going to be a deep playoff run. And so if I was a Steelers fan, I would be, and I'm coming from a Browns fan here, is focused on 2027, but I'd be focused on 2027 and more the future than what this old defense is that spent a lot of money, and then what Aaron Rodgers, I guess, potentially is.
Yeah, I think Aaron kind of laid it out in his first press conference a couple of days ago, where he said it's not about the arm. And I think we could look back and we could see where guys like Peyton Manning, right? The arm was dead. He was holding on. Even for Phillip Rivers in his final, go around, and even for Ben, right? The arm talent just wasn't there, but he still got the pop in the arm. It's his legs, right? He can't take the beatings. He has to understand that, you got to get the ball out in 2.3 seconds, 2.5 seconds. You can't hold on to it and make stuff happen again. And I think last year he didn't have the personnel, and I think this year the Steelers really went actively to get him the right pieces, because they think the mind and the arm are still alive. So let's see what happens if we put the right resources around him, right? You go and you get Michael Pittman Jr. in free agency. You go and you get Rico Dowdle to kind of bolster that run game. And then you go and you draft a Jeremy Bernard, draft a Hayden Weegan, see what Roman Wilson is. Try and give a full complement of receivers as well as a good backfield. And this offensive line has only gotten better. You spent a first-round resource and a third-round resource on bolstering the offensive line. So really paying a lot of attention to the offensive side of the ball, because they know that that's going to be the biggest thing, right? I mean, when we think about the league in general, Seattle, what do? They just bullied people. They ran the ball effectively. They controlled the line of scrimmage. They controlled time of possession. So you expose your defense to less, and you allow them to be able to run faster. Now, this defense is older, but they do have a lot of young elements. They spent those draft resources a year ago with Derek Harmon, Y.A. Black, and, you have these younger guys, Peyton Wilson on this roster, and you got Jalen Ramsey in free agency. You went and got Jaquan Brisker this year. You got Jamel Dean. You have all these other pieces. So you've kind of said, hey, if we can just put a couple more of these pieces and be more efficient offensively, that helps your defense. So I'm okay with giving it a whirl. But like you said, if you start to see this below 500, this isn't going to work. You're right. Plan for the future. But I think it's a TBD thing. Until otherwise noted, you have to try and go after this window while you still have Cam Hayward, you still have TJ Watt, with the ability to compete and play at the highest level that they have.
Max, I know we have you on here to talk Steelers, but we like to try and ask everybody one Browns question. How do you see the Browns quarterback situation going?
I've looked at it, and because of my ESPN NFL analyst job, I usually get a Browns game every year. So, I try and look at it, and I think, for all intents and purposes, I mean, Shedeur showed promise. I mean, I don't know if I necessarily believe in Dylan Gabriel. I think he's just a quarterback coach in waiting. But, I look at Shedeur, and then, you paid a lot of money for Deshaun Watson. So if you can get anything out of that last little bit, before that relationship is over, you have to kick it. So I really think it's a two-quarterback race, and Shedeur shows massive upside, but Deshaun Watson has the proven skill side where he's done it before. Can he rekindle that? So I'm really interested to see how that's going to shake out. But I think if I'm betting right now, it looks like, Shedeur is probably the only person to really push Deshaun Watson for that starting role.
All right, real quick, about 15 seconds before you go. Aaron Rodgers' wife is imaginary, right?
I'm
just jamming you up.
I can't really say.
I'm just messing with you.
Yeah.
I want you to
get in
stay
trouble
employed.
over Nick. It's okay.
Yeah, not me.
We know what the long pause meant. But you don't have to say it.
Chris, I'm going to blow. Max, I'm going to blow up my own career. I don't need to blow up yours too, buddy. Appreciate you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Now, does he appreciate that I'm going to blow up my own career? On the Wise Heart Right, we make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. That was Max Starks, ESPN, NFL, and college football analyst. And again, host of the Inside the Locker Room with Rob King on the Steelers Nation Radio. Now we're going to stay on the hotline. Talk a little Bears. The Bears with Chris Emma, who is the Bears reporter for The Score in Chicago. Chris, welcome to the show.
What's up? How we doing?
Good. I think I just jammed up the last guest with a question about if Aaron Rodgers' wife is real or not. So
I'm sure he's got like a Caleb Williams fingernail question for you or something like that.
So be prepared.
Yeah, let's start hot here.
All right. All right. So I just kind of walk us through the Bears offseason. What was the biggest storyline going in Chicago this offseason?
I mean, it's twofold for the Bears. Number one, it's obviously the continued development of Caleb Williams and building a core around him, but they felt pretty good about that, the way the offense came on late last season. It's the other side of the ball primarily, and a defense that was tops in the league in takeaways, but also bottom in the league, bottom third in total defense and scoring defense. And they revamped a lot of that defense, despite the fact that you did have some production, some veterans, and some mainstays in that group. Kobe Bryant's a big pickup. Devin Bush, I know you're familiar with. Plenty of additions as well to that group, and just trying to maximize that, getting younger, getting more athletic on that side of the football. They're trying to make that defense be a strength because they believe this offense is going to really click in year 2 with Ben Johnson and year 3 for Caleb Williams.
If it doesn't click and there's a step backwards that is had on Caleb's behalf, why would that be?
Gosh, that's a good question. I think it's just about continuing to develop the chemistry with your receivers there. DJ Moore was sent off to Buffalo as part of a trade. I think the biggest potential hindrance is the lack of chemistry with some of these top targets. Luther Burden, who's your new de facto number 1. Robert-Dunze was drafted 9th, only a few picks after Caleb Williams 2 years ago, who's been dealing with health issues, dealing with a foot injury that cost him a lot of the later part of last season. He says he's good to go. He's out there. He looks healthy. You want to see that development track continue. Colson Loveland, who was the number 10 pick a year ago, who was a key target for Caleb Williams down the stretch. Can you continue to enhance that? If not, this is an offense that could fall off because of that. But the other factor, too, is Ben Johnson now in year 2. The offseason for studying for defensive coordinators, trying to figure out tendencies of Ben Johnson. How can you attack this offense and set them back? We've seen time and time again in this league where young coaches, young offensive coaches who believe they have a system in place get attacked and get exposed in a lot of ways. I don't think that's Ben Johnson. I think he's smart enough to stay ahead of the curve, and I think Caleb Williams is talented enough to stay ahead of what challenges he's going to be facing. So I do believe the Bears will take another step forward offensively.
Chris, it's tough to top 11-6 and winning the NFC North after where the Bears were before last season. But if the Bears just kind of, I don't want to say tread water, but again, another 11-6 season, another NFC North crown. Given that the schedule gets tougher and everybody in the NFL kind of catches up to you, is that acceptable in Chicago? Kind of staying where they've been, staying where they were last year, this year.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, the last time the Bears made the playoffs in consecutive seasons, Ben Johnson was a senior at North Carolina, set to become a software designer, and then Ryan Poles, their general manager, was blocking for Matt Ryan at Boston College. It's been nearly 2 decades since the Bears have had that kind of sustained success, and just making the playoffs back-to-back years. And this is a team that's faced so many struggles over the years to even have a blip of a season like last year. So everybody in Chicago is starved for the idea of having that run where you're making the playoffs year after year. You got the coach, I think, to do it. I really believe Ben Johnson is everything the Bears saw last season. I don't think that's going to fall off at all. And Caleb Williams has shown that he's the type of franchise quarterback that this city in Chicago has never seen before. So there's reason to be really bullish on their direction. You need health. You need those good fortunes. You mentioned it, too. The strength of schedule is tougher. I know there's parity in the NFL, and some team you think is going to be great is going to fall off and vice versa. But the strength of that core in the schedule is really tough for the Bears. So I think you can make a good case, frankly, where they're going to be better this season and they're not going to win 11 games. And I think that still is okay.
What's the latest with the stadium update?
That's how you can bring down anybody in Chicago right now. All the hype and excitement about the Bears is talk about the stadium pivot. That is a great question. I just don't have a great answer for you right now. The latest is that they're focused on Hammond, Indiana, but they've also in the past been focused on Chicago and Arlington Heights and back to Chicago. They don't have a plan right now. They're truly just waiting for something to happen. Either the land in Hammond is a spot that's viable, and they don't even have that part done yet. They've not done all the testing to the point where they can sign off and say, this is our site. They don't even have a plot in Northwest Indiana picked out right now. Or in the state of Illinois, they're waiting for some legislation to get passed where they can build on the land. The 326 acres they own for the last 4 years in Arlington Heights, they want to build on that. That still is their hope and desire at this point. They've not gotten the legislation done. So it's kind of a game of what's going to happen first, but they were saying late spring, early summer, shovels in the ground, and here we are now, started training camp late July, nothing has happened.
Chris, our board op claimed that he pretty much feels like he's watched the show Landman because he's watched a lot of clips on social media. My co-host contends he hasn't really watched the show. Can you watch a show if you only watch clips online? No, you got to see the core of it. You got to get to the soul of it by watching the show. I understand that they're watching the clips, but you got to get every bit of it. It's like training camp. Like, you can see the highlights of the great throws and get all excited, but you're not seeing the quarterback throw a pick as well. So, no, you got to see every bit of it to get the full nuance. Well, we'll agree to disagree. Chris, be great, buddy. Appreciate you.
You're a smart man.
All right, flawless call. Until the end there. Chris Emma on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline.
He thought you hung up on him, I think.
I think I did.
I think you did.
I mean,
might
not
have.
intentionally.
You might have.
But I was just
By
like.
the way, we do have a person that is on this show that wildly agrees with me, just stayed in the shadows.
Yeah, who's that?
I wonder. I wonder who's on this show that would stay in the shadows.
Corrali?
That would not Corali.
Keith Britton.
Not Keith Britton, no.
Okay.
Jake Murrin.
Oh. I haven't
Jake
heard
Murrin,
him say
he
it.
said he
never said it on air.
Couldn't agree with me more. And I said, well, yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I know.
by the way,
You're not alone, friend.
You said like 7 words there. That's 6 more than he usually says. So I don't believe you. I think you're editorializing.
No, that's verbatim.
Yeah, you'd never lie about that. In case you missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
What's up, everybody?
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour nonstop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. And Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. Each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
Final segment of today's show. Want to say a big thanks to our guest today, Frank Schwab, Yahoo Sports NFL writer. Had some strong takes on Deshaun Watson. Those made sense to me. Herm Edwards, ESPN, gave us the roadmap to compete this year. Said 7-10 or 8-9. That's a good goal to shoot for if you're the Browns. Max Starks, very nice guy. Jammed him up, I don't want to say unintentionally. I didn't realize how much I was going to jam him up there. Former Steelers tackle. Also, ESPN, NFL, and college football analyst. And then Chris Emma of The Score. That was at 6:20 and 6:30 there with our 32 teams in 16 days. We've been talking all show long. Mac had a claim that he feels like he knows Landman because he's watched enough videos online about it without watching the show properly. Big Sherm, this is the second time he's called in to chime in on this, and we want to give him a chance to chime in. Big Sherm, what's up, buddy?
Hey, guys. How are you?
Doing all right, buddy. Happy football being back and whatnot.
Absolutely. So, first off, Nick, first topic is give you your flowers that you're right on the documentary. He's got to wait at least 3 years or it's not going to mean anything for LeBron.
I graciously accept your flowers.
Thank you. Now I'm going to go with Jonathan on the other, which is the clips. You're right, Jonathan. That doesn't count. And the analogies I come up with to support you is one is both with books. One is Cliff Notes. You didn't read the book. And the other is people that think that if you listen to a book on tape, that you've read the book. Those are the same people that do TikTok clips and say, I watched the thing. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Big Sherm, we appreciate you.
It is ridiculous.
And I actually swatted those flowers away from JP, Mutombo style.
Yeah.
Okay, so the book Cliff Note thing, I can kind of get around to.
That's the same thing.
The book on tape, no. If you've listened to the book on tape, you're going to get it just as a matter of fact.
I'm fine with the book and book on tape. Like I agree with you on that. Like the book, and if you listen to an audio book, then that's fine. If you want to say you read the book after that, because you took in the entirety of the book.
Yeah, and we synthesize. Like there are some people who do take in more by listening to the audio book than actually reading the book.
Who cares if it's your brain saying it or if it's someone else's brain saying it? The information is still getting to your head. The problem here is that you can't the information, all of the information that the show encompasses is not getting to Mac's head when he watches the TikTok clips. About 20% of it is.
So I read the Harry Potter books with my girls.
Yeah.
But I also went back.
Forms the Bills came out.
I saw the helmet and it looks ugly.
Nickel City is what they're called.
They look like they cost a nickel.
Yeah, they're awful. There's just no other way to make it look good. I know we're on the radio, so it's like, hey, describe how awful they're awful. That's all you need to know. They're awful. That's all you need to know.
How awful are they?
They're
very
awful. Yeah. And so anyway, so they're so bad that Josh Allen hit the eject button and don't do the jerseys. Just don't even do it.
That's a lot of money to eat. Even for NFL teams who who just don't want to waste any money.
Redesign them, do something, but you got to give these guys a chance.
This is like when you get a Christmas present or a birthday present, somebody buys you like a shirt, and the first time you see it, you think that is the ugliest shirt I've ever seen, and you just have to go, I love it. You ever had that?
You've known me long enough to know I'm not the type of person to be like, I love it.
Oh, I feel like if somebody you loved gave you a shirt.
No.
Oh.
No. This isn't. Come on. You know me. You know me too well.
Well,
for this.
I will tell you, pretty much I lie. It's a lie of convenience. It's a lie of cowardice.
The problem I have is I can't in those moments.
Pretty much everyone can tell I'm lying, but you got to follow through.
I can't even fake it that way, and to even take it a step further to make myself.
There was a Lady Gaga song.
To make myself look even worse in the moment about how I can't fake it and just lie to people. If a gift is really bad, I will openly question why you thought I would like this gift.
That sounds on par.
I will be like, why did you think of this with me? Why that doesn't. And I know it's not what you're supposed to. It's not what you're supposed to do.
No.
I get it. You're supposed to just say thank you and just kind of accept the gift and it is what it is. But I do openly wonder why some people buy me some gifts.
I know I've told this story on air before, but when I was 4 and my older sister was 5, they gave us our presents a day before. And my parents, they were still getting on their feet. So they really worked like extra overtime to get us presents that year and got us good presents. And my sister, again, innocently asked, "Is that all?" And my father, who had been working, and my mother, who had both been working a lot of extra shifts, my dad, who is not a temperamental guy, had a operatic level meltdown. And so ever since, I love every gift I get.
Yeah,
I saw the coolest dude in the world lost his bleep. I'm not chancing it.
I had a little stretch where, as a kid, I turned into the just happy to get gifts guy because when I was 6 or 7, I don't remember exactly the age. My parents for Christmas gave me a coat.
Yeah,
and I told them, like 7 years old, I told them, "You don't give a 7-year-old a coat. What are you doing?" Like, I was like, a coat for Christmas? My brothers and my sister all got like really fun toys and everything. Yeah. And I'm like, you gave a kid a coat for Christmas. What are you doing?
Yeah.
And it made my mom cry. Yeah. And so then for a few years stretch,
you just really get your jollies off on making people cry.
I was just for a couple years after, I was like, all right, I guess we just like every gift.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be a crying situation. It doesn't have to be that. Like, we'll just like every gift. And then I just learned that, some people in life are just really bad at gifts. That's all that is.
So I tend...
But you don't give a 7-year-old a coat. That's insane.
Clearly. I will tell you, though, I am the person who just, whatever you get me, I'm going to like. I might not wear a shirt if I just don't think it's going to look good on me, but I will be very happy. I always like the attempt. You get gratitude for the attempt. Unless you give me $1 million. And then you get... That's the kind of gift that I'm going to shout from the heavens.
I'm at the point in life, though, I don't want gifts from just about anybody, though. I can't think of a person that I'd even want a gift from. Like, it's not like my wife, I tell her not to buy me anything. Even like family members, like I'm like, we're good. I don't buy whatever you wanted to buy me, put the money towards the kids and just make that the reality.
Yeah, I'm just telling anybody out there,
I'm good.
Look for the station address, and if you want to send me gifts, you go ahead and fire away, little buckaroo. All right, I will graciously accept them. The more they cost, the better, in my opinion.
Sure.
But yeah, no, I will and I will be so humbled that you sent me gifts. That's really it. I just wanted people to know that I would accept gifts.
That's just how humbled you are.
Yeah. When people think about me, by the way, good Nick Talk Day. Got some good traction on some of those videos, so don't forget.
That's good.
Yeah, that feels good. If you guys at Nick Wilson Says on TikTok. By the way, at Jay Peterlin on social media, at Nick Wilson Says on social media. If you guys missed a moment of our show, of course, all 5 hours are going to be up there on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Ring that bell. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. But not you, Cornlito. Suck it, Cornlito. And, as always, like our videos, we desperately like to be liked. Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Big thanks to Jake Murren. Big thanks to Matt Corrali. We will be out in Berea, live tomorrow. You never know what's going to happen. You never know what might pop up. Maybe a special guest, right? Who knows who's actually out at camp? So we'll see if we can go ahead and track some special guests down. I do know we have Josh Pate on, ESPN college football analyst.
Very nice.
Finally got that one. Only been working for a little bit there, but he's a very generous young man.
At camp, do you just want me to scream, "Yo, Ashley!
Yo!
Yo!
Photo.
Yo, Lobby!"
See, your yo is too shrill. There's got to be some English on it. Yo! You see how it kind of came out there?
You sound like a part of The Sopranos.
What? Yeah, that's how you yo. Mac, give me a yo off mic.
No wonder why you think I can't yo, because if you think it sounds like The Sopranos.
Yo! That's a good yo. That's a damn good yo. Mac can yo better than you. Can we get Murray in here?
The guy kills Mac for years, and now all of a sudden everything Mac does is all of a sudden right and awesome.
He's just been on a hot streak.
That's an incredible turn.
He's been on a hot streak.
Now all of a sudden, Mac, yeah, you got that right, buddy.
Hot streak Mac.
You are right
That's
about
what we call him. Hot streak Mac.
You can do that. For 2 years, a man couldn't tie his shoes right. Yeah. And now all of a sudden everything he does is right.
All that verbal abuse has elevated him
all of a sudden, everything
to
he does
a level
is right. Interesting.
That, like, basically...
Wonder why that would be.
Yeah, just...
Wonder why.
Pure happenstance
why that
of
would
all
be.
things. Yo! JP, good stuff.
All right, had fun. We'll do it tomorrow.
We'll be at camp. See you guys tomorrow.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.
I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.